The protagonist remembered her life. But it wasn't always like that. That day her head hurt a lot. The sound of crying surprised her. And she remembered everything. Perhaps a child's crying served as a catalyst. Because in her past life, she worked as a teacher in a kindergarten. And being an orphan, she died from overwork due to frequent overtime. The Almighty must have felt sorry for her. The family she was reborn into was quite good. Her new father was a rich count. And her mother was an incredible beauty. Life in the new family, after rebirth, was like a picture, where love and understanding reigned. For the new girl, the only problem was that she should have had some kind of romance. But unfortunately, she was not the main character of this novel. Because in such a world, only one person can exist. A person with the role of the main character, whose mysterious disappearance can sadden everyone. Therefore, a beautiful girl with purple eyes and a sweet smile is here as the villain. And her name is Evelyn Monstra. The maid approached Evelyn and told her to be careful climbing the stairs to admire the portrait. To be honest, Evelyn's character could hardly be called a villain. Perhaps this is because her childhood friends arranged the meeting of the main characters. But she fell in love with the main character at first sight, and they became terribly jealous of each other. Therefore, she will now be a pathetic villain who will be punished by the returning protagonist. It was very touching and interesting when she read about this. But when she became Evelyn, such a prospect began to scare the heroine. The main character will confiscate her family's fortune and, as a result, they will become poor. And even selling the title won't help. In short, in a word, after the appearance of the main character, you can say goodbye to a cozy home and everything the girl enjoyed and lived, because immediately everything went down a crooked path. And Evelyn was very upset. But the girl believed that she was Evelyn from the novel. And everything could be different if she hadn't fallen in love with the hero at first sight and tormented the heroine. But on the contrary, helped them get along so that everything would be fine for everyone. And she herself diligently attends succession classes and inherit her father's fortune. And in the future, live happily the luxurious life and worries-free of an aristocrat. Evelyn approached her beloved mother. She happily hugged her and asked with a smile why she was calling her. The mother gently hugged her daughter and told her, "My angelic girl is getting cuter every day." The lady told Evelyn that a guest would arrive next week, the son of a man with whom she had communicated long before she got married. He was a little weak due to health reasons, so he would live with them in the castle for a while. The girl asked the name of who would come to see them tomorrow and stay with them for a while. The lady said the guest's name was Kaises Renuncio. He was a young knight from the ducal family, and the heroine understood that there would be no exceptions. Kaises Renuncio, the main character of the novel, who will soon arrive at her house. The heroine knew her future, but for some reason, she was still worried about the guest's arrival. A servant approached the girl and asked if she could play tag, but she replied that she preferred to watch. Now her body is young and full of energy. That's why she has to play often. But sometimes a feeling of doubt comes to her, and it takes time to sit and reflect. Evelyn understood that she had to try to remember her past life, and if she didn't regain her senses, she would continue to behave like a real child. A little lady approached her and told her sitting on a bench while playing tag is very boring. This sweet girl was named Alice Palm. She was always having fun and telling Evelyn how sweet she was. The little lady with golden hair and happy smile was the hero's first love. And the main heroine. Alyssa's and Evelyn's houses were close to each other. But Alyssa's parents worked for her father, so there was often cultural exchange between these two families since ancient times. And yet, the Evelyn from the novel did not like Alyssa, because she stood out more for her talents and beauty. Evelyn kept Alyssa by her side and treated her like a servant. But in reality, the girl didn't have those thoughts and couldn't imagine how she could write about jealousy and envy such a sweet girl. Alice asked if she could come tomorrow, But the girl said tomorrow wouldn't work. An important guest would come. A noble man from the capital. Of her age. It seemed he would stay at the house for a while. And she promised to introduce them. Elissa seemed a little jealous. But these years, it is not surprising that children are especially obsessed with their peers. She took Elissa's hand and told her. Even if the guest comes, she is still her closest friend, whom she loves more than anything in the world. The girl rushed to hug her friend and joyfully shouted how much she loved her and that she was the best friend in the world. Evelyn understood that even if she got to know the hero better, it wouldn't make sense, it would only interfere with their relationship. And the hero would take care of her in that case. She became very close to Elissa, but she wanted them to become an ideal friend, happy couple with the hero. The boy with the suitcase got off the train in Monty's town, and it seemed that an exciting adventure was beginning, or a new chapter in his life. Because trips always bring many interesting things, and unexpected ones, and exciting encounters. New friends and unforgettable events surely await him. Evelyn, with her mother and servants, met the young man in the courtyard, and they wanted the boy to feel at home. The girl hoped this moment would never come, but sooner or later it had to happen. The little lady looked strange, but she told her mother that she was very nervous about meeting new people. The lady suggested that the girl was probably happy to have a new good friend. And interesting. In fact, she was not happy at all. But when she saw the boy, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. His pale skin with bright blue eyes looked so beautiful that it was no wonder Evelyn fell head over heels in love with him at first sight. In the novel, Cassis's first love was weak in body, helpless and sensitive, which often made Alice cry. But after growing up, the young man returned like a beast, making her cry in a different sense. Evelyn grimaced and turned away, unexpectedly captivated by that gaze from the first second. The boy asked the lady if little Miss was her daughter, and if he could meet her. Evelyn's eyes widened. She extended her hand, introduced herself by name, and could not take her eyes off the boy. The children greeted each other, and for each of them, this acquaintance was somehow important and special. The mother said cautiously she saw the boy when he was just a child, and admitted that he grew up to be a handsome young man. As a result, Cassis settled in the main hall, which was located far from Evelyn's room. It was all thanks to the fact that she had been preparing everything for a long time to get rid of contact with Cassis, in order to defeat the enemy. And start studying him, she was scared by Paul, Cassis's servant, who suddenly appeared, and thought the girl needs help. But the lady said she only wanted to play hide-and-seek, and that's why she is standing here alone by the door. Paul asked if he could play with the lady, and Evelyn thought it would be too suspicious to refuse. So the servant closed his eyes and started counting while Evelyn ran to hide in a secluded spot. The girl knew the best hiding place, so she ran to the office and sat behind the bookshelves. The lady heard a strange sound. She looked from behind a large oak bookshelf and saw him. Cassis was near the shelf, holding a thick book in his hands and looking at the rest with interest. As soon as Evelyn decided she needed to quickly flee from here, the boy turned around and noticed her. Paul's shouts echoed through the hallway. He still couldn't find the little lady who was so well hidden. The voice was already very close, and it seemed pointless to hide. And Paul would instantly enter the office. Evelyn was very scared. Her heart beat wildly in her chest. And then she opened her eyes and saw Cassis in front of her. It turned out she was so scared that she didn't notice how she had been clinging to Cassis the whole time. Evelyn jumped away from the boy and was embarrassed, but tried not to blush in front of the boy. As in the novel, the girl feared having fallen in love with Cassis since childhood. She had trained herself to conquer by looking at portraits of handsome men. The girl apologized and said she didn't mean to bother the boy. And this happened because she was only playing hide-and-seek. Suddenly, he called the little lady terrible, boring, and admitted that he hated people like her. The boy said that the library is not a place to play hide-and-seek, And play, it is a place to quietly read books. At that moment, Paul entered the office. The boy immediately changed his expression. He held out his hand to Evelyn, told her to be careful, and helped her get up. Cassis picked up one of the books. He smiled politely and said goodbye to everyone, wishing them a good rest. Evelyn thought hard and concluded that Cassis hates her for some reason. It is very possible that he hated her, instinctively feeling that she was the villain of the original. From the first encounter to the incident in the office, Alice sat across from the girl and said that Evelyn had been daydreaming all morning and asked if something had happened. The girl shared that she was tormented by strange obsessive thoughts and that it had been haunting her since the morning. She wanted to know her friend's opinion and asked if anyone had ever hated her for no reason. Alice asked if the new guest from the capital was tormenting her, but the girl was afraid to talk about him and didn't say anything important, and invited Alice to try a delicious cake in the hope that her friend would forget about the conversation. This was dangerous because Little Miss had almost provoked a fight between the two main characters. It was similar to Evelyn from the novel. So in the future, you must be more careful. And careful, no matter how badly Cassis thought of the girl. She continued studying him. He mostly spent time in the gardens and studies, but most of all, he loved being in the library. The boy seemed to have nothing better to do than walk and read books. And, in Evelyn's opinion, he resembled an old man a bit. The little lady often tried to remember her past life. But every time she tried, she started suffering from severe headaches. To be honest, she had almost forgotten the content. She remembered everything when she was a child. But it's a shame she couldn't write it all down. If there was the slightest clue somewhere, she would immediately remember everything with confidence. Evelyn saw her mother sitting in the courtyard. She ran to her and smelled the aroma of a delicious cake that was on the table. The girl heartily enjoyed the chocolate cake. Her eyes shone with joy, and the smile did not leave her face. Every piece of cake brought her incredible pleasure. And for her, chocolate cake is not just a dessert, but a real piece of happiness. The mother said that Cassis was very ill and had heart problems, so she would like them to become friends so that he wouldn't be alone. When you're sick for a long time, the illness progresses, and the illness Cassis suffers from makes it difficult for the body to absorb mana. And the environment. Mana insensitivity is a double-edged sword. If you can handle it, you can handle infinite mana. But if not, you can suffer unbearable pain and die. Of course, Cassis is the main character, so he won't die, but the boy still felt a lot of pain. The mother argued that if such a good girl got close to Cassis, he would immediately like her new friend. And Evelyn suggested that she now bring a piece of the delicious cake to the boy and have tea together. The maid took the plate with the cake and offered her hand to the girl to take her to the boy's room. They entered the room. The girl gestured with her hand and greeted the guest with good morning. The maid said that Evelyn came to try a delicious, freshly baked cake together, and the boy happily agreed. The maid placed a plate on the table and asked the children to enjoy their tea. And Evelyn was worried about being alone with Cassis. They sat at the table, but the boy didn't seem very happy to have the lady in his room. He sat opposite the plate and told the girl that he did not want to eat her cake, and that if she wanted it so much, she should eat it alone. Evelyn would also have gladly preferred to eat the cake alone. But she couldn't resist her mother's words, who wanted the children to become friends. The girl thought about it. It seemed he was only pretending to be kind in front of the adults. But in reality, he was a completely different person. And he treated her very nicely and agreed to have tea only because the maid was nearby. They usually don't ask twice. The lady had already offered the boy to try the cake and brought the fork close to his face. She asked not to be forced to ask a second time and convinced him to try just one piece. Cassie reluctantly ate a piece of cake, but he was still fooled by the tricks of the cunning and sweet girl. It seemed the boy was just being fake. And in fact, he also wants to be friends with Evelyn. On a dark night, a carriage with a certain count was approaching the designated place. And the man thought that soon he would finally see his daughter. A man with an expression of joy on his face entered the estate and said that Dad was back. The little one, who hadn't seen her father for a long time, ran to meet him and cheerfully asked how the business trip went. The family and Cassis gathered at the table for dinner. And the man asked how the boy was living in the new house. And the man said that the women took very good care of him. The mother was happy to hear the pleasant words and admitted that they put a lot of effort into this dinner. The father suggested it would be nice to hold a party to welcome the new guest and celebrate the important event. It had been a long time since there was a holiday in this house, and the man thought it would be good to gather and introduce the boy to the neighbors. The boy was surprised, but the lady insisted. This is a great idea, and so Cassis can make friends with all his peers. The boy was scared at first, but then he said he was only trying to thank them for the warm hospitality. From the moment they started talking about the party, the young man hadn't touched any food, and Evelyn thought that maybe he didn't like the idea of a holiday. But regardless of his preferences, the day of the welcome ceremony arrived very soon. And the little lady was already looking at a festive outfit in front of the mirror. The holiday will start soon, and the girl already awaits joyful moments. Sincere smiles from her friends, magical games and fun dances to the music. She is proud of her outfit and is ready to celebrate this festivity with an open heart and bright dreams. Montes is a rural estate near the capital, but quite large. It is also known as a tourist area, and many nobles have moved here over the years. All local aristocrats attended the celebration, and Cassis was next to Evelyn's father. The girl thought the boy was nervous because he was stuck between the adults, so she hurried to take the boy to the children's circle. One of the guests saw the beautiful lady and congratulated the girl. Her dress was incredibly beautiful and suited her very well. She asked her father for permission to take Cassis with her and go introduce him to new friends. And the boy thanked the man for his attention and care. Usually, children at a party do not gather in the main hall with the adults, but in another room. Most of the children were probably already there. The girl led the boy towards the children, but suddenly he withdrew his hand and frowned. The boy's face became worried. He moved away from the little lady and asked her what was the bad habit of holding hands. Now that I think about it, every time Evelyn touched Cassis, he had a strange reaction. She assumed that maybe he didn't like physical contact, and she apologized for her habit of holding hands. She didn't know that the boy didn't like it, and asked him to believe that it was not intentional. Evelyn really wanted to introduce the boy to other children and said it was time for them to go have fun. One of the boys warmly hugged Cassis and said, and the children were already waiting for him. The children living here in Montes are all neighbors from across the bridge. And unlike the capital nobility, few people discriminate based on status. But not everyone here is so friendly. Among the children, there was an arrogant girl. Her name is Luna Vanessa. In the original story, she was the Marquis's daughter and Evelyn's best friend. But now she kept her at a distance because Luna and her company were not of such high quality. The girl did not know how her friendship with Alice would be affected if the heroine joined them. Evelyn approached the girl and asked her what she was doing here. Luna replied she came to see the lady because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The first thing she did was approach the new boy and introduce herself, but Evelyn knew that she looked too deceptive to trust. Luna immediately started flattering the stranger. As soon as she learned that he was from the capital, she gave him some delicious cookies and told him they were from the most famous personal pastry chef and invited the boy to visit her anytime. The girl said that last year she saw Cassis at the prince's birthday party. Luna insisted. She and the boy even met then and waited for him to remember. But Cassis, with a cold expression on his face, continued to claim that he did not remember their meeting. Evelyn, who was standing nearby, was frightened by the boy's reaction and saw how he quickly moved away from Luna. Luna looked nervous and said she was going to get some air. And Evelyn laughed. It seemed the girl was very hurt by the boy's indifference. Just then, the beautiful Alyssa poked her head out of the door and was delighted to see her friend. It was at this moment that the fateful meeting of the novel's two heroes was supposed to take place. Alyssa approached the girl and told her that she had come to keep her company so that she wouldn't suddenly get bored or feel lonely. The little lady looked away from Evelyn and looked at the new boy she had never seen before. Now their eyes meet for the first time, and they evaluate each other. Cassis stands out from afar, and the cheerful Alice shines on her own. And her aura was different from others, probably because both were the main characters. In any case, Evelyn had to play the role of a bridge between them and finally introduce them. Suddenly, Alyssa pointed her finger at the boy. She frowned, which was not typical of her at all, and called the boy a real scoundrel. Evelyn didn't understand what happened to her friend, but she kept shouting that the lady deserved good company. The girl suddenly remembered a recent conversation where her friend complained that someone hated her for no reason. The girl whispered in the lady's ear to calm down and forget that conversation between them. Alyssa shouted that she had never seen her friend so gloomy as after her conversation with Cassis. And the heroine could ruin the main character's first meeting. And she hoped the boy would solve everything on his own. The young man decided to ask again if the reason for all this was that he hated the girl. But he smiled and said that he did not hate the little lady at all, and that he did not know she could think such a thing of him. Alyssa was delighted and confirmed that there was no person in the world who would hate her dear Evelyn. And then Cassis promised to be more attentive in the future. The next day, the girl sat in the courtyard, exhausted, and complained to Bobby that Cassis had already hit her 5 times today. Bobby is a black egg that her father bought for the girl as a gift during his business trips. Her father said that if Evelyn took good care of him, she wouldn't have to wait long before it hatched. The girl happily agreed to take care of the egg and named him Bobby because he looks like a black bean. Evelyn was worried about Alice's reaction when she heard Bobby's name, but she couldn't think of a better name than that. The girl carefully talked to the egg and waited for a real dragon to hatch. After the welcome party, Cassis again began to manipulate the little lady, constantly asking her for things. But even though he could perfectly do everything himself, he said he was sick and was just wasting her food supplies. And that was the only reason he was worthy of hatred. This boy had a sharp mind and often made fun of her, but in front of the adults, he was very kind. If the girl told everyone about Cassis's true character, no one would believe her, so she asked Bobby, when he hatches, to interrogate him well instead of her. At that moment, Evelyn had no idea what the consequences of the traces she left would be. Today Cassis saw a lilac from the window and asked the girl to bring a branch, because the flowers in the vase had withered. And looking at this, the boy was tormented by the thought that soon he too would wither like this flower. In the end, Cassis and Alyssa will have to return to the capital with a spark in their hearts. But before that, about a year will pass. The girl brought a branch of fragrant lilacs, and the boy admitted that he didn't want lilacs, but lavender, and he was confused because they have purple flowers. Evelyn was willing to put up with his whims, but she perfectly understood that the stupid teenager was playing with the wrong person. In her previous life, she was a kindergarten teacher and worked with children for many years, although a lot of time has passed since then. For the girl, communicating with children was a piece of cake. After that, Cassis still teased Evelyn whenever he had a free moment. And to tire him out with her excessive care, the girl took extreme measures. She touched the boy's forehead and confidently declared that he had a fever. The windows were open, and the lady assumed the boy had a cold and asked the maid to bring him a glass of warm milk. The boy said he was fine, but the lady still ordered green tea instead of milk. Surely the boy would soon get tired of the girl's annoying attention. And that was her big plan. All this time, he probably thought that the little lady was putting up with him. But in reality, she had long been studying the character of the insolent boy. She served a cup of green tea, which had a bitter taste and could only be drunk by adults. And Cassis constantly tried to look like that. The next day, the lady walked down the hallway and thought about how they could have fun with Cassis today. Suddenly, she saw him in the hallway. But the guy was pale and didn't look like himself at all. She approached him and sharply asked if he had something to do, and if he was bored alone. Today the boy was especially pale, and the girl asked if he was feeling well. She touched him and noticed that her hand was warming up from his touch, and considered having such a high temperature abnormal. So she was sure she shouldn't leave him alone. Cassis took only a few steps towards her, and in an instant he collapsed on the floor, losing consciousness. After some time, Evelyn sat near the boy's bed and cried bitterly, regretting what she had done to the sick boy. Cassis's doctor said that he lost consciousness due to the accumulation of mana in his body. But the girl thought that, if she had taken the medicine in time, the mana would not have accumulated so much. But Paul said confidently that Cassis regularly took the prescribed medicine. Therefore, there were two options. Either the medicine stopped working, or the boy had stopped taking it recently. While working in a kindergarten, Evelyn often saw children pretending to teachers that they had taken medication, fearing they would be scolded, and then secretly spit the pill behind the teacher's back. And she knew very well where the boy could hide the hated medicine. Her guesses were completely justified, and after a couple of minutes in a drawer, she found a pack of pills that Cassis had not taken. She understood that if she told the adults about this, the boy would be in trouble, so she decided to wait until the boy woke up to demand an explanation from him. The boy was delirious in his sleep, crying, and calling his mother, asking her not to leave, and kept crying. Evelyn looked at the boy, who felt very bad, and she couldn't understand what kind of mother he was constantly calling. Most likely, he confused her with his mother due to the fever and the high temperature. The girl took his hand and told the boy not to worry about anything. His mother is here and wants him to get better. That's why he needs to sleep well. She understood that the teenager missed his mother very much and felt bad. He was still a small child to whom it was difficult to live away from his beloved parents. As he was special to his parents, they should appear in the novel at least once. But the Dukes of Urquio never appeared in his first love. In the future, when he comes for Alyssa, he will already be a full-fledged duke and an adult. It is possible that the wives of Urquio have died, and that the duke presented the title to him earlier. But since this did not happen, there is a possibility that he also died. The girl felt a strong headache when trying to remember the past, so her migraine broke out again because she was too immersed in memories. She looked at the sleeping boy, who looked like a beautiful angel with white hair. If you think about it, he was just a child pretending to be an adult, and Evelyn seemed to annoy him too much. In the middle of the night, Cassis opened his eyes, and the first thing he thought of was how long he had been out. He felt that his body was no longer pressing like a weight. Cliff must have done something, and if so, then the information had already reached his father, who assigned Cliff to watch the boy. The teenager turned to his other side and was very surprised to see Evelyn, half asleep and with her mouth wide open, next to the bed, holding his hand tightly. Evelyn Monstra was the most beloved girl, loved and cherished all her life. The young man still couldn't forget how he first met her in his mother's lap. When he first arrived here, everyone greeted him like a family member and surrounded him with affection. Cassis had never felt such warmth towards his beloved mother before. As a result, he did not live up to his parents' expectations. And he was sent here, and the boy didn't know if he would die, if his parents would be happy or mourn. The parents never paid attention to the boy, and the boy felt they didn't care about him. That's why he stopped taking the medicine and thought he was hiding the severe pain well. He couldn't understand how this little girl, whom he had only known for a few days, immediately found out about his bad condition. Cassis mentally apologized for complaining and constantly bullying the girl. But in reality, he was just jealous. Every time they provoked him, it was fun to watch Evelyn react and complain, and playing with her made him want to live a little longer. A little more time passed before the girl finally woke up and was surprised how long she had slept. She looked at the boy and to check if he was dead. She touched his face, which caused the young man to open his eyes instantly. Evelyn asked him why he was lying and not taking his medicine, and said she found pills in one of the drawers. From the expression on the boy's face, it could be understood that he actually didn't want to be honest with the girl. She didn't want to see him collapse after not taking his medication. And the parents taking care of him are also in trouble. So Evelyn tried to persuade Cassis to take the pills, ready to get him the most delicious cookies, knowing how much the boy loves sweets, and said that if he didn't agree, she would bring Cliff the basket full of pills she found. The boy asked if she was threatening him, but the girl said it was all for his own good and his health. Cassis suddenly shouted that the young lady was lying to him, that she actually hated him and constantly bothered him. Evelyn said she wished the young man no harm, and that she just doesn't like it when he gets sick and doesn't feel well. And no matter what the bitter pills are, they must be taken, otherwise constantly fainting, and everyone will be very worried. He claimed that there was no guarantee that he would get better even if he took the pills constantly. He acted like an adult, and Evelyn simply didn't realize that he was actually afraid that something would go wrong, and one day he would die. The little lady said confidently if he would believe her if she said he would definitely get better. She knew that Cassis was the main character. He had to recover, and she really wished for it. Evelyn said cheerfully, the boy is still very young, but when he grows up a little, everything will change. He turned around and asked her to leave, but the lady was indignant. She sat with him all night, and he turned around and didn't even say thank you before she had time to complain. The next second, he heard words of gratitude for her concern and nightly care. Evelyn wished the boy good night. She left the room and thought, he behaved strangely. This time he even thanked her, and he didn't get angry. After that incident, the heroine monitored Cassis every day to make sure he took his medicine. Fortunately, he no longer caused trouble or complained of feeling unwell. As Cassis's condition improved, the heroine faced an almost forgotten problem. Cassis and Alyssa still hadn't become friends. In the novel, their destiny was a strong love at first sight. But it was strange. The boy showed no interest in the little lady. Their first meeting was so dry that she even doubted whether she had correctly identified the main characters. But after that, they never took interest in each other again. She was still worried that it was in vain to have told her dear Alyssa that the boy hated her. For the sake of her comfortable future life, they had to fall in love unconditionally at first sight. And Evelyn, being responsible for the fate of the heroes, could not stand aside, and she had no idea how to interest them in each other, to arrange a fateful attraction between the boys. Evelyn had been organizing tea parties for the children over the past few days so they could spend more time together. She took the homebody Cassis out on the street, and even organized random meetings with Alyssa. Evelyn tried every method. She did her best, but there was no result. Today the whole family went to the temple. The little lady looked out the window and admired the beauty of the temple. Her family was invited to the temple thanks to a large donation made by her father. The temple was built in Heize, next to Monty's, and was famous for its scale, so the girl really wanted to visit it. There was also a magician abbot at the temple, so Cassis decided to go. According to them, the temple was truly magnificent, and it matched the royal palace. The size of the castle usually symbolizes wealth and power, while the temple's luxury is a celebration of poor life. The temple employees received them and thanked them for the fact that the family had traveled a long way. They said that His Eminence's mass was delayed and that they would have to wait a little. and they asked to see the sick boy, who was taken to the magician abbot. Cassis was a little worried, as he caused quite a lot of trouble, and the family spends a lot of time traveling here with him. And he apologized for the inconvenience. But Evelyn's father patted him on the head and told him that when she arrived, she immediately became part of the family. And when her son is sick, his parents always go with him. So he asked her not to say those words again. Evelyn's mother said she first wanted to go to the prayer room, and that she didn't want to go out into the hall yet. Mrs. R. A. White invited her daughter with her, and Evelyn happily accepted E. R. with her mother. In the twilight of the church, wrapped in silence and reverence, Mrs. R. A. White prayed before the altar with her hands clasped in prayer, and her gaze fixed on the icons of the saints flickering in the soft candlelight. Prayers flowed from the depths of her heart, unspoken words that found solace in the holy space of the temple. The lady asked for forgiveness, guidance, and strength to overcome the difficulties she faced. She prayed for her loved ones, for those who needed healing and comfort, and her prayers were filled with love, compassion, and hope. Suddenly, Evelyn raised her head, and in the distance, she saw a strange silhouette standing at the entrance. It was a small boy her age who stood and looked in her direction. The girl thought for a minute who it could be, and the boy was still looking at her. He looked the same age as her, but he wore priest's clothes, and it seemed like he wanted to say something. She asked her mother if she had seen the boy, but the lady assured her that her daughter must have fallen asleep, and it seemed so to her because there was no one there. But Evelyn was sure that there was definitely a strange boy there. After the prayer, they went to a solemn dinner with the priest, who thanked them for the journey made, and invited the guests present to enjoy a modest lunch. Evelyn was indignant. At the table it seemed they were exhausted from trying. She asked Cassis about that priest, if he was really a magician, and if the guy had changed at all after taking it. The boy spoke. Evelyn got too close to his face, but the lady was indignant. She couldn't whisper the contrary. The priest reminded the little lady that she was baptized as a child, and said that the girl then, very calmly, dipped in holy water. And he remembered this. The mother said her daughter doesn't remember this, but they came here, they already, to baptize her immediately after birth. The father was surprised then. The daughter stopped breathing as soon as she was submerged in the holy water. But then the parents realized that the girl was simply deeply asleep at that moment. They joyfully remembered how the very next day she managed to turn over for the first time. And her father then cried with joy because his sweet Ling Ling had been so small recently and had grown so quickly. The holy water here is the purest water. It purifies upon contact. A newborn child is pure. So even when it comes into contact with holy water, it is purified without much rejection. An unclean adult will not withstand the effects of purification and will die. So it was not surprising that Evelyn simply slept peacefully while being bathed. Mrs. R. White thanked the priest and said that her daughter grew up this way thanks to his efforts. Evelyn decided not to miss the opportunity and to ask if there were priests of his age at the temple. The young man said he was in charge of training the students, and that if the girl told him what the strange one looked like, he would bring him. The lady said it was a blue-eyed boy and golden hair who wore sacred clothes. The young man thought and said that among his students there was no boy similar to her description. Evelyn tried to prove that she definitely saw a strange boy, but the adults replied that one can see anyone in the temple. The priest said that sometimes children come to see them, and they want to briefly experience the life of a priest. And the lady probably saw one of them. It was already late. Lord Montes asked the priest for permission to stay overnight, so they stayed at the temple for one more day. According to local rules, each settled in a men's dormitory, or women's. Evelyn assumed that the guest room would be very small, but here it turned out to be quite spacious. She and her mother lay down on a comfortable bed, and wished each other good night. A couple of hours passed. The mother had been asleep for a long time, and the girl was tossing and turning in bed, and could not fall asleep due to the change of location. So she decided to go out for some air. In the velvety darkness of the night, the moon sailed across the sky like a silver ship. Thin moonbeams penetrated the foliage of the trees, casting strange shadows on the ground. Their dance in the darkness looked like a magical performance, and even the most ordinary things took on new beauty under the moonlight. Suddenly, Evelyn flinched at a rustle coming from the bushes, and saw in them the same boy she had seen during the day. She got scared the stranger saw him, and tried to quickly run away through the bushes so as not to be caught. But the brave Evelyn grabbed the boy by the legs and shouted at him to stop immediately. He cried and started asking for forgiveness so that the fairy would leave him and wander, and prayed that he didn't want to steal. She asked him why the boy was apologizing, and he opened his big, sincere eyes in surprise. Evelyn gave him a handkerchief and asked him to calm down because she didn't want to scare the child. She asked him why he was watching her closely in the temple. But the boy again started apologizing and calling her fairy. He calls her fairy because a magical light emanates from the girl, and even now sparks and stars shine around her. She smiled, said her name, and was touched when the boy called her magical fairy. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind and asked what the boys were doing here late at night. In front of them stood Cassis in a bathrobe, who, apparently, also couldn't sleep. The boys fell silent for a minute, and Evelyn looked at the boy with surprised eyes. The unknown boy took advantage of the moment and ran away from the boys as fast as he could, and the girl never had time to ask his name. Cassis asked her if she knew the boy. He put her bathrobe on her and asked her to go to bed. Evelyn proudly tucked her hands into her bathrobe as the boy declared that she should be alert. He said that the lady trusts strangers too much and decided to dismiss the girl because it was already dark outside. And now he looked after her like an older brother, which was extremely surprising. She took his hand out of habit, but she feared a strange reaction, and she wanted to let go. But the boy told her that if she was scared, she should hold his hand. The next day, Evelyn was bored, but her sadness was dispelled by an invitation from Luna Vanessa. The invitation stated that she was organizing a party for a friend from the capital, and that she was gathering guests. A grand party was being prepared for the arrival of a close friend, and Evelyn and Cassis were invited to it. Surely the boy also received an invitation, and the girl was surprised how Luna, after that encounter, did not give up her friendship with the boy who rejected her. After a while, Evelyn burst into the young man's room and asked him if he had received an invitation. She saw that Cassis did not want to go, and that he especially disliked parties, that the boy found them boring and uninteresting. The girl asked if he also didn't really like the last party. The boy was not attracted by the delicious food or the beautiful live music, and last time he wanted to leave quickly. He was not interested in new acquaintances or wonderful people happily having fun at celebrations. The girl did not understand how someone could dislike parties, and she remembered that recently her friend Philip had eaten so much that he couldn't get off the floor. And it was very funny. Sometimes funny things happen, and Evelyn thought they were funny. But suddenly the boy frowned. He said that if the lady is having so much fun, she should go to the party alone, have fun as she pleases, and asked her to give him a break. Eveline was in a bad mood preparing for a party, and felt uncomfortable after talking to the boy. Only the children of the highest aristocracy were invited to the party hosted by Luna. So Alyssa, the Marquis's daughter, was not among the guests, and only Eveline was invited, and Philip from mutual acquaintances. This time, the girl really didn't want to go because she was worried about Cassis's condition. But as the daughter of a count, she could not refuse Luna's invitation. The Marquis's daughter. She told Luna that the boy didn't feel well today, so he was resting at home, and the girl immediately became noticeably upset. A nice lady with big gray eyes approached them and asked them if they were talking about Cassis Ren Urquio. The girl's name was Marian. She asked with a sweet smile what the girl's name was. Holding a glass of grape juice in her hands, she told her name and introduced Philip, who was accompanying her and was already devouring several delicacies. Marian smiled and said, "Philip is very funny. But she is not a beggar. And she won't bother eating." She asked how Evelyn met Cassis. And Luna said that Mrs. Monstra got married and came from the capital to Montes. And it seemed that the friend had appeared before. Marian asked if the boy still suffered from terrible and painful seizures. Evelyn was worried about the type of seizures they were talking about, and she wanted to know more details. In the end, it turned out that, at a banquet in honor of the prince's birthday, Urquio's son suddenly had a fit. Marian said she had never seen such a strange scene, and immediately ran away when she saw Cassis trembling and foaming at the mouth. Evelyn did not expect to hear this, and she didn't know that the boy's health was so sad. The ladies continued to comment on that terrible memory of the attack that occurred at the celebration. Evelyn now understood why the boy disliked parties and crowds, because a child's heart was hurt very easily. And the girl was sad because she herself remembered her wounds. Unexpectedly, Luna announced that she thought Cassis was the son of the Duke, and admitted that Cassis befriended the unfortunate one. Marian clarified that the most important thing about a book is not the content, but who sells it, so the boy's flaws probably don't play an important role. Because Cassis is the son of Duke Urquio. Evelyn listened to how the heartless girls dared to say such words about the boy's illness the whole time, and gradually started getting angry. She couldn't believe what she was hearing from the young children. They openly touched upon the topic of flaws and mocked them besides. They spoke openly about it in front of her, knowing that Evelyn lived with the boy. At that moment, Cassis was sitting reading a book, and he was worried about not wanting to offend the girl. But it turned out he got very angry with her during the conversation. For the boy, parties were just a business, a place to build friendships between families. Since childhood, he never had fun at parties, and the boy always had a feeling that he was playing with previously planned moves on the board. But Evelyn was a completely different girl. Cassis considered her very unusual. Perhaps the reason was that the girl grew up in the village and was very different from other aristocratic families, whose children were arrogant and insincere. Let's take the daughter of the Baron as an example. Eliza Poem, always next to Evelyn, fierce and distrustful of the boy. Most noble girls have made friends who match their status at the time of their debut, which is held when they reach adulthood. In the social world, connections have great power. They are still young and don't know it. There were no suitable family friends near Evelyn, and the boy was trying to figure out how the lady would debut when the time came. Cassis was outraged when they fought. He constantly thought about this little one and decided that he must make peace or forget what happened. The boy decided to act confidently, and with a serious face, he asked Paul where his invitation to the party was. At that moment, a fight broke out between the girls. Luna shouted that Evelyn dared to be rude to the young Marquise Quilton and demanded an apology for her rudeness. Evelyn didn't want to get into a quarrel with the girls, but she wasn't going to stay silent either. At that moment, Marian was persistently asking Evelyn to repeat rude words about her immorality. She said she would not tolerate the way Lady Quilton insulted her beloved family and allowed herself many unnecessary words. Evelyn loudly declared that Marian has no right to call Cassis miserable because of his illness, that people are not a commodity, and that the lady's behavior was frankly dishonest and ignoble. The girl continues, the lady does not dare to insult the son of Urquio, and Marian's family is no higher in rank than the girl's family, so she should watch her words if she doesn't want bad consequences. The angry Marian was getting angrier, and she was ready to punish her opponent by any means. The girl understood that it would immediately disperse. She would take her glass of grape juice and pour it on the young lady's face. The girl closed her eyes and prepared for the attack. But she felt nothing, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Cassis in front of her, who was sprinkled from head to toe with grape juice. Eveline rushed to wipe the boy's face and was worried. His beautiful white shirt was wet and turned purple. Marion tried to apologize and said that she did not intend to spill juice on the boy. Cassis was surprisingly calm and asked why Lady Quilton was such an aggressive girl and angry. She prayed not to be at fault and asked the young Duke of Urquio to forgive her for her insidious mistake. The girls, competing with each other, started apologizing to the boy and telling him that they didn't mean anything bad. Cassis looked completely different from usual and suddenly said that he will never tolerate those who treat his family badly. He said that Evelyn Monstra is his dear family and that he will not allow anyone to harm the kind girl. Cassis took the little lady's hand and told her that no one could bother her or be rude, and Evelyn realized that this comment in the novel should have been directed at Alice. The children left the party, and the boy admitted that he didn't want to offend the young lady and fight. He asked how offended she was by him, but the girl calmed him down and considered herself guilty for having chosen her words poorly. Cassis said he had nothing to apologize for, because the girl did not know about his seizures or what happened at the banquet. Evelyn thought that if Cassis were not present now, she would have to kneel instead of Marion and ask for her forgiveness. But if you think about it, changing the line is a good sign, because now there is definitely a possibility that, unlike Evelyn from the novel, Cassis will not hate her. The girl felt pleasant sensations and decided to clarify whether the boy really considered her his family. And he confirmed that he had full confidence in her words and smiled so sincerely that the little lady could not take her eyes off him. Apparently, due to Cassis's indignation, Luna did not harm the girl, and Mariana soon returned to the capital. The parents knew nothing, so apparently there were no complaints about her behavior. The boy admitted everything himself, so it was difficult for the parents to touch him. So, one way or another for Evelyn, everything that happened that day was new and unknown. Alyssa noticed that the girl began to daydream more often after meeting Cassis, and often asked him about the words she had said. Alyssa told me that her dear brother is coming for vacation next week. The girl understood that Elon would return. Cassis and Marion too, and all the characters gradually began to unite. Elon Poem, Alyssa's older brother. He was a talented man who wanted to become Cassis's secretary in the future. He uses his wit to attract Cassis's attention so that he will hire him later. Alyssa happily invited the girl to meet her brother at the train, who would be very happy to see Evelyn. Be that as it may, the beautiful Alyssa was charming, and it was impossible to refuse her. After a week, that was no different. The day came when Elon was supposed to arrive. So Evelyn went to the train station with Alyssa's family to meet him. By the way, Cassis also went with them, and Alyssa still treated the boy with distrust. A few days ago, Evelyn told Cassis that her friend's brother was returning home for the academic holidays, and that they were going to meet the whole family. But the boy was not interested in such a proposal. But the girl knew that one person from this family would become his lover, and the other as his employee. And she didn't understand why the boy could be so indifferent. Elon was smart and handsome, a complete person to such an extent. And before Cassis arrived, everyone said he was the most handsome boy in their region. And even playful Luna would have shown interest in him. Evelyn quickly came to her senses and realized there was no need to talk about the moon, and apologized. Cassis crossed his hands and calmly asked what the girl thought about this Elon, and if she thought he was handsome too. Evelyn thought that perhaps Alyssa's brother wasn't handsome, and replied that she thought he was handsome, but she knew very well that he couldn't compare to Cassis. The lady asked again when her brother was coming, and after that the boy agreed to go with everyone. She offered like that without thinking he would agree. But to her surprise, the boy quickly agreed. The train was already arriving, and everyone was preparing to meet the long-awaited boy in a few minutes. Elissa happily took her friend's hand and bet that whoever sees her brother first will win. To better see the whole crowd, the girl climbed onto the luggage, and Cassis started to worry about her safety. Evelyn looked through the crowd of people getting off the train and finally saw a handsome boy with a ticket in his hand. The sister anxiously awaited her brother at the station. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the meeting was an especially joyful event for them. They hugged warmly with cheerful smiles. And happy. The boy was away for several months, time during which he grew and matured, so he easily took the little lady in his arms. Evelyn turned with a cheerful smile towards Cassis to introduce the children to him, and saw that he was standing with a gloomy face and dissatisfied. Elon asked what kind of man was looking at them with such a gloomy expression on his face. Elissa remembered that she wrote in a letter about a boy who was temporarily staying at Evelyn's house. They shook hands and the boy apologized. Elissa forgot to clarify something. He is not a guest, but lives with the Monstero family. The boy said that the Count treats him like a son-in-law, as if he had already become part of their friendly family. The children were shocked by what they heard, and Alice was completely petrified by such unexpected news, and started shouting that Evelyn's husband should be her brother, and nobody else. And now it was Cassis's turn to be surprised by the new information about the little lady's upcoming marriage. Elissa asked her brother if he would really become the girl's future husband, while Evelyn watched him with great surprise. Thanks to the parents who approached, the children avoided an awkward scene and asked how the young man was. The mother and the young lady were sitting in the courtyard having tea. The lady decided to ask her daughter what was going on with Cassis. The girl shared that lately he had become somewhat distracted and decided to visit a friend. She called the boy. She heard nothing in response, so she entered and saw that the boy was fast asleep in his bed. The girl was told that a side effect of the drug was drowsiness, and it seemed that the boy had simply fallen asleep after taking the medicine. Evelyn saw the crumpled papers and got scared. The boy was hiding his pills again, so she picked up a crumpled paper on which something was written, and the recipient's name was Countess Yuriko. There were many packages on the table. All letters were unfinished, but since Cassis arrived, she didn't remember Duke Urquio asking for greetings or sending a letter. She saw a pile of unfinished letters, and she wondered how it was possible to be so indifferent, and indifferent towards his own son, whom neither parent even asked how he was. She completely forgot that the young man was in the room, and didn't even hear him wake up and come up. She saw his letters in the girl's hands, and asked why the lady was touching and examining his things without asking. Evelyn said she was just worried about the boy's sad condition, but he didn't want to listen to her and asked her to leave the room. The girl didn't want to offend the boy and was very upset because he was sad. And only the next day, Evelyn couldn't find a place for herself. She thought she needed to apologize for what happened yesterday. But after that, she never saw Cassis again, who probably didn't leave his room and locked himself in. Yesterday was the first time she saw the silent boy scream, and it seemed like she had deeply touched the boy's mental wounds. Paul said that he already knows that the little lady and the young master had a fight yesterday. He said that the gentleman is a bit sensitive, but there is no reason to hate him. And before the illness manifested itself, he was a wonderful boy. Evelyn thought with a smile. This mischievous one could never be a good boy. Paul said that when Cassis was a young Count of Urquio, everyone around him was proud of him. At that time, a peaceful atmosphere reigned in the house, and quiet, and his father was especially proud of his son. After the onset of his illness, they stopped being proud of him after the young master fell ill. The attacks became more frequent. He said that the boy had a seizure right at the banquet in honor of the crown prince's birthday. All his friends had heard rumors about this incident. So the boy was temporarily sent to Monty's until the rumors subsided. In fact, the Urquio Count family was more concerned with public opinion than with their own son. In the end, the boy was banished here. And he is no longer a son, but the younger Count of Urquio. When Evelyn read the in the novel, she didn't care about Cassis's pain, because he is equally the main character. And in any case, he will have a happy ending. She thought that the pain would pass late. Or early. But who then would understand Cassis's pain? And his confusion at not being able to calmly write a letter to his mother. The girl didn't understand that the boy wasn't to blame for his illness. But all the difficulties fell on him. Evelyn was indignant. Here no one knew anything about Cassis until her arrival. In the capital, everyone knew about it. Here too, in the future, he will become a prominent count. Cassis was nearby, Paul said. The little lady said that he would become a prominent count in the future. That night, Evelyn immediately went to see Cassis because she didn't know he was hiding. And she overheard the conversation with Paul. The boy shrugged. Either he woke up or he pretended to be asleep. The girl approached and whispered in his ear that she wanted to show him something interesting. The heroine noticed how the boy's ears turned red, which means he definitely heard everything, and only pretended to be asleep. She whispered that he would regret it if he didn't see Bobby's incredible egg, and that he would wake up soon. Evelyn took extreme measures, and said that the boy had definitely never seen a dragon born. And the boy immediately opened his eyes. The little lady managed to impress the boy, who was fascinated by the dragon egg. Evelyn was indignant when she heard the boy call Bobby's most ideal name very strange. She called the girl stereotypical, and she asked him to rock the egg if he liked the name. The boy thought the egg really looked like a big black bean, and he resembled it very much. He liked how cute Evelyn looked angry about his jokes, frowning and pursing her lips in anger. At that moment, the girl looked at the boy's dimples. That appeared when he laughed. She said the boy had a very nice smile, but he only felt very embarrassed in response. The lady asked him how he felt about physical contact, but the boy said he didn't know him, and that his parents hadn't touched him. Children learn their first contact through their parents. If they didn't know how to share emotional understanding from an early age, you will have no choice but to react to others with the same coldness. Evelyn understood that he was simply not used to it, and asked him if he minded her touching him. Suddenly, the boy looked at her and told her in a serious tone the young lady doesn't bother him. Cassis shared something secret for the first time, and today the girl learned something new about the boy's facial expressions. In any case, she was glad that he no longer had hostility towards the lady. And maybe they could get a little closer. Outside was a beautiful sunny summer day. Residents of different cities came to Monty's today for a special occasion. Eveline and Alyssa also arrived for a special event for the Christmas holidays in the city of Monty's. Monty's is famous for its natural landscape. Tourists come here every holiday season. And today, there was a special occasion to gather in the boreal dawn forest, which had different colors in summer and winter, and only from the city of Monty's in the Empire could it be seen best, when the aurora borealis colors the night sky. A festival begins in the city, and because of this, Evelyn's father has been very busy these days. The mischievous boy approached the lady, and happily told her that there would be a real treasure hunt at this festival. Evelyn understood that, at this event Cassis and Alice, according to the novel's plot, should discover their fateful attraction, the freshness of first love, the sweet love story of a boy and a girl, the treasure hunt. It was the girl's favorite part, in which Alice and Cassis got lost while searching. They admired the sky play together in a quiet place, and this scene was described in an incredibly magical way. The beauty of this scene is not just what happens in it. So far, to unite Alyssa and Cassis, the heroine has been haunted by numerous failures. And this time, everything should be different. And Evelyn firmly decided that she should not miss the opportunity and succeed in this event. Alyssa drew attention to two girls who were nearby and were rejoicing over the treasure they had found. She was worried that they still weren't looking for the treasure and suggested that, if the girls stayed still, they would find all the treasures without them. Suddenly, Evelyn pulled out a wooden box and asked her friend to look at the beautiful brooch with a precious stone inside. Alyssa was surprised, as today was not her birthday to receive gifts. Evelyn placed a brooch on the girl's dress and asked her not to take off her gift today. A friend said that her gift was a real talisman that would protect the young lady. This brooch was actually armor made of mana stones today. While searching for a treasure, Alyssa was going to be bitten by a wild beast, and her leg would be seriously injured. The beast that is supposed to attack the girl will have to be drawn out by Cassis's strong magic. In the end, according to the plot, the boy will use magical magic to drive out the fierce beast, but he himself will suffer serious internal injuries and will be on the verge of death. You cannot use magic if a person has mana insensitivity syndrome, but Cassis will do it for Alyssa's sake. The girl knew that the main character would not die anyway, but she really didn't want her friend to get hurt. Moreover, thanks to her, their first meeting was ruined. So now Evelyn had to take charge and help Alyssa and Cassis realize it. And the little lady was not very calm knowing that the boys would be in danger. But at the same time, she just observed the plot's progress. Alyssa continued to enjoy her best friend's gift with a happy smile, while Evelyn thought of a brilliant plan. If there was armor, Alyssa wouldn't get hurt. Cassis wouldn't overwork himself, and there would be no need to use magic. The girl did not remain without a gift, and after a couple of seconds, a beautiful ring shone on her finger, which Alyssa also asked not to take off. Suddenly Cassis approached Evelyn and whispered to her that he wanted to show the girl a treasure that was no longer there, and asked the lady to quickly go with him. But in an instant, the girl found herself between two boys, and Alyssa began to be indignant. Her friend definitely should stay with her today, and not go with the boy. Evelyn noticed that for some reason, Alyssa was playing an active role, because the two should not be fighting over her at this moment. The boy looked at the girls and said he also wants to have fun with Evelyn today. Suddenly, the gloomy mood turned cheerful when Alyssa's brother approached the boys. She said that now they were making a bet on who would find more treasures, and offered to split into teams, where Ellen will be with her brother, and she will be with Cassis. The girl quickly found the third piece of paper with a clue in the forest, and laughed. The adults don't know how to hide it all. Evelyn turned around and realized that Elon, with whom she was looking for treasure, was not nearby. The girl got lost instead of Lisa, and all because she went too deep into the forest and got carried away by the search. Evelyn felt scared and thought that if she had known this would happen, she would have saved the amulet. She closed her eyes for just a moment and suddenly stumbled upon a stone lying at the edge of the ravine. And the lady didn't realize at all how in the next second she started to fall. At that moment, Alyssa, with a sad look, asked Cassis if there was any relationship between him and Evelyn. The boy affirmed that there was nothing between them, but the young lady noticed how he constantly looked at Evelyn. She affirmed that, when they went to meet her brother, he didn't take his eyes off the girl, but suddenly said that it was better that the boy didn't pay attention to the young lady. Alyssa was sure that her brother and Evelyn were obliged to marry and become the happiest couple in the world. The boy suggested that the little lady might not agree to become his brother's wife, but Alyssa didn't want to hear any objections about her future wedding. Their conversation was interrupted at the most interesting point by Alyssa's brother, who was in front of them. Elon asked why the boys were together, because he was sure that Evelyn was with them. But most likely the girl was now alone in the dense forest, and nobody knew exactly where she was. The boy said that he and Evelyn went to look for treasures and didn't go anywhere. Then, the boys reported that they hadn't seen their friend for a long time, and that the girl definitely hadn't returned from the forest. Elon didn't see her either, so he decided that the girl had left the forest a long time ago. and had returned to her friends. And Cassis was indignant at the fact that the boy didn't go look for her immediately. Elon admitted that he thought the girl knew this forest well, and she shouldn't have gotten lost. But Cassis didn't listen to him for long. He threw off his jacket and ran into the forest looking for the defenseless lady. Elissa saw the boy's reaction and realized that Cassis certainly had some feelings for Evelyn. The heroine woke up, saw huge trees in front of her, and realized that all this time she had been unconscious in the grass after a fall. The lady tried to get up, but felt a strong pain in her body, and most likely hit herself hard. She couldn't stand on her leg, and saw that she had a large bruise on her foot, and the whole leg was swollen. The girl regretted going treasure hunting, and now she was sitting on the ground, crying from the pain in her leg. A strange sound was heard nearby. The lady got scared. It could be a wild animal, from which she wouldn't even be able to escape. She closed her eyes in fear, but she opened them and saw a small white rabbit in front of her. Ellen was delighted. It was just a fluffy bunny, and not a wild bear or wolf. And angry. The bunny looked very cute, and was not scared at all, even when the little lady stroked him behind the ear. Suddenly, in the darkness of the night, a familiar voice was heard calling her by name, and Evelyn was happy that help was already near. Cassis ran to answer the call, but he found the girl missing, and she seemed very worried. Ellen couldn't hold back tears of joy when she saw her dear friend in front of her, who came to the rescue. She saw that the lady was injured, and started shouting loudly because she insisted that she knew the forest area better than anyone. The lady affirmed that she really knew the area, but that she was about to return, when she suddenly tripped and fell. The boy pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and put a bandage on the lady's knee, which had large and deep scratches. Cassis was very worried about the little lady, and asked her if her injuries hurt a lot. And the bruises. She tried to make her friend laugh, and told him that if you are worried, you will soon become even more anxious. He dried the tears welling up on little Miss's face, and asked her not to worry about what happened. Cassis laid the injured Eveline on her back. But suddenly, a small rabbit caught his attention. A bright red light emanated from it, and something strange began to happen to the cute bunny. The bunny turned into a huge, terrifying monster. Its ears became gigantic. Its body was covered in creepy fur, and its eyes flickered with an ominous red glow. Suddenly, out of nowhere, little Elissa ran out and shouted that she had looked for them everywhere, and that she and her brother were very worried. Before the girl had time to finish speaking, a terrible monstrous hare rushed towards her and prepared to attack. Alice fell to the ground in horror and closed her eyes, but her friend's talisman protected the little lady from the enormous and sharp fangs of the beast. Evelyn loudly told Cassis that the girl wears a magic amulet, and that if you stand next to her, you can enter the shield. The boy suddenly dropped his hands abruptly. Evelyn fell to the ground and hit her aching knee. At that moment, Cassis was standing with his elbows resting on a tree, breathing heavily, and did not react when the girl called him by name. Evelyn noticed a strong light coming from the boy's hand, and shouted that he shouldn't use magic. In a hoarse voice, he told the lady to urgently flee from here because behind her was a red-eyed monster. Evelyn understood that it was already too late to run. She hugged the boy tightly and closed her eyes, preparing to die from the beast's attack. Suddenly, everything around them lit up with a mysterious glow, and Evelyn was surprised because the light came directly from her. She turned around and saw a bloodthirsty monster in front of her that obediently lowered its ears. It looked at the children and did not try to eat it. The hare again looked like that cute animal, and now it was calmly next to the frightened children. Evelyn didn't understand how this was possible, but before her eyes, the hare shrank again with the help of magic. A small fluffy bunny was again sitting on the ground in front of her, but a strange ring appeared on its neck. The lady feared that it would turn into a monster again, and shouted that the animal should not approach. It turned out that it began to understand her words. and it fulfilled the orders the little lady gave. The lady asked the rabbit to stand up and sit down, and the animal happily did everything the girl ordered it to do. Suddenly, Elissa pounced on her with a hug and started crying loudly. She feared that her best friend would end up in the clutches of a terrible monster. Evelyn said that everything was fine for her. But something happened to Cassis because the boy was sitting near a tree, and he had his hand on his heart. The girl ran and realized that she shouldn't have been able to protect him when they were knocked down by a strong beast. Elissa saw the injured boy, and Evelyn became very sad. Now he was injured because of her fault, and she had no idea how to correct this cruel mistake. Suddenly, in the distance, voices of people carrying lanterns in the dark night looking for the missing children were heard. These were Paul and Elon. They looked with horror at everything that was happening and quickly tried to help the exhausted children. Elissa shouted to them to hurry up because Cassis had a strange wound, and the boy was getting worse every minute. Evelyn lay unconscious on the ground and couldn't even answer her friend, who was sitting next to her, and was crying for the girl to wake up quickly. Shortly after the incident, the girl regained consciousness, and when she opened her eyes, she saw her mother and her father in front of her. It was clear that they were very worried. And first, they gave Evelyn a glass of water. But the girl found it difficult to even take a sip. The little lady said she had a strange feeling. She felt like there was something inside. The doctor said the medicine was chosen correctly, and there should be no problems, but that another type of problem could arise. He said it was necessary to call a priest to assess the little lady's condition. And it turned out that some evil force was slowly absorbing Evelyn's energy. The girl immediately guessed that an unknown evil force resided in that rabbit, which had turned into a terrible monster, and said that they should immediately find that animal. That hare was found quickly without any problems. It was simply sitting in the garden and seemed to be following the young lady home. The priest examined the forest animal and said confidently that it was definitely a magical beast. It was a very young animal, but it seemed to increase its strength by stealing a lot of mana from other people. It absorbed mana indiscriminately. It overflowed, and this must have affected the animal. The priest pointed to the ring on the hare's neck and said that this ring is the main evidence of the divine power that subdued the monster. These are divine shackles that form as a sign of a contract when a beast is subdued to a person or mage. Evelyn's parents didn't understand how the little one did it, but the priest assumed that the lady did not intend it. But in an emergency, unknowingly, she had to subdue the beast. In any case, this is definitely a divine power. The little lady considered everything that was happening to be complete nonsense. And this was not in the novel. And as far as she remembers, at most, she could have been a common villain, and ordinary in the childhood of the heroes. And now, as it turned out, she has an unknown magical power. The priest said there were two solutions. One of them was to kill the hare now to break the contract between the young lady and the beast, and when the contract was terminated, the divine power would stop flowing incessantly into the animal. A small white hare was sitting in a cage. It was very scared and looked pitifully at the people. Evelyn was indignant at the fact that the magical beast was pretending to be a cute bunny, whom she did not want to offend, much less kill. The priest took out a sharp dagger and prepared to kill the beast. But the girl grabbed the animal and did not let it offend. She was indignant. There was another solution to the problem. The priest said that, after cleaning the beast with holy water, the young lady could tame it. By giving it a name and fulfilling the contract, little Miss would no longer lose divine power. But the holy water was expensive, and the terms of the contract confusing. The priest said this would require financial assistance, and Evelyn's father clutched his head in worry. The little lady was still weak, so the matter was postponed until the next day. Evelyn asked how Cassis felt, because she remembered that the boy was seriously injured. After the incident, the boy began to suffer from severe migraines, so for now he sleeps constantly. Evelyn approached the boy to greet him. His face was very pale. The wound was unusual, so she supposed the boy would be in a lot of pain. And that everything was too serious. Paul also said that the young man had broken ribs. Both arms and legs were broken. Evelyn knew that Paul simply didn't want to upset her too much. So she said she was glad it ended this way. The maid admitted that the boy was alive. Only thanks to the lady, and the Urquio family would surely reward her. But the little lady knew that the boy would have a hard time after waking up, and thanked Paul for finding them quickly and providing help. He said that the gentleman regained consciousness several times, and the first thing he wanted to do was go to Evelyn. But he couldn't get out of bed due to his poor health. But he constantly asked, several times a day, if the young lady had awakened. Paul assumed the boy must be very upset about not being able to protect the girls. Evelyn was sure there was no need to worry about her, and that it would be better if the young master worried about his condition. In fact, the fact that the main character was worried about her was a big problem in itself. And it meant that the comfortable future life would continue. But now, for some reason, she wanted to cry. The girl sat down next to Cassis's bed and folded her hands to pray for his health. She had never resorted to higher powers before, but she heard that sincere prayers could help, and asked for Cassis to wake up quickly without a single injury, and no longer feel intense pain. The next day, the boy was able to get up in the morning, and even sit at the table for hot tea. Paul entered the room and asked how the young master was feeling, and said that everything was fine with the young lady, and that today she had left for the temple on an important matter. Cassis was worried. All misfortunes happened due to his strong mana, which attracted the magical beast. He asked if there were letters from parents who didn't worry about him. But Paul insisted that his parents were just very busy. But the boy felt that, if he didn't recover from those cursed injuries, they would rush to hide him far away. Paul reported that little Miss cried a lot in the morning, and she couldn't see the boy before leaving because he was fast asleep. Now Cassis knew that yesterday, as soon as the lady woke up, she immediately went to the boy's bed and prayed for a long time for his health. Since the boy was injured, loneliness has become familiar and natural for him. But now, for some reason, he began to feel empty without Evelyn. And this was from the beginning. He tried to keep his distance, but the girl was always the first to approach him. And Cassis thought that for some time now, he himself wanted to be close to her, to talk and spend time. He remembered Paul's words. The servant was very happy that the boy had made such a devoted good friend. Cassis felt that Evelyn had become a very dear person to him in such a short time together. Elissa and her mother arrived at the temple. They were greeted by a priest who already knew the girl's story, and told them that the beast needed consecration, and asked them to give it to him every time Evelyn came here with her parents. All the temple employees were very kind. The cardinal was already waiting for the girl, and greeted her courteously when she entered the ceremony. Evelyn greeted His Eminence, who asked her to simply call him Antonio. The man smiled kindly, and said that the lady wouldn't have to call him by name often. He asked the little lady to stand in the middle of the hall and prepare for the consecration ceremony. The cardinal asked to place her hands on the cup. It was a sacred relic that could determine the amount of divine power in a person. Legend said that those born with divine power were tested here. Depending on the size of the power, anyone could follow the path of the priest and dedicate their life to serving in the temple. He said that if a lady puts her hands in the container, it will fill with water according to the amount of divine power. And there is nothing harmful to the human body in this. Most of the time, the thickness was barely half full, and there was not a single case where it filled to the brim. He asked the girl not to be angry if she did not have enough divine power, and that the priests would definitely help her. Evelyn raised her hands towards the relic, but before she could put her hands in the bowl, a strange light spread around her. The water filled to the brim in a second, and the lady did not notice how one of the employees took her hand before the water had time to overflow. Antonio said it was the first time he had seen this, and that it was more than enough to tame a magical beast. After some time, the consecration of the magical beast was completed, and the lady was asked to go towards the animal. The little animal was wet and incredibly cute. It immediately jumped into the girl's arms, and it seemed to complain that she dared to leave him alone. The priest said it was necessary to give the animal a name to speed up the taming process. Evelyn remembered that the hare liked carrots and suggested calling him Carrot. But the animal snorted angrily. It looked at the white bunny, thought for a while, and said he will call him Snort because he snorts constantly. The animal seemed to like that name much more, judging by his big eyes. And kind. After choosing the name, the little lady was asked to go to the ceremony in front of the sacred statue. According to history, the holy girl appeared several years ago and said that she had great foresight and divine power. Later, she became known as a saint who ascended to the rank of empress. The priest placed his hand on the girl's head and began to recite a prayer that was supposed to sanctify the vile evil creature with divine virtue. The temple official said that the ceremony was coming to an end, and that the only thing missing was to pronounce the name of the beast with divine power. The girl looked at the animal sitting in her arms, and suddenly said the name Ruby. The priest said that the ceremony was over, and the girl's divine power would no longer cause chaos. Although Evelyn had a decent amount of divine power, but she had no experience communicating with tamed animals. She needed to live in the temple for a month to be able to return home with a tamed animal. Time flew by. A month had already passed, but the girl felt like it was just yesterday she came up with a name for her new pet. A month later, Evelyn returned to her family, where she was warmly welcomed and believed that the little lady was fine. The maid smiled cheerfully upon seeing the girl and said she was very sad without her. But the one she most wanted to see and longed to meet was approaching her. It was Cassis, who since then had to walk with a crutch due to a broken leg. It was clear that the boy felt much better. He immediately threw the crutch aside and began to hug the young lady whom he missed so much. He listened to her heartbeat and realized that the boy must have experienced a real shock when the beast attacked them. The young man was still standing without a crutch and asked the girl to stay with him a little longer. He apologized and said he was so happy to see her that he could hug her forever. Soon little Alyssa burst through the door crying with happiness upon seeing her dear friend again. Evelyn laughed. Alyssa roared as if someone had died, and she asked her friend not to shed bitter tears. Alyssa was worried that the girl from that fateful day would give them a magic brooch that could protect them both. Elon was also very worried and blamed himself for not being there at that moment. But Evelyn held no one responsible and said that if the young man repents, he can send her a book about familiars and dragons when he returns to the capital. A familiar was the name given to a magical spirit that served witches and sorcerers who practiced magic. And the girl said that it seemed she had recently acquired a familiar. She said that on that day she received divine power, thanks to which the girl survived that day. Alice remembered that there was a bright golden light around the little lady. This was magical power. Evelyn picked up the animal to introduce her new magical pet to her friends. The children looked tenderly at the little animal, who at first glance captivated them with his kindness. Alyssa happily hugged her pet. But when Evelyn said that he was the same monster, the girl instantly threw the bunny away and screamed in fear. She got scared and begged her friend to get rid of the animal that had recently injured her. But the girl said the animal was no longer dangerous. The heroine said that on that day, unknowingly, she created a contract and lived in the temple for a whole month to resolve this issue. Elon said that Lady Evelyn is very brave and will probably become an important person in the empire in the future. The next day, Cassis wanted to do something nice for the girl and invited the gourmands to eat cake with him. Evelyn happily accepted the offer because she knew it was impossible to refuse a delicious cake. She eagerly ate a slice of strawberry cream cake. So Cassis immediately offered her his slice. The little lady smiled and said, "Now it's your turn to enjoy the delicious cake." Evelyn began to notice that after her trip to the temple, the boy became strangely very obedient and polite. She said he should eat more to recover soon and return to the capital. She suggested that Monty's is unlikely to suit him as a city now, and even she gets bored after the capital. But the boy's face changed instantly. He sadly looked away to the side and thought about something. Autumn finally arrived at the Monty's estate, filling everything around with a unique charm and a special atmosphere of peace and tranquility. In autumn, everything changed in nature. But this transition was beautiful and magical, like an invitation to an unprecedented holiday where every moment is filled with the miracle and the magic of autumn. More than 6 months have passed since Cassis first arrived in Monty's, but the parents were not in a hurry to take their son away. Evelyn often thought about this, and she wanted the young man to be happy and rejoice more every day spent here. Thanksgiving is approaching soon. On this day, it is customary to give thanks for an abundant year and share gifts with loved ones. Usually Thanksgiving is celebrated with family. But the girl was sure there would be no news from the capital, from the Urquio family. During the entire 6 months Cassis spent in Monty's, the news from his family could be counted on one hand, and none of them were written by his parents. Eveline said she would choose a card for Mom and Dad and suggested that the boy also buy Christmas cards for his parents. But she meant that the young man would probably refuse and suggested that today they go to a new dessert cafe that had opened nearby. Because the weather was simply wonderful for a walk, the girl was delighted and said she must quickly inform Alyssa so that she too could go try many delicacies with them. In honor of the Thanksgiving holiday, the entire city was cheerfully decorated with flags and colored lanterns. Alyssa had a lot to do, and the girl was not going with the boys, which made Cassis incredibly happy because he really wanted to spend time together. Evelyn wanted to go to the nearest department store to choose gifts for her parents. When the girl entered the store, for a long time, she couldn't take her eyes off the variety of beautiful things. Cassis asked them to concentrate because they definitely wouldn't be able to buy what they needed if they were constantly distracted. The boy took her hand to quickly go look at the postcards they had come for. Half an hour later, Evelyn was still looking at the beautiful cards, and she couldn't decide. She saw that the boy was worried, and to distract him from sad thoughts, she asked him to help her choose the cards. She quickly pointed out a couple of postcards. The girl bought them, and Cassis wanted to quickly leave the store. But suddenly, the boy stopped near an interesting pendant, and Evelyn noticed with what attention the boy was looking at it. The girl approached and saw that the boy apparently liked the pendant, since he had been standing next to it for so long. She said she also looked at this medallion and asked him who he wanted to give it to. Cassis frowned. It seemed he didn't want to tell the girl anything, and said he was just looking. Alyssa was released from her chores and was waiting for the boys at the new cafe to taste many cakes. He said that a merchant from the Ladium Kingdom passed by today. He brought some strange artifacts, and the ladies lingered for a while looking at them. Eveline's eyes lit up and asked enthusiastically if it was possible to invite the merchant to their estate. The girl's request was granted, and after a while Aldo, the owner of a small shop in the Ladium Kingdom, stood at the threshold of the estate and thanked him for the opportunity to visit the venerable family. You could buy anything from the merchant, from dream catchers that make beautiful dreams come true to bells, and luxurious carpets. Suddenly, Evelyn asked if the man had any artifacts for sale, and she would really like to take a look at them. Suddenly, the little lady's gaze fell upon an artifact that looked very similar to her dragon egg bobby. The merchant said it was a relic called a dragon egg incubator, and that it is used to make the baby dragon hatch from the egg faster. Evelyn was delighted. This incubator could be perfect for Bobby, and she reported that she was buying the product. The merchant said that, when the incubator is turned on, it is necessary to place a precious crystal in it that attracts magic around it and charges it with its energy. Cassis drew attention to the ring that the merchant offered to give away as a supplement for many purchases. Eveline told the boy that this ring is incredibly ancient and has a lot of history. The ring was popularly called Saint Lena's tear in honor of the girl to whom one of the few masterpieces of Master Fiend Suforin belonged. The ring was lost during an earthquake and now roams the world as a relic. Cassis asked if the little lady could tell the real price of the ring. But the lady did not know what to answer. In the Montes family, it was customary to give gifts every holiday. And Eveline was eager to surprise her mom and her dad. The parents looked joyfully at their beloved daughter and eagerly wanted to open the gift. The daughter looked at them with warmth in her heart and knew that this gift would not only remind them of their time together, but would also express her immense love and gratitude. The gift box contained magnificent matching brooches, and the daughter's gift became not just an item, but an invaluable symbol of their unbreakable connection and their eternal love. The girl saw Cassis standing to one side and happily said that she also had something for him. The girl nonchalantly pulled out a blue flower and pinned it in the boy's hair, who definitely did not expect such a gift. Eveline apologized for the joke, because she actually held a real gift in her hands. The boy opened the box and saw that same pendant. The girl said that later in the store. She stared at this pendant, so she decided to give it to him. The boy's reaction was strange, but suddenly he announced that he also had a surprise for the little lady. In a beautiful pink package was the exact same locket that she had just given to Cassis. She looked at the boy with eyes full of kindness and realized that at that moment in the department store, he was looking for a pendant for her. The matching lockets were not just things. They were the guardians of secrets and desires of two hearts forever connected to each other, and the promise of eternal love and fidelity, even when lovers had to be separated. And even if the lockets were physically separated, they were always one, reminding their owners of the unbreakable bond that will unite them forever. Eveline looked at Cassis in surprise, who was a little embarrassed, and looked in another direction. The next morning, the girl was sitting near the incubator with a dragon egg, the color of which had significantly lightened. They say that the color of dragon eggs fades as the time for hatching approaches. So the item she bought from the merchant definitely worked. And Eveline eagerly awaited the birth of her new pet. The girl was in a hurry for a meeting scheduled for the afternoon and told Ruby to stay at home, since Lady Alyssa didn't like him very much. She promised to return soon. She told him to behave well and not do anything unpleasant. But the restless hare did not listen to the lady, and shortly after she left, she decided to play with the egg in the crystal incubator. The next minute, a roar was heard throughout the room, and a crack appeared in the dragon egg lying on the floor. At that moment, Alyssa was in a hurry to show Eveline something she hadn't shown anyone before. They entered the room. On a table under a crystal, there was a mysterious pink book that, according to Alyssa, was the oldest document written in an ancient language. It turned out that the document was a real personal diary from Eveline's past life. The girl hoped that it was very possible that the diary simply had a similar design, and she didn't fully believe that the book actually belonged to her in a past life. She picked up the book and asked her friend for permission to look at the mysterious relic. From the first page, Eveline immediately understood that this was her personal diary, that she wrote with her own hands. Alyssa did not expect to see her friend's strange reaction, and she was worried if everything was fine with the girl. The girl admitted that the text was written in an incomprehensible language, and that she couldn't read what was written there. Eveline assumed that the novel took place in another country, so Alyssa cannot read the Korean text of the diary. She had heard that objects from the real world often turned up as relics, and she was sure it was full of things from her past life. And it was a world that the other heroes didn't even know about. Eveline wanted to get the diary, and offered to exchange Alyssa's father's item for an ancient map that the male had long wished to receive. The girl promised to ask her dad first. He was very enthusiastic about the document, and she said that there was a possibility that he might not agree to the exchange. But still, it was worth asking. The assessor said that the diary text resembled a collection of poetry, because the sentence endings were always the same, and suggested that they could be poems with a secret meaning. And profound, but Ellen knew for sure that there was no deep meaning in her notes. You never know that sentence endings are similar, except that the director's curse is included, whom she hated in a past life. But this can hardly be called poetry. And the girl decided to do everything in her power to get her diary and use it to light the room's fireplace. A lot of mana had accumulated in Cassis's body. Recently, the number of attacks had decreased, but the absorption rate into the body had doubled. In order not to create situations like that time in the forest with the beast, the boy now had to eliminate mana more frequently. The boy understood that increasing the mana absorption rate was always a bad sign. Paul reported that Urquio's father did not convey any information to his son when sending him the magical devices. Cassis lay in bed and considered himself a fool because he still hoped to receive at least some news from his family. But it was all in vain. Today at the estate, all the maids were in a great mood because they received nice gifts for Thanksgiving. Cassis reflected. Monty's manor was an incredible place where they could cry and laugh together, even if it didn't really matter. And this house was very different from the Urquio castle, where it was always quiet and lifeless. He took out the amulet that Evelyn had given him. This little object was of great importance to him. He thought most likely Evelyn doesn't know. Exchanging identical lockets is a popular way to confess in the capital. If she keeps his portrait in a locket and gives it to her partner, even when they are separated, they will always remember each other. And judging by the girl's reaction, she didn't know, and if she had known, they most likely would have reached a dead end. And in that case, she would have refused the gift. Several thoughts swirled in the boy's head, but he did everything possible to drive them away and not worry. But now he could no longer deny the fact that he liked a girl who was fearless and approached strangers without fear. For the sake of others, she attacks people of higher status than herself without fear. She empathizes with the pain of others and pities all kind people with all her childish soul and sincere. And for this small, brave girl, whose name is Evelyn Monstera, he felt the most wonderful feelings. She conquered him with her kindness and her cheerful and carefree smile that brightened her cute face every day. Evelyn walked down the hallway, holding in her hands that mysterious relic written in an ancient language. She looked at the diary and remembered the most difficult moments of her life when she worked as a kindergarten teacher. It wasn't her plan to spend the night at Alyssa's house to convince the male. But in any case, the transaction for the exchange for the ancient map was successful. And the personal diary now belonged to her again. And now the little lady intended to say goodbye to him once and for all, leaving the unfortunate story of her life in the fire. But the young lady was a little hesitant. She had found it with such difficulty, and probably should read it first before burning it. The first story told how she rejoiced for a new day without a boss and without children. When she got home, she was going to order chicken with beer and buy a lottery ticket, because she always dreamed of her own house. But they paid very little in the kindergarten, and buying a house with that money was simply unrealistic. Evelyn felt like she had buried a time capsule as a child, and now she was recovering it as an adult. This diary was the only testament to her past life, and the girl felt sorry for destroying the records. Anyway, no one could read it. And for the locals, this book was just a souvenir in an incomprehensible language. Suddenly little Ruby galloped towards her. The animal was noticeably nervous and tried to tell the lady something. From her sad look, it was clear that the bunny had definitely done something and was afraid of punishment. The little lady clenched her fists, and she had no idea what to expect from such a cute bunny. Suddenly, a maid with an excited look opened the door and addressed the girl. She said that something like an explosion happened in the greenhouse. The knights went to find out what happened, so the lady should stay in her room for a while. But Evelyn didn't listen to her and rushed hastily towards the greenhouse door. The girl understood that something might have happened to Bobby. But everything was fine until Alyssa arrived. She approached the greenhouse, around which the knights were running screaming about a terrible, fearsome dragon. The lady called the dragon by name. And after a couple of minutes, a small black dragon with beautiful bright yellow eyes flew towards her. Its scaly body shimmered in the sun, reflecting the rays of light and creating the impression of a powerful creature. It spread its wings with a flourish and straightened up. It was a majestic creature hidden inside the egg for so long. And now it was ready to conquer the sky and the earth. Bobby was an incredibly sweet dragon. It immediately flew towards Evelyn and recognized its beloved owner. One of the knights ran horrified towards the girl, fearing that the sinister dragon would bite her. But the lady said that this small black animal was just her pet Bobby, and that nothing bad would happen to him. While the baby was hatching and trying to perform its first flight, naturally, it managed to break the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. And this was definitely a problem. The lady thought that the baby had woken up and was afraid that the owner was not nearby. That's why it is now trying to convey its feelings with sounds. And the lady understood him perfectly. Bobby flew away, and a few minutes later brought little Ruby to the girl, who started all the fuss with the unplanned hatching. The girl saw that the incubator was lying on the floor and broken, and realized that Ruby seemed to have touched the egg while it was in the incubator. But fortunately, it turned out that Bobby really liked Ruby, and the pets quickly became friends. Cassie heard a loud noise and strange and came to ask if the young lady was all right. Evelyn held in her hands a beautiful and small dragon, and with eyes full of joy and happiness, she rushed to show the pet to her friend. She said that the baby had finally hatched from the black egg and invited the boy to touch the cute creature. Cassis extended his hand to pet the dragon, but little Bobby got scared and bit the stranger. The scratch was small, but the young lady was still worried that scars might remain on the boy's beautiful hands. But the boy was very small, and if the wound was treated properly, scars most likely would not remain. Evelyn decided to take responsibility and rushed to call the doctor first. But the boy didn't understand what responsibility Evelyn decided to take now. She left the injured Cassis alone with the animal, and he thought that the girl was probably very scared. Bobby circled the boy's head. He assumed that the dragon was simply protecting its lover and was simply trying to warn him not to touch the little lady. After some time, Evelyn got angry over an important issue. She had told the boy a little earlier to wait in the room, but he left, and while the lady with the medicine was looking for him, the start of emergency treatment was delayed. The lady was very worried about the boy's health, because any injury, even a small one, could cause great harm to his condition. She was worried that scars might remain on the boy's hand, and considered herself a bad owner of the dragon that dared to bite the boy. She understood that she had to be very careful, and that it was difficult for a dragon to be so devoted. The lady said something about a comfortable life, but the boy didn't understand at all what she meant, and what his injury had to do with it. She admitted that she simply enjoys taking care of the boy, and that's why she worries so much. The girl leaned close to the boy, but suddenly he told her that the young lady should not come so close, because he didn't know how to react. There was a strange noise behind the door. The heroine turned around and saw the little magical Ruby. It was Bobby's tricks. The girl ordered the dragon to wait in the greenhouse. At that moment, he was forbidden to approach Cassis after the bite. So the lady asked the playful pet to stop teasing Ruby and behave with dignity. Cassis looked at the dragon, but wasn't angry at all because the baby had bitten him recently. Suddenly, the boy approached the lady holding little Ruby in her arms. He grabbed the window handle and closed it. He placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked her to spend some time with him. The angry dragon hit the street glass, watching how the boy approached his owner. And he was very nervous. On a dark night, the majestic lady sat in her office and waited for news from her servant. A subject in white gloves stood in front of the lady and asked her why she called him. The lady said she was soon going to visit Monty's on an important occasion and asked Gilbert to prepare everything for the trip. Evelyn was sitting in the room with the servants. Paul said that the Duchess of Urquio was personally going to visit Monty's and wanted to see the young lady one last time. The girl thought about it. The Duchess's personal visit was unexpected. Paul suggested that perhaps the lady wanted to personally praise the girl for her care. Or maybe she just wanted to see her son. The little lady didn't understand why the mother needed a special excuse to see her own son. Paul asked if the young lady might want to bring the young master back to the capital. Evelyn was upset because the day of Cassis's separation was approaching soon, and she felt very bad about that news. The boy was very angry when they met, but for some reason, the girl felt empty thinking about the impending separation. It seemed that she had become very attached to the boy during this time. Paul asked if the girl was sad, thinking that Cassis would soon have to leave for the capital. But the little lady turned away and refused. On the same night, the news of the Duchess's visit arrived. Cassis suffered another terrible attack. The girl tried to cheer up the boy and told him that she could cry for him if he hurt himself again. The young man felt bad, but the young lady's support helped him, and her cheerful and bright smile. Evelyn was always very worried when the boy had seizures, and she was with him at all times. She asked him if he would meet his mother soon, and if he missed his family very much. It was impossible to understand from the subtle expression on the boy's face. He seemed happy, but at the same time afraid of something. He admitted there was a strange feeling that there was something he missed even more. He suddenly asked if Evelyn wanted the young master to get better and recover soon. Evelyn threw a rag soaked in water onto the boy's forehead to cool the heat, and was indignant at how he dared to ask her such questions, because she really wanted the boy to feel well. He said he wanted to be sick forever, just to stay at the Montez estate with his family. The heroine knew very well that the boy now thinks and says that, but he will leave soon and forget that sweet Evelyn was in his life. From the beginning, Evelyn Monstra was only a childhood friend for a while, just a supporting character in the original who was only an extra. The girl admitted that her parents pray for his health, but those words can sadden them. And as soon as the boy returns to the capital, he will immediately forget about her. He looked at the little lady with eyes full of faith and hope and said that he would never forget her. Cassis promised that he would remember all the wonderful and precious moments he spent with Evelyn. The girl did not expect such revelations from the modest Cassis. She said nothing and ran out of the bedroom, leaving the boy alone. Evelyn ran down the hallway, tormented by strange thoughts about her friend, and didn't even notice how she bumped into the maid. She looked at the girl and said that the young lady's face was very red and burning, that it was very possible that the young lady had a fever, and that a doctor needed to be called. May insisted that the lady immediately go to her room and wait for the doctor to examine her and make a diagnosis. The doctor said that the girl had a slight cold and promised to prescribe medication that would help her feel better quickly. Maid May was indignant. The girl smiles sweetly every time in an awkward position when she wants to avoid answering a question. May promised that she would bring water and sweets. The lady needed to take medicine. She lay down on her bed and thought, how nice it is to be sick when everyone takes care of you. The next day, Evelyn had the worst fever of her life. The young lady had absolutely no vitality, and she constantly slept while sick. Sometimes, upon opening her eyes, she saw Mom or Dad, who were very worried, and often came to see how their daughter was doing. One night she woke up and even saw sad Cassis in front of her, who also often came to visit his sick friend. After some time, the fever finally subsided, and little Miss finally managed to wake up and open her eyes. Evelyn always felt ill at the end of autumn due to her long illness. The girl developed an intense drowsiness, so she spent all her time in bed. She was dozing and suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was Cassis, but it was strange that he came at that moment. The girl understood that they had lost time to talk, and she pretended to be asleep because she wanted to avoid a serious conversation. Usually, when Cassis was sick, he would take a wet rag and wipe her face. And now the boy was doing the same next to her bed with a sense of care and responsibility. In general, according to the novel's plot, Cassis was older than Evelyn, but due to her memory of her past life, he was always perceived as younger. For the first time in his life, Cassis felt how pleasant it was to take care of a loved one. Soon Evelyn began to feel well, and finally got up from bed on her own. She went out into the hallway and saw an incredible amount of gift boxes. It turned out that all the gifts were sent by the Duchess of Urquio, who, in this way, tried to show generosity on behalf of her family. But Evelyn had no idea what to do with such a quantity of gifts. The little lady was greeted by the butler of Duke Urquio and said that he was very happy to meet her. He said that the Duchess had asked him to convey that she would be grateful if the little lady accepted her small gesture of sincerity. The girl asked if the Duchess had already arrived, but the maid whispered, while the lady was sick. And in bed, they received a letter from the Duchess saying that she would not visit the mansion, but would go directly to the temple. The story was strange, but they say it was due to the girl's pure faith. So Evelyn asked how long the Duchess planned to stay at the temple, but the butler could not give an exact answer. The image of Paul and butler Gilbert was very different. Although both served the same duke, the butler said he had delivered all the gifts, and that he was about to leave. But the lady asked him if he would like to come in and greet Cassis. Gilbert refused, and the lady realized that throughout his childhood, the boy grew up in an environment where cold indifference reigned instead of deserved love and tenderness. At their first meeting, little Cassis wanted to pretend to be an adult. Paul said that now the boy is unlikely to feel so lonely because he has Miss Evelyn, who will always support and care for him. She went to the bedroom and tried to wake the boy by calling him coward and slacker. Evelyn invited Cassis to unpack the gifts together. The boy was always surprised how she enjoyed even the most insignificant little things. The girl asked if they could go together, holding hands, and surprisingly, the boy happily accepted her offer. She was very scared and too worried that he would be disappointed again by the news that his mother hadn't come. But Cassis tried to smile and be happy. Alyssa ran to the estate gate and asked if her friend was feeling better after a serious illness. She was not happy to see Cassis, who reprimanded her because the lady was completely rebellious and was breaking into someone else's house without an invitation. With Alyssa's arrival, the situation became tense, and they seemed to strongly dislike each other from the first meeting. Evelyn said that Cassis should not communicate in that tone, and she couldn't understand why the boy was constantly rude to Alyssa. If you think about it, the young master had been living on the estate for 6 months, but there was still nothing between him and Alyssa except aggression and hatred. Even if Evelyn made changes to the plot, there might have been too many. Maybe all because she later gave her friend a protective amulet. Or Cassis simply didn't have the right opportunity to get to know the lady better. If so, after leaving for the capital, Cassis will never return to Monty's. And if they don't get along, it is unclear what will happen to Alyssa in the future. Evelyn felt guilty for the fate of the heroes and hugged her friend tightly with words of forgiveness. Alyssa held a large jar of lemonade in her hands. They say this drink is good for colds, so the girl brought it to Ellen to get better quickly. The little lady promised that she would definitely drink the healing drink. The jar was heavy, so Cassis quickly took it from the girl's hands. He took her hand and reminded her that they were going to open the gifts. and look at them together, but Alyssa wanted to go with the boys. And Evelyn found herself between two fires again, who constantly fought over the right to be with her. It was fun to watch their love triangle. And the maid laughed because it seemed the young lady had been arrested by her friends. The children were in the room with a pile of gifts, feeling incredible happiness to have so much joy in front of them. Instead of rejoicing, Alyssa remained sadly confused and silent in front of a huge pile of gifts. Evelyn understood that the girl was upset, so she approached her friend and whispered quietly that her lemonade made her much happier than all the gifts. She smiled and said the lady herself personally made lemonade for her. And the main thing in the gift was not the content, but the soul put into it. Alyssa was delighted and said she made lemonade especially for her friend, wishing her a speedy recovery. So it was a very sincere gift. Her family was not as rich as Urquio's, but they always treated Evelyn with warmth. So the girl asked if she and Elon were really better than Urquio. Cassis intervened in their conversation and shouted that he had to see Elon, who had nothing to do with Evelyn. Alyssa stated that Elon was also from the poem family. That's why she mentioned him. And if the boy was embarrassed by the mention of his brother, it was purely personal matters. Evelyn was tired of listening to their bickering. She asked them to shut up and didn't understand how someone could argue over such nonsense. Suddenly, Alice asked a question that instantly put the little lady in a difficult position. The lady asked her to choose between her brother and Cassis. Evelyn thought the question was stupid. It was the same as choosing between mom or dad. She meant that she liked both boys. But Alyssa interrupted her and forbade her from saying she liked both. The girl thought that Cassis was not interested in this topic and was ready to choose Elon to calm down her friend. But the boy was strangely silent and looked at the little lady as if waiting for whom she would choose. Evelyn was confused. If she answered incorrectly now, a disaster could occur in their communication. So the lady decided to cheat a little and said that she liked Alyssa more than all the boys. Alyssa was delighted, hugged her friend, and told her nothing can be done as the lady likes her so much. Now she is her only responsibility. Evelyn brought a cart with food for the dragon Bobby to the greenhouse where her beloved pet lived. The little dragon rejoiced every time the owner approached him and brought him a gift. She was indignant because without her presence, the pet didn't eat well, and said that next time she would be angry if Bobby was just as hungry. Suddenly, Cassis silently entered the greenhouse and politely greeted the little lady. Evelyn screamed, "The boy is now doing something stupid because he is in the danger zone for Bobby, who bit him last time." The girl didn't have time to pick up the dragon, who immediately noticed the boy and flew towards him. He closed his eyes, but when he opened them, he saw Bobby sitting on the boy's shoulder and that he wouldn't bite him anymore. The lady was very scared and asked how the boy did it, because the dragon always got angry in her presence. Cassis took out the amulet and said, "All this is thanks to the magic circle." It turned out that the young master asked to put magic into the medallion, so Bobby doesn't bite now. The girl called the amulet disposable, but the young man was indignant and said that his gift could not be disposable. She strictly ordered Bobby not to hurt the young master under any circumstances. It turned out that the boy only came to show her the medallion, and at the same time check if it worked correctly. She asked him if the boy had come to see her, or if he had come to show off. The girl's question seemed to put the boy in a strange confusion, and he didn't know how to answer her now. Most likely, he expected praise for the idea of sealing magic into the pendant, and the lady admired his action. She suggested that the young lady do the same in case she went to the capital, or something happened to her. Although nothing compares to the capital, life in Montes is also very good. But Evelyn would not like to take that thorny path. But suddenly, the young man asked if the young lady dreamed of debuting in the capital. The debut was the first official visit to the secular world. All the girls in the capital and from other cities dreamed of the romance of a luxurious reception at the capital's palace. And the first dance with an attractive partner. In the novel, Cassis takes Alyssa with him as a princess and pairs up with her in a luxurious debut. Then, Evelyn was surprised to cut Alice's Christmas costume with scissors out of jealousy. So the lady fell out of favor. The girl confidently said that she is not interested in that romance, and that she is not thinking about debuting. Cassis seemed very surprised to hear this, because all girls from childhood only dream of a luxurious debut. Evelyn laughed at the boy's strange reaction and asked him why he was so surprised now by what he heard. He gathered courage and admitted that he actually wanted to offer the girl to become his partner. For some reason, Cassis really wanted to see a luxurious celebration on the occasion of the young lady's coming of age. He said that he dreams of seeing beautiful Evelyn walking in a gorgeous dress right towards him. The girl shouted that she was not going to participate in this, and that she didn't like such parties. The young lady suddenly trembled, and she herself didn't understand why she was shouting so angrily now. Cassis insisted that since the lady wants him to recover quickly, he, in turn, dreams of her luxurious debut in the capital. And when she recovers, she will definitely become his partner at the debut gala reception. Evelyn spoke. Although she is worried about the boy, she actually just wants him to be well. But Cassis replied that if she became his debut partner, the lady would become the most beautiful flower among high society people. Evelyn did not want to make promises she could not keep. But the young man promised he intends to keep his word. The boy's condition had not been very good lately, and the lady knew it very well. But she said that, if he has plans for the future, he most likely has the strength to live. Evelyn risked it and made a promise she probably wouldn't keep. But this time, the promise was a kind of concern. She tried to convince herself that she was just comforting the boy now, and that this promise would not carry any serious responsibility. The girl looked at the kind eyes and sincere of the boy and tried not to attach much importance to today's conversation. The next morning, Evelyn was eating delicious strawberry ice cream when she learned that Dad had gone to the Gizia temple with Cassis. The maid said that the Duchess wished to see the master in person. The message arrived this afternoon. She suggested that perhaps the young master was worried, and his father went with him to be calm. But despite all the maid's conjectures, Evelyn was tormented by a strange bad premonition. Count of Monstra, a loyal family man who loves his daughter. But there was a flaw in his ideal image. This flaw is called a business maniac. His investments were always successful. He developed his business, but a problem arose. The Count finally signed a contract with the Urquio family to solve the economic problem. But this subsequently led to the ruin of the family. Evelyn wanted to know about the problem, but the only clue she had was the connection with the relic dump. The girl suddenly jumped off her chair and realized that now she would have to solve this problem. Evelyn approached her father, who had just gotten out of the shower, and began to admire his scent. The father assumed that the girl had eaten too many sweets and was gaining weight, but said he needed to work hard to buy the lady many sweets. The girl didn't really like that Dad was constantly missing work, so she said she liked it very much when Dad was home. She asked him if he was really going to the temple soon, and tried to ask him to go with him under the pretext that she wanted to see the first snowfall. But in reality, her main desire was to preserve the family wealth. Evelyn was not going to resort to this method. But there was no way out. She put on a sweet face and said she just wanted to be with her dad, that he was the best dad in the world. And her father instantly agreed to take his daughter with him, unable to resist her charm. The next day the weather was good. Cassis, the maid, and Evelyn walked through the colorful autumn forest. Before visiting Hija, they had one last autumn picnic in Mori Forest to enjoy the remaining warm days. Evelyn took all the pets and ordered Bobby to play in sight and not fly too far. The baby dragon still had the intention to bite the boy, but the lady was strict and asked him to play calmly with Ruby. The picnic included delicious sandwiches that Me prepared with much love and care. There was a lot of food, but Cassis stole the carrots again and gave them to little Ruby. The meal ended, and Evelyn lay on the rug with a happy face and said she had eaten too much. She invited Cassis to lie down next to her and contemplate the beautiful blue sky. The boy resisted and believed that if you lie down immediately after eating, you can get indigestion. But the lady persuaded him, because the mood changes immediately after eating. She shared that she wanted to show the boy bright autumn landscapes before winter arrived. A couple of minutes later, Evelyn lay with her eyes closed. It was clear that the girl had fallen asleep after a hearty outdoor lunch. Cassis looked at the unusual young lady. Then he took a lock of her hair and thought that he would also like to have it in his hands. Maid May arrived and was surprised to see the girl sleeping. But the young man asked to let her sleep and not to wake the young lady. Evelyn woke up from a strange sound and from the fact that someone was tickling her nose very hard at that moment. She accidentally hit a parrot that had unexpectedly arrived. And it was very strange to see a bird in the forest. An unknown young man approached them and asked them if they had seen a parrot here. He said that the parrot talked and could tell strangers bad things about its owner. The gentleman said that he raised a parrot and recently ate something and flew away in an unknown direction. They took the parrot Jack out of the basket, who was indignant that his owner was not feeding him well. Evelyn offered to invite the unknown young man to sandwiches if he was hungry, but the young man politely refused. He said he had already caused trouble for the children and that he couldn't invade the food. But sweet Evelyn cannot be refused, and the boy happily ate the delicious sandwich. It turned out that on the way the young man was attacked by a robber, and he took all his money. But thanks to the kind children, he can feed himself now. The stranger shared that he was going to meet a friend in Gizia and offered to take them, having learned that they were also going there. But Cassis was suspicious and did not want to believe the stranger. He frowned and said a lady must be careful and not believe everyone. Paul and May agreed with Cassis's words and suggested that the girl should pay the taxi driver instead of traveling with a stranger. Evelyn still insisted on giving money to the gentleman who was in trouble, regardless of whether he was lying or not. The young man thanked them for their good conversation and help, and the lady wished him a good trip. Cassis was still standing with a serious look and said, "There is no need to be so kind to all strangers." The lady was indignant and asked if the biggest beneficiary should say such a thing. But she immediately admitted it was a joke. But the vulnerable boy was already offended by the young lady's words. At the end of the picnic, they met a strange man. But the girl wanted this day to become a good memory for Cassis. The next day, Evelyn, her father, and Cassis arrived at the Hasia temple and were greeted by the maid Roxy, who introduced herself and said she would take care of the guests. While the Duchess was in the prayer room, those present were asked to wait a little, and Cassis seemed very upset lately. He said he was not worried, but little Miss knew that the boy was worried and tried to cheer him up. She made a face and said, "Cassis, I haven't seen your mother in a long time. And if you're not so strict and smile sweetly, your mother will respond the same way to you." After some time, they were informed that Madame Duchesse had arrived and was ready to receive the guests. Finally, the venerable Duchess appeared before them. Her eyes were clear and bright. The scent of a rare perfume filled the air, and her steps were light and graceful, like a dance filling the air with grace and sophistication. The Duchess greeted everyone with a smile, emitting the light and warmth of a noble soul. Evelyn's father introduced himself first and apologized because he and the children had just arrived. The Duchess looked at the girl, who couldn't take her eyes off the lady's beauty. Evelyn heard that the venerable lady was already old, but she looked very young and fresh. She gave a completely different impression, but Cassis was incredibly similar to his mother. Evelyn tried to regain her senses and greeted the lady and was moved to see how beautiful Elena's daughter was. She was Evelyn's mother's friend, and they often have tea together when she comes to the capital. The lady looked at her son and said, "You have grown a lot during this time." But the boy was even afraid to look at her. He asked to call his mother and said that Cliff told him that attacks had become more frequent. The Duchess said she was looking for a cure and asked her son to be a little more patient. Evelyn looked at Cassis with sad eyes and understood that this was expected. But she still considered that conversation too sad and cold for relatives who hadn't seen each other in a long time. A little girl sat by the window, staring in amazement at the fluffy snowflakes dancing in a frozen waltz behind the glass. Her eyes sparkled with joy and admiration as each snowflake slowly fell to the ground, creating a gleaming blanket of whiteness. Silence reigned outside the window, interrupted only by the whisper of the snow under the footsteps of passers-by. And Evelyn contemplated the falling snowflakes, as if trying to breathe all this winter fairy tale into her heart. The day after meeting the Duchess, the first snowfall fell upon the surprising young lady of Jisia, and the girl's soul filled with pure joy, and inexhaustible from the snowy miracle outside the window, which gave her hopes of new adventures and fairy tale moments. The maid was worried that it was unlikely they could leave today, because it was snowing heavily outside. Her father was talking about something with the priest, who was at that moment in the consecration ceremony of the magical beast. Dad, with a cheerful smile, picked up his daughter in his arms and cheerfully told her that he would soon earn a lot of money. He confirmed that it had been snowing all day, and that they would most likely have to stay here for now to wait for the snowfall to pass. Evelyn wondered what strange deals her father had with that young priest. It turned out that the father accidentally got lucky finding an interesting product for business, and the lady felt that it looked somewhat sinister. According to the father, in the kingdom of Radium, there is a place considered a relic dump, and the girl immediately realized that this is the dump that would later become their ruin and leave you penniless to live. Evelyn saw that her father was very obsessed with this idea, and she had to somehow get him out of the whirlwind of future lack of money. It was told to him by someone named Boris, who helped last time, and the little lady immediately disliked him from the first encounter. And now he was the bomb that would lead her father to ruin. Evelyn stood on the street and looked at the huge snowflakes that continued to sweep everything around them. The first snowfall, which she thought would fall for a moment, was not going to stop, and that's why they stayed at the temple. But all this time, the girl did not stand idly by, but tried to find out who that Boris was. She had to leave Cassis alone every time to chase Boris, and this turned out to be very difficult. Today the servants went to the chapel again, but only priests could enter there, so there was no way to follow Boris. The girl was worried. The day was in vain again, and she never learned anything new about the strange Boris. Suddenly, the same blue-haired boy appeared in front of her, who then ran away without saying his name. He said they should be careful and hide behind the wall of passing temple employees. The girl heard everyone pass. She looked at the stranger and asked him to let her go. Evelyn said she helped him out of fear of getting into trouble because visits are strictly prohibited. She asked what the boy's name was, because last time he ran away and didn't even introduce himself. So the girl tried to ask for his name, but he was so scared that he couldn't utter a word. The boy kept apologizing, but the young lady threatened him to say his name. The teenager looked away embarrassed and said his name is Aphelios. He admitted that the magical fairy was the first person who asked him his name and met him. The lady understood. No one had ever asked the boy's name, and she had no idea how he had lived with him for so many years. Evelyn introduced herself and said she lives in Montes and came here with her family for important matters. The boy has recently been living here at the training center and is a junior novice of the temple. The lady remembered that when she asked Antonio. He definitely said that such a boy did not exist among the novices. And now it has become completely incomprehensible why Aphelios says one thing and the cardinal says something completely different. He said that before the boy lived in an orphanage, but recently moved to the training center. and was assigned a mentor who oversees him. The girl finally found a way to enter the chapel and asked a favor of her new acquaintance. She whispered in his ear that she wanted to sneak into the chapel without being seen and find a person who could do a bad deed. Evelyn tried to bribe the boy with treats, which she promised to bring him at the next meeting if he fulfilled her request. It was strange for the boy to hear that the girl would come here again for him. In the afternoon, a service is held in the temple. At the end of the service, the man offered to quietly open the door and enter the chapel. The lady thanked the boy for agreeing to help and called him Eiffel, after which the young man's face changed noticeably. No one had ever called him that, but the boy liked it and soon smiled. The heroine did not expect him to like the new name so much, but she understood that the teenager lived in an orphanage and clearly missed human warmth. Eiffel was 12 years old, and this innocent boy who believed in fairies was the same age as Cassis. Evelyn admitted that she was sure they were the same age, and that she had previously addressed him as the younger one. It was noticeable that the boy was very happy to meet Lady Evelyn and smiled cheerfully. Something strange was happening in the chapel. A stranger with a parrot, whom the lady had met in the forest during a picnic, secretly entered. The talking parrot was indignant. Boris dared to steal the research and said Boris might at any moment run into a boy who shouldn't be here. The young man tried to calm Jack down and told him that he was not here to argue with Boris. The materials he took were wrong, and the guy was going to tell about it. But the parrot was against such a deal. But if he didn't tell, many people could get hurt, and it was necessary to prevent a fatal mistake. Boris at that moment was talking with the priest, who asked him if he was really going to receive the patronage of Count Monstera. From Boris's conversation with the priests, it became clear that he was tired of pleasing mid-ranking nobles, and that he was going to leave the temple. Walking down a quiet hallway, suddenly they saw a young man with a parrot. They became cautious and asked how he got here. The boy saw Boris and was about to talk to him like an old good friend, and he was sure that he would be heard. But Jack immediately bumped into the priest, who had stolen important documents and was not in the mood for polite communication. Boris shouted loudly he had no idea where he was and called the guy a rogue. Edward said he needed to talk, but the man called the guards and told them that an intruder had entered the chapel. At that moment, Evelyn was hiding under the table and saw everything that was happening in the chapel between Boris and Edward. The news that the men knew each other and had some common affairs worried the young lady, who decided to follow the guards, who were leading the young man by the arms. Evelyn silently ran out of the chapel and tried not to lose sight of the guards and the young man. She saw how they led him to the temple prison, from where the young man definitely would not get out for some time, and she couldn't lose the important clue she had just found. Evelyn caught up with them and loudly addressed the gentleman leading Edward to prison. The girl put on the saddest face and asked for help as her friend was very sick, and she didn't know who to turn to. She came up with a story that they were playing in the area. A friend fainted, and they urgently needed a person to carry him. The priest understood that she was talking about the young Duke of Urquio, and he knew that he definitely had to focus his attention on the high-status boy. She argued that if something happened to him, who would be responsible? And the priest fell for her tricks, leaving Edward alone with the parrot. He had to slightly tarnish Cassis's name. It was a little difficult to go out and lie to the lady. It was not easy at all. He hoped that Edward would be saved, and soon ran in his pursuit, and found the guy hiding around the corner. Edward thanked Evelyn, but it seemed that Jack got injured after Boris hit the parrot with his hand. Evelyn suggested going to the temple, where an excited maid was already waiting for her, who said that everyone was very worried. The lady apologized and said that she supposedly got lost while walking near the temple, and Edward was there and helped the little lady get to the temple. She asked the maid to bring some food and said that she and Edward needed to discuss something important. After a while, she and Edward were sitting at the table, and the young man was offered to enjoy a delicious mushroom soup. Evelyn always tried to feed everyone because she knew that hunger was very difficult to endure. Edward took a piece of baguette and said that it reminded him of his friendship with Boris. Once in childhood, they ate bread together. That looked like a stone, but later it turned out to be very tasty for the children. It turns out that Edward and Boris endured moments of hunger together. But now Boris simply stopped communicating with him. In fact, Boris secretly sold Edward's research data and then ran away. Edward was once a geography teacher at Radium College. The materials stolen by Boris were materials about a relic scrapyard that the young man had been working on for many years. Because Boris sold the materials to a rival school, Edward lost all his investments, his job, and owed a lot of money. After the investigation, it turned out that the material transferred to the rival school was a copy. Maybe the original is still with Boris. The young man traveled to Kissia to report the news that the research hypothesis was not confirmed. And Evelyn was shocked by what she heard. With these materials, it is impossible to find a real relic dump. The young man discovered this fact and was simply adding data. But Boris didn't realize it. It turns out that all the information provided by Boris is false. And only Edward knows where the real relic dump is. The relic dump, which can be predicted from the existing data, is a cave in Darium, according to the young man's observations. It was dangerous there, and people's deaths during excavations should not be allowed. So people could suffer from incorrect data. Edward's research data with a false hypothesis. The relic dump that Boris is thinking about. A natural disaster that will destroy Evelyn's father's business. Combining all this, we get a big business that can destroy the monster a family. Edward said that he intended to leave a letter about false data. There was no other way. Evelyn said that her father is very interested in the relic dump, and that they are just looking for a scientist who is well-versed in this, and offered the young man to return his salvation right now and help his family, so no one would suffer from Boris's misinformation, and it would help his father's business not collapse. A girl walked out onto the street on a bright winter day. The snow crunched under her boots, and the smell of fresh snow was in the air. A smile appeared on her face as she began to sculpt a snowman. Her ice friend stood before her in all his glory, like a fairy tale character coming to life. And in that magical moment, the girl felt that winter could be as fabulous and magical as never before. As soon as the new day arrived, the lady quickly introduced her new acquaintance, Edward, to her father. At first, her father was suspicious of his appearance, but when Edward explained who he was and told him the information about the dump, her father listened to him very seriously. Although Evelyn was not present during the conversation, she knew that everything definitely went well. The little lady stood near the snowman and, upon hearing footsteps, she called Eiffel. But it was Cassis, who carefully held 2 mugs with a hot drink in his hands. The boy was indignant. Lately, the little lady constantly disappeared somewhere and suggested that she was going out with that boy. He asked not to insult the boy who, according to her, helped them a lot with household chores, and asked them for a cup of hot chocolate. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a happy boy named Eiffel appeared and cheerfully greeted Evelyn. He apologized for being late and said that he was busy with matters with the mentor who called him. Cassis looked at the boy with a cold expression and asked him if he was her new friend. Evelyn wanted to hear the discontent, and with a smile introduced Cassis, whom the boy had seen that time, but had not had time to meet. Cassis called him a crybaby, and the lady was indignant because the boy constantly spoils the atmosphere and complains like a grandfather. Evelyn did not understand why the boy reacted so strongly to new acquaintances, and then got offended. So she decided to calm the situation down and suggested that the 3 of them play together so that the boys could become friends. She was going to play hide-and-seek and asked Cassis to count to 100 and then start searching. Evelyn was amused by Cassis's childish insults, who simply did not want to play. But now he stands up and counts obediently. She asked Eiffel to run. And hide too. But the boy thought he would hide with the young lady. And got scared. The girl hid under the porch. And sat on a haystack. But she didn't want Cassis to find her first. And decided to hide deeper. But there was something soft under the hay. And the little lady suddenly fell somewhere. Duchess Urquio sat at the table. And excitedly awaited important news from the cardinal. She recently sent him a letter saying that there was a way to cure her son's illness. He said that mana insensitivity occurs because a person can stop feeling how they absorb surrounding mana indiscriminately. But the Duchess asked not to repeat what has been known for a long time. If one knows where in the body the absorption of the young master's mana occurs, it will be possible to control the reckless absorption. The boy himself will be able to control the entire process without causing harm to his health. And he will be able to see the flow of magic in the tamed master's body. The priest did not know for sure if they would see the sacred stream. But it would be a matter of time before the young master was cured of his mana insensitivity. The cardinal promised that they would do everything in their power to cure the young man and relieve his pains. Evelyn fell through the floor and thought she would hurt herself again. But at the bottom there was a bed, on which the lady landed softly. Fortunately, she fell from a small height, so this time nothing was broken or injured. She looked at the huge hole in the ceiling and wondered how she could get out of there now. The boys were probably looking for the little lady with all their might, and she urgently needed to look for solutions. She looked around and saw a strange room without doors. But she heard voices coming from behind the curtain. Evelyn was delighted. It could have been a wall. But she pulled aside the curtain and saw a huge window, on the other side of which sat the Duchess and the cardinal. It turned out that the people outside the window could not see the girl, and it looked like an invisible window from a detective story. Antonio informed the Duchess not to worry about the prepared place in the cathedral. The cathedral, located in the capital Lumet, was the only temple that could compare to the cathedral of the imperial house. And it was the place where all the priests wanted to go. Evelyn heard the cardinal talking about finding a cure for mana insensitivity. If you recall, almost a year has passed since Cassis arrived here. Almost at the same time, he returned to the capital in search of medicine. And now it's time to leave. And just thinking about this saddened the girl greatly. But her attention was drawn to a strange bottle on the dressing table, in which there was a lot of dust. But the bottle itself was clean, and this meant that someone had touched it often. The girl remained on the floor. But suddenly she began to spin. And after a couple of seconds, she found herself in the room where the Duchess was talking to Antonio. Evelyn was captivated by new adventures, and was amazed as if she were now in a real secret room. It turned out that the perfume served as a button that moved from one room to another. Fortunately, there was a familiar hallway outside, and the girl left the room without any problems. Of course, it was not surprising that the little lady in the hallway immediately bumped into someone. It was Boris. Evelyn tried to walk past him, but the young man stopped her and asked her to give him a couple of minutes to talk. The girl wanted to avoid the conversation and said that they were playing hide-and-seek with the boys. But apparently, the dialogue could not be avoided. He got straight to the point and asked if she had introduced Edward to the Count. Apparently, he had heard some information from his father. Boris said that Edward was supposedly a dangerous person who was fired for corruption. But the lady confidently said that the guy was fired from his position as a teacher for another reason. And Boris actually stole and sold his thesis. Edward was now part of her family. And the girl warned him that if he continued walking around, the little lady would not stand by. Boris considered the lady's words a threat, and menacingly said that Miss Evelyn no longer looks like a little girl. The brave one said that the main thing is not your appearance and age, but the deeds and facts that you do. Boris could not contain his anger. He raised his hand and called Evelyn crazy. But a moment later, the man fell to the ground. And what happened looked very strange. It turned out that the protective magic of the amulet that dear Cassis gave her. And he installed magical powers in it. It worked, and thanks to this, the lady came out unharmed. But she didn't expect Boris to turn out to be such a disgusting guy. Soon a priest passed by, heard an explosion, and came here. He saw Boris lying on the floor and asked what happened here. Evelyn did not miss the moment and asked for Boris to be punished immediately and said that the man wanted to hit her. Perhaps what happened next can be called karma. And Boris was soon expelled from the temple for attempting to harm the little lady. It was surprising, but he was punished one night later. There were many atrocities on his account, so the man was sentenced to the fullest extent. The maid was indignant because there was no point in dragging a girl into the basement, who was just playing and minding her own business, and hitting her. It became known that he stole donations and kidnapped children from an orphanage. And this unscrupulous man worked as a priest to cover up his crimes. But the lady kept silent about the secret room and omitted this detail. The story became more and more confusing. The girl had to stop Cassis's desire to kill Boris, so the boy was constantly upset lately. He said that thanks to a pendant with protective magic that the boy gave her, she managed to protect herself from her aggressor. Cassis shared that if he ever overcomes his illness and becomes a great mage, he will definitely add magical powers to the pendant. And Evelyn really wanted to look at Cassis, the archmage. The girl always valued her friend highly and always said that the young knight is a very decent person and kind. The girl's father's business problems were successfully resolved, and it seemed that now it was possible to breathe and live in peace, but Evelyn had to hide again. The thing is, they are constantly hurt and in danger, so after returning to the Monstra castle, Cassis and Alyssa began to surround her and protect her at every step. Alyssa began to behave completely like a bodyguard knight. Cassis did not stand aside either, and he gave the lady a protective figurine depicting an angel. It was necessary to press the wings of the figurine so that a ray of fire would come out of it and cause an explosion. Cassis was satisfied with the gift and ordered to take the figurine with him to defend himself. Evelyn dreamed of being alone so that no one would follow her and tell her what to do, so she wanted to hide from the annoying Alice. But unexpectedly, she ran into Edward. Upon returning from the Hija temple, young Edward began to work for the Monstra family. Following false accusations, he said he was contacted by his former school, but he chose to repay the debt to the girl and remain in her family because they said that important staff are earned through virtue. Alyssa and Cassis got along on this basis because the agile girl always found Evelyn, no matter where she hid. Edward invited the little lady for tea, and Radium brought delicious macarons. She agreed and invited everyone to sit at the table, hoping that sweets would occupy the two restless teenagers. The girl asked about the research. Thanks to the provided laboratory, Edward was able to easily focus on the case. But unexpectedly, the little lady saw a beautiful flower in his office. Edward said it was a time flower that could create cracks in time. This unusual flower was the core of Edward's new ongoing research. And Evelyn asked if the plant was somehow connected to the relic dump. The time flower connects space and has the ability to absorb everything around it. This is how artifacts from different eras were found. The girl realized that this flower was capable of attracting artifacts from different eras and spaces. In short, the place where this flower grows becomes a relic dump. So Edward investigates the conditions for the blooming of magical plants. Evelyn suggested that if you find this flower, you can conclude that there are a lot of relics, and excitedly set off to search for the flower, which, according to Edward, was not so easy to find. Suddenly, Alyssa said she saw such a flower in the forest, but it seems it was a slightly different color. It was at the last summer festival, when she and the boys were looking for hidden treasures in the forest. Then she accidentally glimpsed it on top of the rock. So the young lady was not entirely sure of the testimony. Evelyn hoped that Alyssa's words were true. And if true, everything could turn out well. Soon the boys and Edward went in search of the forest. The flower was indeed growing on top. Judging by the shape and color, it was undoubtedly him. Only the plant was much brighter than the flower model in the office. This indicates that an interdimensional rift has already occurred. Once the flower finishes its effect, it acquires a blue tint, like a plant in a laboratory. Edward gave a bag to Jack the parrot and asked him to place something around the flower, while he himself went to check if any relic was missing nearby. He revealed that he gave Jack a magic tool that blocks magic, and a magic tool that detects artifacts. They say that time flowers have the power to attract people to themselves. So it is necessary to block their magic in advance and, in theory, if a person cannot resist the attraction, they may end up in another era. The girls listened to Edward with admiration. This flower was a real time machine. They were interested in the question of how to return if the time flower still sucks the hero. But so far, there is no way to return to the original era. So, due to the influence of the flower, people occasionally disappear and, judging by the color, the magic will probably last until next spring. Evelyn was delighted and asked if this really meant that relics would appear all this time. The girl, with a happy smile, hurried to hug Cassis and thank him for the fact that she and Alyssa had found a magical flower together. A clear thought appeared in Cassis's head. Thanks to the meeting with Evelyn, all his worries and concerns disappeared somewhere. The boy blushed, but he didn't want to show emotions. So he said he was just cold. And the young lady was indignant because she warned him to dress warmer before going out. She approached the boy and wrapped his neck so that the young man would not catch a cold or get sick. That night, lying in the darkness, the boy felt thoughts swarming in his head. They swirled in dove, attacking his tired mind. He tried to ignore them, focus on breathing. But his thoughts refused to retreat. His mother recently told him that she had found a way to cure him. So he would soon have to call the boy to the capital. He had always waited for his parents to call him home and find a way to treat him. But now, for some reason, he was not at all happy. Cassis was worried about Evelyn's little reaction to his return to the capital. He firmly decided that he just had to ask his friend personally and not have bad thoughts. It was very strange for him to feel sympathy. With every action, the boy felt as if he were in seventh heaven, and then fell down again and again. And he just wanted the little lady to ask him not to leave. But if he said the opposite, he knew he would suffer for a long time. He knew he needed to leave to cure his illness. But above all, he wanted sweet Evelyn to be with him. Early in the morning, Evelyn came to the greenhouse to feed her beloved pets. Ruby and Bobby always responded immediately to the strong call of their little one. An affectionate mistress. The bunny immediately attacked the carrots, and it seemed that she liked them even more than Evelyn. Bobby grew quickly, and every day it became harder for the girl to hold the dragon in her arms. The tired girl sat on a chair and thought now that the pets have grown, feeding them has not become so easy. Ruby simply ate a lot, and Bobby continued to grow rapidly and gaining in size. It was written in books that there are dragons as large as mountains. If Bobby grows that big, he will have to be settled on a separate mountain range. A maid approached the lady with a blanket and told her that the weather was bad this morning and that she needed to bundle up. She was looking for a girl to tell, and Lon said he wanted to see the little lady. It seems that this time she came to Monty's with friends from the academy and wants to visit the castle together. Her friend Dennis Corin, the young duke, and the commoner knight Selina Augustine. The maid said that the boys wanted to come see the beautiful dragon that lived here. The next day, Alyssa arrived first to meet her beloved brother and his friends. A sweet redhead lady greeted her and thanked her for allowing her to visit her family. She was Elon's classmate, Selina Augustine. Dennis Corin introduces himself next, and bows expressing respect and gratitude for the warm welcome. Evelyn immediately said, Elon's friends. And they're friends too, so she asked the boys to feel free. It seemed the boys were a bit uncomfortable, and Evelyn hurried to calm the atmosphere with her kindness. Weakness. She asked Selena to call her sister, and the girl joyfully hugged the baby and called her very cute. Dennis seemed strangely angry. Maybe because he is an aristocrat. It is inconvenient for him to talk to you. And the capital's aristocrats are sensitive to such things. Elon elbowed him in the chest and asked him to relax so as not to confuse everyone with his gloomy look. Even though the young man looked scary, he was actually very excited and barely slept all night, hoping to meet a real dragon. Evelyn invited guests to the greenhouse where Bobby lives. As they approached, they heard a strange sound, and Selena got a little scared. The little lady hurried to calm everyone down. Bobby's majestic growl could not harm anyone. Cassis arrived early and he and his dear Bobby watched the arriving guests. The girl saw the broken chairs that Bobby had broken while flapping his big wings, and warned them to be calmer in their crazy games in the future. Elon asked if something bad had happened, since the girl was a little nervous. She said that Bobby usually bit Cassis as soon as he saw him, and the boy constantly repelled his attacks. But thanks to the magical object, Bobby can no longer bite him. Selena noticed the same medallions on the boy and the young lady and asked if they were matched. Evelyn answered cheerfully. The beautiful pendant was a gift from Cassis for Thanksgiving. But for some reason, the boy was not in a hurry to show an identical one. Elon's friends looked at each other and said that matched medallions had a special meaning, and that it was quite fashionable in the capital now. Alyssa got between the boys and was very interested in the mysterious meaning, which she still doesn't know. Selena smiled and said, medallions are of great importance to the people they belong to. Usually lovers exchange medallions. They usually put a photo of their partner inside and promise to always be together. Cassis admitted that he gave the medallion without thinking twice and just wanted to give her a nice surprise. Besides, he knew that the girl was going to give him a gift and accidentally chose the same pendant. Selena laughed and said that in the capital, such a gesture would be a sincere declaration of love and loyalty. It is very possible that Cassis knew this, since he lived in the capital, but he didn't want to deceive sweet Evelyn. Alyssa, hearing this, also wanted to exchange beautiful matching gifts with her dear friend. Dennis looked at the dragon with interest. Evelyn said that there was very little space for Bobby, and she wanted to find a more suitable home for him. Denise knew a lot about dragons and said that they become adults in just 1 year, so you need to hurry up with the place. Despite the body size, their brain is still not strong. If you don't take care of the dragon, it will become a fiery troublemaker. Evelyn was very surprised to learn about Bobby's rapid growth, and there was nothing written about it in the books. Elon was right. Dennis was really interested in powerful dragons, their lives, habits, and behavior. The girl asked the worshipful Dennis to tell her about dragons so that she could raise him properly. The boy saw a small dragon for the first time, and he himself was interested in finding out what the difference was. Evelyn noticed that Cassis reacted strangely to the medallion and wondered if the boy really didn't want to wear it. She stated that she always wears the medallion because she likes it, and asked why the boy asked such strange questions. But Cassis's medallion was also on his clothes, and he just wanted to make sure that the young lady wore his gift all the time. After that, Dennis happily told the girl a lot about dragons, and the fact that he had not succeeded in raising an unusual pet was quickly resolved under Dennis's supervision. There were no bad dragons in the world. Problems arise only from the fact that the man and the dragon do not know each other well. Evelyn listened attentively to her mentor's words and began to better understand Bobby's character. When she and Dennis resolved all the problems of raising a dragon, suddenly an invitation arrived at the castle. It became known that a gala banquet would be held in honor of the emperor's birthday. Perhaps because it was a truly grand event, The children were not invited. So Evelyn and Cassis remained alone in the castle. Before leaving, the girls' parents ordered the children not to fight and behave well. The mother said that Baroness Poem sometimes comes to them to look after them. And if something happens, it is necessary to send her an urgent message. She also asked to obey the butler. Do not bother the servants, and not give them a reason to worry. Cassis took the girl's hand and told the lady not to worry, because he would definitely take care of Evelyn. The carriage with the parents left, and the girl shouted to them to bring a lot of gifts. The heroine was glad that her parents had finally left, and invited Cassis to eat a lot of ice cream. He said that the lady had recently eaten. But the young lady asked the boy not to be naughty, because Mom and Dad are not here now, and they can do whatever they want. Eiffel sat in a small room and was glad to have finally finished writing an important letter. He looked at the envelope with sincere eyes and hoped that one person would receive his message. Miss Evelyn soon received the letter and smiled when she read the sender's name. The boy was writing a letter to someone for the first time, and he didn't know what to say, but he tried hard. He wrote, "These days in Gizia everyone is busy preparing for the year-end event, because the snow festival would soon take place. Eiffel said that this winter will be even more beautiful because there is a lot of snow, and suggested that the young lady, if she can, come to the snow festival held in Gizia at the end of the year. He remembered that the lady likes snow, so he suggested that the festival is also beautiful. I should like it, and he was waiting for a quick response from her. At the snow festival, people usually admire ice sculptures during the day, and at night it was customary to light a bonfire in the square and dance together. Maid May asked what she had written that was so good that a sweet smile appeared on Evelyn's face. She shared that Eiffel invited her to his home for a snow festival, and the maid immediately thought that it was an invitation to a nice date. She asked if Evelyn was going to go, but her parents had left, and it would be difficult to get to Hasia without them. May suggested asking Baron Poem. They went with him last year, since Elon's good friends were also here. It would be nice to spend time in a tour car. Evelyn, delighted by the news of the trip, notified everyone and only remained to invite Cassis with her. She said that soon there would be a lot of snow here, and that there would be no need to go there. And the lady was surprised how such a boring old man, and who constantly complained, could sit in the body of a child. She hit the table with her little hand and declared that there would be a festive atmosphere, fun and games. The festival will feature beautiful statues, attractions, and at night all the people will set off firecrackers and make a bonfire together. The boy asked if it was necessary to go with the poems. They could go together, but then Paul and May would definitely go with them. Evelyn was sure that the best thing was to go to the festival with everyone together, especially since in the absence of their parents, the Poem family was supposed to look after them and take care of them. She said she also wanted to see Eiffel, and the boy made a face of displeasure and called him Blue. The little lady admitted that Eiffel wrote her a letter and invited her to the festival, and last time she promised him she would go. The atmosphere was getting tense again, and the girl needed to convince Cassis before he could refuse. So she loudly declared that she wanted everyone to go together and have fun, and in any case, no one's refusals were accepted anymore. The boy was naughty and tried to find out why she called that boy by some kind of affectionate name, and she simply calls him Cassis dryly, although they have known each other for much longer and live together. Evelyn was not going to fall for his childish tricks. Besides, she herself called him by his full name. She asked the boy to stop doing this to her and make her angry and nervous. She convinced the boy that he doesn't call her by her nickname either, and told him they would call each other by their names, and that it was time to stop fighting. The boy imagined how she affectionately called him by his nickname Lin Lin, and smiled sweetly. Soon they arrived in the city, and Evelyn seemed to visit Gizia too often this year. But this time, she wasn't at the temple. Elissa was next to her friend and was happy to have a room, while Selena walked around and admired the cleanliness of the hotel room. Everyone gathered at the table to finally have a delicious lunch. After a long journey, Evelyn devoured the food with both cheeks and admired the incredibly delicious hotel food. Elissa asked if her friend would dance with her like last year, but she got very angry when she learned that her friend had already promised a dance to someone else. She looked menacingly at Cassis, and she couldn't believe that her only friend had promised her a dance. But the girl laughed and said she promised to dance with a friend from the temple, whom Elissa did not yet know. The girl warned that the new friend was a bit introverted, but in reality, he was a good guy if you knew him better. Alice seemed interested in meeting someone new, and was delighted to learn that the boy was quite kind. After dinner, Cassis walked down the hotel corridor with his head bowed, thoughtful and thinking about Evelyn's new friend. Suddenly he looked up and got very scared, as if at that moment he saw a ghost in front of him. But it was just Elissa who grabbed the boy's hand and scared him badly like that. She shouted, "Who the hell is that Ophelius?" And Cassis was indignant. He had just grabbed a passerby by the hand to ask about that nonsense. He called him cyanotic and compared his blue hair color to mold. And Elissa realized that the boy was not happy to meet them. In fact, the friend was just worried. Evelyn had a new friend for the first time whom she did not know. She was sure that this was the first time her friend used the special greeting, which was reserved only for secret friends. Suddenly, Elissa invited the boy to join and not allow Evelyn to go away with a new friend. She asked if Cassis liked Evelyn, but then she changed her mind and said that she herself knew and saw everything about their relationship. She asked if the girl was trying to blackmail him in this way, and he was sure that he would not succeed. Elissa insisted that she had seen her brother as Evelyn's future partner a long time ago, and admitted that although Cassis annoyed her, her friend did not like it when another boy appeared next to Little Miss Monstera. Even enemies who initially had different relationships, when faced with circumstances, can form a strong temporary alliance in the fight for the intended goal. Therefore, Elissa suggested that Cassis work together to protect Evelyn from the unknown cyanosis. The boy looked at his future partner and warned her that there was an important condition. A condition where they collaborate in an alliance where they try to monopolize the innocent Evelyn. They shook hands and agreed that since they were now one team, it was necessary to act together. At that moment, Dennis and Evelyn were doing more interesting things, and they were standing near a small and cute house. The girl asked if there was a sign on the door, and Dennis said that magic shops never have signs on purpose, and only those who know come. In any case, he hoped that this shop would have the dragon mat they were looking for. She and Dennis came here specifically after learning that there was a magic shop in Gizia, because Bobby needed a magical device to grow up in the mansion. The Ma at dragon they wanted to buy was a magical object that could control the size and the strength of a dragon. Bobby was still young and could not reduce his body to the required size, so the girl was forced to buy Ma at, since every time she couldn't control his strength and his fire breath. They crossed the door and immediately heard a loud voice saying that street vendors were not accepted here. Near the huge cauldron was a magical lady who said she wasn't going to buy newspapers, and that she didn't believe anyone. Dennis asked if this magic shop sold dragon mat that they really needed. The lady apologized. She thought they were random merchants, and the people turned out to be just visitors, and with a smile welcomed them to the magic shop, where they could buy everything, from magical dolls to flying carpets. Dennis said, "The little lady raises the black dragon herself. Since the pet grows quickly, a device is required to control the size. But the shop did not have a dragon carpet at the moment. But if the guests give the lady some time, she can make one especially for them. To create your own magical objects, you need a wizard license, but it is quite difficult to obtain, which is why magical objects are so expensive. It turned out that the lady had a first-class wizard license. So she asked the interested guests for some time to craft a magical object. The sorceress gave Evelyn a business card and told her they could come back in 3 days. The name Blammy Hoop was written on the business card, and the girl thought it sounded very familiar. The next morning, Evelyn was marred by severe hair loss, and the girl immediately decided to turn to Blammy Hoop for a magical remedy. The most common illness that modern people suffer from, and that she wants to avoid, is hair loss. There is actually no proper treatment for those suffering from hair loss. But the world in the novel was different. And in First Love, there was a character who suffered from baldness. And she was treated, and she was the empress of that country. And to treat hair loss, the empress used a miracle remedy. The brilliant witch created hair gel. But Evelyn would never have thought that Blammy was the inventor of this magical gel. The girl didn't remember exactly. But at the time when the empress cured her baldness, the main characters were no longer children. And this meant that if the little lady invested in the business in advance, she could make a lot of money. The same day she came with Cassis and Alyssa to the magic shop where she had been last time. Alice and Cassis were supposed to stay home, but they decided that it was not safe for the lady to move alone, and followed her, and Evelyn suggested that it would be difficult to close the deal with these two hanging around. Besides, while the girl's parents were away, Cassis was considered her guardian. So Alyssa insisted that everyone go together. But in reality, the boy was afraid that she would go to Eiffel again. So he clung to her. Miss Hoop had been in the magic shop since early morning and was surprised to see the children. Evelyn said that last time, she did not have time to look around here properly. So she brought her best friends so that they could all look at something interesting to buy. Blammy warned the children not to touch any of the buttons. But of course, Alice managed to press one and was very impressed with the side effects. The effects turned out to be surprising. And in an instant, the hair color without dye on Alyssa changed to a bright red, which, by the way, suited her very well, and definitely looked like a beauty revolution. While the girls discussed all sorts of nuances and effects of magic, Cassie stepped aside quietly and waited for it to end. It turned out that the validity period of the coloring could be changed. But in this case, the color would return to its original state the next day. Evelyn was interested in the idea and asked Blammy with admiration about the different flowers. The lady noticed that the little one was very interested in various magical objects. But the little lady came here for one reason. She asked if Blammy had ever thought about creating a remedy for hair loss. The witch was just now researching this topic, but for some reason, she was no longer going to continue with it. It turned out that the research did not yield quick results, and in the process of developing the product, Blammy got into debt due to the high cost of materials. But thanks to Evelyn, she finally made ends meet and decided that now, instead of trivial means, she would only produce expensive things. Evelyn panicked because, due to her expensive order, the research on baldness would stop. But she couldn't just destroy the hopes of bald people. She insisted that she should not abandon her research. That could help many people. Blammy said that customers do not pay for research. Then the girl offered to pay for all materials, as well as research costs. The witch seemed interested in the interesting proposal, and Cassis wondered if any of the girl's acquaintances suffered from baldness. The little lady said that her dad has money, and that she can ask him to sponsor some research. The witch opened her mouth in surprise upon hearing that her father was the influential one and rich Count of Monstera. The witch knew that a relic deposit had been found on the Monstera estate and admitted that she loved ancient artifacts and that she was about to go to Monty's to find rare materials. Evelyn enthusiastically declared that if the witch agreed to become a partner, she would be able to look at relics as much as she wanted. Evelyn said that her dad would do anything she asked, and she really liked the magic shop and Blammy herself, and it's not like she was asking for much. In fact, the girl admitted she felt when she saw the magical objects that the witch is destined to continue her research. And she would like to see many new inventions in the future. So she insistently asked the witch not to give up her work. Blamey smiled sweetly and said that she liked the girl very much, and her kind and positive attitude, but admitted that she would definitely need to talk to adults. The artifact dump that could have caused the family's debt was also resolved by meeting Edward. And now Blamey has appeared, the inventor of an anti-hair loss gel that is sure to gain fame among people. And with these facts, the probability of death and financial ruin of the Monstra family has significantly decreased. The day came when Evelyn and her friends planned to meet Eiffel at the festival. She took Alyssa and Cassis with her to make it more fun, and headed to the designated spot. Evelyn noticed that the friends were constantly whispering something, which was very strange, because until that moment they had always been enemies. She asked what interesting things these two were whispering about, and Alyssa replied that Cassis was just making very strange jokes. The girl saw that these two had somehow mysteriously managed to get closer, and they were discussing something enthusiastically among themselves. Evelyn clearly remembered her past life, time during which she created many variables in the plot. As a result, the relationship between Alice and Cassis now developed completely differently than in the original story. It was unclear whether the true power of the original would work regardless of Little Miss's involvement. But still, by inviting Edward and Blamey, they definitely avoided disaster in the Montez family. And with them, as much as the lady tried, not everything always went according to plan. Moreover, she could not change the original story of the main character by being a supporting character, but by joining together smoothly. They could avoid tragedy, and Evelyn was sure that everything would turn out well. Ethel was already waiting for her friend at the designated spot, and was very happy when she saw that Evelyn had arrived at the meeting. She apologized for being late, and was also very happy to see her kind and sincere friend. She suggested that everyone at the temple was probably busy preparing for the festival, and that it was very valuable that the boy found time. Alyssa intervened in the conversation. She introduced herself as Evelyn's closest friend, and said she was delighted to meet you. She introduced Cassis as a friend who lived at Evelyn's house, and, in terms of status, he was the next closest friend after her. Eiffel was a very kind boy, and innocent, and of course, he didn't notice the trick, but was simply delighted with his new acquaintances. He suggested going to a hill where one could go sledding, but it looked very scary. The slide was huge, and the sled was worn out. And if you made a mistake, you could easily fall and hurt yourself. The slide seemed dangerous, but none of the children wanted to go back, so they couldn't hurt themselves anyway. Eiffel was the first to say he really wanted to ride. It's fun and interesting, and there is no point in leaving. The happy-eyed boy said that if you have a partner, it won't be as scary for the two of you to roll down a high hill. The little lady was always happy with new adventures, and after Eiffel's words, she immediately agreed and rushed to go for a ride together. Alyssa elbowed Cassis in the stomach, reminded him of their agreements, and cheerfully announced that they would go down with him. Alyssa was indignant. She should not let Evelyn go alone with her new friend, so she agreed to go for a ride. The girl took the boy's hand and said, "We have to go down and quickly get rid of this dangerous activity." Evelyn was surprised when she took the boy's hand. He got angry and took his hand away. But with Alyssa, everything was fine. She didn't realize that while closely watching her friends, she squeezed Eiffel's hand tightly, who was next to her, but instantly apologized when the boy screamed in pain. Alyssa and Cassis sat on the sled. They hadn't started riding yet, but the girl was already screaming with fear. Eiffel had an interesting place in mind where he planned to go on the last day of the festival, and he asked the little lady if she would like to go alone with him. He looked at her with innocent eyes and really wanted the beautiful girl to agree. After descending the dangerous slide, Evelyn felt completely sick, so Cassis asked the lady to take a break. And for some reason, Alyssa and Eiffel. Delighted, they were now rolling down the slide with shouts of joy. And it seemed that the boys were having a lot of fun together. Evelyn noticed that the guy wasn't even wearing gloves, and that his hands were noticeably red because it was cold outside. Cassis refused to accept the gloves she offered him, and kept insisting that he wasn't cold. The boy was stubborn and didn't want to take even one mitt. So the persistent girl took his hand and put it in her pocket, and both felt much warmer. The boy's hands were icy, and he had to admit that he was very cold. But for some reason, he was grumbling again. The girl was annoyed. He calmly took Alyssa's hand, but now it feels like he disliked having his hand in her pocket. But the boy admitted that it was much warmer this way, and his gloomy appearance was replaced by a sweet smile. Alyssa was filled with happiness. She told how they had just rolled down the highest slide, and it was incredible. She promised to go for a ride with Evelyn next time. And Cassis noticed that the girl had completely forgot the purpose of their entertainment. The little lady said goodbye to Eiffel and promised to see him on the last day of the festival. Alyssa and Cassis were indignant to learn if their friend had really promised to meet the boy on the last day. Alyssa suggested that she most likely agreed to play with him again, like today. But Evelyn said she was going to spend time alone with the boy and didn't invite them, calling the meeting a secret. Eiffel returned to the temple shortly after sliding down the slide. But the room was empty, and there was no one. He was lost in the pleasant memories of the day spent with Miss Evelyn, who had been so kind to him today, and recently could only dream of meeting and having fun with the boys. The boy was sure that he had done the right thing by daring to invite the girl. And if there was a destiny in the world, then he would probably meet Evelyn again. And she would like everything. Eiffel didn't understand one thing, how such a kind girl could be friends with such a gloomy boy. He meant Cassis, that strange young man with an uncontrollable sinister mana flow. The boy was the complete opposite of Evelyn's beautiful light. Like golden stars. He smelled of dampness and a creepy darkness. And even one look from him scared Eiffel, who could absorb him and drag him into the darkness. And he feared that this darkness could harm the dear Miss Evelyn. His thoughts were interrupted by his mentor, who suddenly entered the room and was about to say something. He asked if the boy enjoyed the ride, and cheerfully told him how they slid down the slide together, and promised to dance with Miss Evelyn on the last day of the festival. The mentor approached the boy and told him that most likely his plans would not come true. A letter arrived from Countess Urquio, so it was time to go to the capital on important business. There was a person who would support him, and a place appeared in the capital's temple. The boy begged. He did not want to go. The mentor looked at him angrily and shouted how he dared to speak to the head priest of the temple like that. He had just made friends here. But his mentor convinced him that, if he went to the capital, he would also have wonderful people there that couldn't even compare to Evelyn. And if he stayed in Gizia, his strong potential would be a great waste of time. He dared to raise his hand to the innocent boy and slapped him on the cheek, leaving a red mark on the boy's face. He claimed to have accepted his dirty lineage as best he could. And it seemed like the boy was having too much fun here. His departure was no longer discussed, and the priest, grabbing the boy by the hand, ordered him to do as he commanded. Eiffel asked for permission to at least write a letter to Miss Evelyn. Otherwise, she would wait for him in vain on the last day of the festival. But the mentor hinted that the boy should not disappoint him further. On the dark, snow-covered street, there was already a carriage into which the priest had put his luggage in advance. He put the boy in the carriage and closed the door behind him. Eiffel looked out the window, and big tears ran down his innocent face, from the worry and sadness of never seeing his girlfriend again. Evelyn wore a beautiful fluffy dress today, and she felt like a real princess before her upcoming date with Eiffel. Alice and Cassis noticed that the little lady had put on a very nice dress to face this cyanosis, and firmly decided to follow her. Selina crossed the girl's path and offered to go with her to see the snow foxes, which can only be found in the city of Gizia. Alyssa really wanted to look at the cute white foxes. But in this case, she could not follow her friend. Alyssa was honest in her desires and really wanted to touch the furry foxes. So Cassis was left alone. And the girl was sure that she would do a great job. Evelyn was already standing at the designated spot where they were supposed to meet Eiffel. But the boy was not there yet. She knew that the boy was not the type to be late, and suspected that something might have happened. By chance, the girl saw a blue-haired boy turning the corner. But they definitely did not agree to meet there. She ran after him, but did not notice how she bumped into a passing man. The little lady fell onto the path, and 3 boys stood in front of her and asked her why a small aristocrat was walking around here alone. They speculated that Miss might have come to the snow festival, or was simply lost. The young men smelled strongly of alcohol, and Evelyn regretted running into them. Their daring leader said that you cannot bump into passersby like that. Break their arms and walk away. But Evelyn was not a stupid girl, and immediately realized that he was talking nonsense to further blackmail her with a non-existent broken arm. And she prepared to defend herself. She said that her hand looked fine. But the insidious young man insisted that now she wouldn't be able to do anything to him for a week. Evelyn asked them to blow on her hand so that everything would go away, and walked away from the bad company. But one of the insolent ones grabbed the girl by the hand and threw her onto the path so that the little one fell to the ground with a roar. One of the boys finally regained his senses and asked why his friend pushed the little one so hard. And Evelyn, taking the opportunity, shouted that she had a broken arm and called kind people for help. She asked the girl to shut up, but a familiar voice was heard from behind the little lady. It was Cassis, and he seemed to have no fear of standing up to the arrogant guys who dared to harm his best friend. The boy called one of the hooligans a fool and confidently stated that he had not come alone, that the robbers were clearly nervous, and that if the boy called the guards now, they wouldn't live. Evelyn and Cassis looked at the guys, who disappeared in an instant, and they didn't have time to hurt anyone. In fact, there were no guards, and this was just a proven method to scare away robbers. The boy shouldn't have been here, and he said he was just walking, and saw the little lady in danger. It was strange that the young master had walked so far away, but he tried to change the subject and asked where Ophelius was, with whom the lady was supposed to meet today. She realized that the blue-haired boy was not Ethel because she called him, but he didn't even turn around. Evelyn said she was waiting for him, but the boy never showed up at the designated spot. Cassis was indignant at the fact that the little lady had been waiting for the guy on the street, alone all this time. There is no way to contact Eiffel, so she stayed outside in the cold and waited for him to suddenly appear. But Cassis suddenly regained his senses. The little lady had been through a lot, and he was scolding her. He took a warm scarf and wrapped it around her neck. He admitted that he was actually just worried and hoped that the warm scarf would warm her up. Evelyn really managed to freeze and wrapped her nose in a scarf to quickly feel the warmth. She admitted she was hungry, and they headed to the nearest cafe. Soon they were sitting in a warm and cozy establishment. The food they ordered looked very appetizing, and Evelyn was very happy. While she was on the street, the girl smelled the baked goods coming from the cafe, and that's why she really wanted to eat here. Cassis was sitting with a cup of hot black tea that, in his opinion, only adults drank. Evelyn said that black tea was too bitter. She tried adding milk and honey to it, and it turned out very tasty. Cassis took a sip and confirmed that it was much tastier than plain bitter tea. The girl said that with this method you can drink any bitter tea, and tasteless, and it will immediately become tasty. Cassis said that the little lady solves any problem very quickly and easily like an adult. The boys were sitting and chatting among themselves. Suddenly, a pair of adults approached them, and the girl immediately greeted them. The old lady smiled sweetly and asked if they didn't look like locals, and probably attended the famous snow festival. Evelyn confirmed their words and saw that the couple was already old, but they were still in very good shape. The lady thought that the young gentleman was the girl's brother, and said that Cassis was her good friend from a nearby family. The lady was touched by how cute the couple in front of them looked, and she remembered how they also came here to have fun when they were children. In their day, the place was full of lovers, but now the streets were quiet. There was a street lamp near the cafe, and this place used to be known as a tourist attraction for lovers. The lady said, "This street lamp was made by enhancing the spirit that protected Maroni." The legend said that the original spirit should not have been disturbed. But as the spirit's owner said, when he died, he asked to make a street lamp out of it to light the way for people. This was 500 years ago, and it was impossible to say for sure if the legend was true. But when they were young, the lamp didn't light up either. But sometimes it lit up in some cases. When lovers hold hands under this street lamp, when two halves meet, a bright light turns on, which means that soulmates have met. But Cassis once again poured cold water on the romance, and suggested that the lamp lit up simply by accident. The lady claimed that this lantern holds the power of the divine spirit, although it doesn't work now. When it lights up, it is very beautiful, and it looks like a cluster of stars is shining. Evelyn was intrigued by the magical story of the magic lantern, and imagined this mysterious light. The couple suggested that the children try standing under the lamp. Suddenly, the Lord Spirit would bless them, and they would see an unusual glow. In truth, it is most likely not broken. There are simply no more sincere blessings. It has been a long time since the Spirit showed people its abilities. But there is always hope. The old man politely said goodbye to the children. But before leaving, he whispered a few words to Cassis. This lantern apparently contained the spirit of their sacred tree, and the girl thought that maybe if she poured some divine power into it, it would come to life. The boys finished eating. Evelyn stood in front of the lantern and was in no hurry to return to the hotel. Evelyn put her hand on the lamp and wanted to put some energy into it, as she had been taught to do in the temple. The girl carefully touched the pillar of the magic lantern and tried to give it her power. Suddenly, something pushed her, and she was afraid of suddenly feeling weak. The faces of the children were illuminated by a bright light, and they looked at the magic lantern with astonishment, believing in a true miracle. The lantern shone in a narrow street with a magical light, as if calling everyone lost in the darkness to join it and discover new worlds. Its soft light created a cozy atmosphere, like the touch of a magical hand, awakening dreams and fantasies. No matter how you look at it, it was definitely not a natural phenomenon. So the Holy Spirit really slept here and appeared in front of the children. Suddenly, a small white ball that just came out of nowhere landed in Evelyn's hand and turned into a small seed. All this time, Cassis held the girl's hand tightly, fearing that she would weaken again or fall down. The legend said that lovers receive a blessing when they hold hands under a lit lantern, and the children were holding hands a moment ago. Cassis looked strangely at the little lady, as if wanting to tell her something important at such an intimate moment. But it turned out that Evelyn had eaten too much bread and used too much divine power, so her stomach now seemed to be going crazy and growling all over the street. So Cassis took the lady by the arms and headed to the hotel. The girl thanked the boy for his help and asked him what he meant under the lantern. Cassis, as usual, immediately frowned and only replied to Evelyn that he didn't mean anything by it. In the cafe, an elderly gentleman told them that, indeed, another legend is hidden behind the street lamp. If you confess your love to your soulmate under a lit lamppost, everything will definitely go well. And when the lamp lit up, he thought this is that chance. And Evelyn was so beautiful under this glow that it was impossible to take her eyes off her. Paul approached him with an envelope in his hands and told him that an urgent message had arrived from the capital. How a way was found to cure the boy's illness. He was ordered to return to the capital. Evelyn and her friends had fun until the last day of the festival. And then they returned home. Soon her parents arrived in Monty's. The girl explained everything to her father in detail. He promised to financially support Miss Blammy and said that this could be useful as lessons on inheritance. And Blammy, as promised, created a dragon mat on the last day. Now, with her help, Bobby could perfectly control the size of his body and shrink at any moment. And now all that remains is to wait for the witch to invent her ingenious hair gel and no longer have to worry about money and continue research. Evelyn asked Maid May to send an envelope with a letter, but she said that the previous letter to Ophelius was returned to her. The girl suggested that maybe she had indicated the wrong address or had written it incorrectly. The maid said she wasn't sure, so she made inquiries. And the temple replied there was no person with that name. So the young lady asked to send someone there and find out what happened to the boy. And she really hoped that nothing bad would happen to him. Cassis was again sitting alone on a bench outside, and the girl was worried that he might easily catch a cold. She approached him and asked him to put some clothes on him, since his face was terribly cold. The boy was often sick, but he wasn't worried about his health at all, which could then turn into an attack or fever. His eyes were vacant and shrouded in a mist of sadness, and helplessness could be read on his face. And confusion. Cassie seemed lost in thought, not noticing the world around him, and he could not find words to express what he felt. The girl asked. After arriving from Gizia, the boy became completely strange and saddened. In a low voice, he asked what the little lady thought about his imminent return to the capital. He wondered if any good news had arrived from the capital, since they asked him to return. It was clear that the boy was not happy about the good news about his departure, and he expected a completely different reaction from the girl. Evelyn said she didn't mean that at all. But the boy left silently and did not continue the conversation. The girl understood that he was very sad about leaving, and he was very used to the young lady. But he was still destined to return to the capital and live there as written in the novel's story. The girl's parents were waiting for her in the room to tell her important news. A letter had arrived from the Urquio family. Evelyn sat in a chair and began to read. Tears instantly appeared in the girl's eyes. She asked what it meant. It turned out that Cassis was not going to return to the capital and receive the treatment he had dreamed of for so long. Somehow, the girl had a strange feeling these days, apparently because she was almost feeling it. But it was strange that he changed his mind. And this was not the case in the original story. The girl's father suggested that it was very possible that the boy felt very attached to his family and to this place. It would make him very sad to part with his friends, and he knows very well that he must return to the capital for treatment. So he suggested giving the boy a little more time to think and sort out his thoughts. Although he pretended to be an adult, he was still a small 12-year-old boy. It is really right for him to make his own decisions and not refuse treatment for a life-threatening illness. Evelyn left the conversation with her parents with strange feelings that still needed to be resolved. At that moment, Paul explained to the boy that he could not postpone the answer forever, and that the Duke might get angry. But Cassis insisted that he wouldn't go anywhere, and he would stay here. Evelyn saw Paul in the hallway and wanted to approach the boy and talk to him about leaving. She asked him if he had come to see the master, and the young lady replied that she wanted to see him. She opened the door to Cassis's room. He stood in front of the window and asked the man who entered to leave his room. Evelyn couldn't understand why the young man refused to talk to her and pretended to be a stranger. She asked him why he decided to be stubborn when they finally found a cure. The little lady tried to explain to him. He misunderstood her, and she did not kick him out to the capital. She was afraid that the boy would refuse the treatment. He would stay here and die. And that was exactly the meaning he had in mind. He turned around and shouted loudly, "She doesn't care if he dies. Or not, so she shouldn't interfere in his life. But at that moment, when Miss Cassis falls, Cassis managed to take her by the waist. And suddenly their lips touched. He asked if the little lady had twisted her ankle, since Cassis had recently fallen to the ground. Evelyn did not understand what was happening for a second, but it seemed like they had just kissed. Cassis looked at her with frightened eyes, and he also didn't really understand what had just happened between them. He asked if they had kissed by accident, but Evelyn refused and insisted that nothing had happened. She said that they accidentally brought their faces a little closer. But it definitely wasn't a kiss. The girl looked at him with frightened eyes, and her heart beat wildly in her chest at that moment. But Cassis was sure that they had really kissed. Evelyn couldn't understand if their lips really touched, or if she was just imagining it. But it couldn't be that she had just kissed the main character, and ran out the door with confused feelings. After that incident, to avoid Cassis, the little lady moved in with Alice for a while, because she didn't have the courage and confidence to face him again after that. But she understood that she couldn't avoid it forever. Alyssa brought her friend a cute teddy bear, and saw that the girl was confused. It was her favorite toy, which she decided to lend to her friend for today, because she saw that something was tormenting her. Evelyn didn't hide it, and told her friend everything about that accidental kiss with Cassis. And her friend simply became furious at this news. She was indignant they coincided with Cassis, but he still dared to be the first to touch his only best friend. Alyssa wanted to know if Evelyn felt anything for the boy after the kiss. If you think about it, Evelyn is really paying too much attention, because it was just a simple accident, and Cassis just picked it up. And an accidental contact with the main character should not become a reason for reprisal later. But she hadn't thought about this for a long time, and she knew that Cassis would definitely not do such a thing. But she was still a little scared and anxious. Alyssa suggested that maybe her friend was worried that they might fight after this. But if she was happy with everything, then she could stay here until they reconciled again. They went to sleep together in the same bed so it wouldn't be boring. And Evelyn thanked her friend for listening to her and cheering her up. But Alyssa wasn't going to let it go like that, because he almost dared to steal a kiss from her only best friend. The next morning, she kicked the door open and loudly shouted for the vile Cassis to come out immediately. He asked what happened, but he looked pale and somewhat ill, with huge bruises under his eyes. Alyssa wanted to know what kind of stupid jokes with a kiss. Her friend was so scared that she moved in with her and cried all night. It doesn't matter if it happened on purpose or by accident, but the girl was indignant because the boy kissed the girl she liked. Suddenly she said that, in any case, he would take full responsibility and resolve the problem. Alyssa said, since he made a decision, then just let it go and correct what he did. Because Evelyn is going through a very difficult time now. The soul of the young Cassis was not ready for the whole world. That is, dear Evelyn, to abandon him. The annoyed girl had no intention of returning home, but Alyssa suggested that it would be good to return. Suddenly, Casey asked for permission to enter the bedroom, and Evelyn wondered what he was doing there. They both knew it was time to talk about what happened, but they hesitated, not knowing how to start such a serious conversation. Evelyn started first and admitted that last time she was very rude, and she did not want to offend the child. Then she accidentally blurted out, asking him if he really wanted to stay and die, and then she worried that she had made a mistake. She was very afraid. The original plot was changing because of her, and her actions could turn into a butterfly effect and affect Cassis's illness. If the boy postponed his trip to the capital, something could go wrong. She thought that he would not have had an impact on the story of the main heroes. Main ones, but the fact that the boy no longer wants to go changes the original story a lot. Cassis admitted that the real reason he didn't want to go to the capital was Evelyn Monstra. The heroine opened her big eyes in surprise, and she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Cassis said he had the brother and poem sister Philip, and many friends here, and that if he wasn't among them, it wouldn't be a big deal. It was strange for Evelyn to hear these words. She said confidently, "No one can replace the boy." She was indignant. She really thought he could forget about him and the time they spent together with him, and suggested not forgetting each other, because they became very good friends. He promised that, no matter how far away they were, he would never forget the beautiful Evelyn Monstra, and tenderly kissed her hand. As a result, they almost agreed to Geo, and admitted that he was a little confused and stubborn, but that he was now ready to return to the capital and try a new treatment that was supposed to help. Paul said that it was difficult to leave immediately because there was a lot to prepare, and he offered to stay 1 more week. Evelyn's mother said that 1 week is too short a time to fully prepare for departure. But still, it is very good that they found treatment for the boy, and asked him to send them good news from the capital. Apparently, the lady was also worried about the boy's health, and seemed a little upset. Evelyn, on the contrary, cheered the boy up, and wished him to endure all the treatments, overcome the illness, and return to Monty's as soon as possible. Cassis promised that he would definitely come to Evelyn as soon as he resolved all matters and problems. She, in turn, promised to come and play if he felt well. The girl's parents did not want to let their dear friend go so easily, and proposed to organize a dinner in honor of his departure. The boy smiled and said he would like to invite only the closest people, and everyone supported his idea. Before, he couldn't say he didn't like it, and he would have hesitantly accepted. But now he knows how to do things right and say what he thinks, and Evelyn wanted to see Cassis become even cooler in the future. The kitchen was in full swing, preparing the festive dinner and preparing many sweets for the children. Evelyn was busy decorating a birthday cake for the boy's departure. There was 1 candle on the delicious large cake, which Cassis happily blew out and made his deepest wish. Everyone shouted with joy that they would surely miss him, and wished him good luck in the capital. But Alyssa was in an unusual mood today. It seemed that she was also sad about the departure of the hated and gloomy boy. Count Monstra raised his glass and said loudly the candles on the cake were blown out. "Now you can enjoy a delicious meal." Evelyn called everyone to the table and warned them that if the boys stayed up late, there would be nothing left for them to eat. Suddenly, Alyssa blocked her friend's path. She apologized and said she needed to talk to Cassis. And Evelyn was very surprised because there were some strange things between her friends that she didn't know yet. The children went to another room, where Alyssa scolded Cassis for having to take responsibility for Evelyn. She was sure that returning home after everything that happened between him, and Evelyn seemed like an escape. But Cassis said that as soon as he recovered from his serious illness, he would immediately return to Monty's. The boy invited Alyssa to team up again and stay with Evelyn until his return. But the girl was stubborn and would rather entrust the protection of her friend to a good boy, hinting at her brother. In this case, Cassis said that if Alyssa was not indifferent towards Evelyn, he would never let unworthy people get close to her, and admitted that he valued her highly. The girl turned around and said she would have done exactly that without his request, and she herself knows very well that she needs to protect her friend. Cassis was sure that Lisa would not leave her best friend in trouble, and really wanted her to take care of Evelyn. That night, Evelyn couldn't sleep, and walked through the dark night hallway, thinking that she had eaten too much at the farewell party. She still wondered. Alice and Cassis were acting strangely. She was curious to know what the two of them were constantly whispering about, but neither of them would say, even if asked. But it was still nice that a relationship was established between them, especially since relationships between the main characters are not so easy to establish. Today the moon was shining incredibly. Its pale rays played on the glass, creating surprising patterns on the floor of the room. And under its soft light, everything around them seemed calm and mysterious. It's strange, but for some reason, Evelyn associated the moonlight with the color of Cassis's hair. which was just as cold and attractive. Cassis approached the heroine. He looked out the window and admired the mysterious bright moonlight that night. The boy stood in the moonlight, and its light gently enveloped his figure, creating a magical interplay of light and shadows. He stood still, as if he had been drawn to this moment by the magic of the moon. Cassis saw that his girlfriend was very worried and very confused. Evelyn asked her friend to go to bed early so she could get up early in the morning and leave on the trip. The young master took the girl's hand and asked her to stay together a little longer and wanted to enjoy the moment while they were together. Evelyn felt that Cassis was worried about the last day and gladly agreed to be together. She remembered the day when she and Ruby returned from the temple, and the boy came out on crutches. He hugged her and didn't let go for a long time. Then the little lady didn't know how the boy felt, but now she understood his emotions and experiences. Then he felt calm and anxious at the same time, and Evelyn couldn't find the right word to describe this feeling. In fact, Cassius was scared. But when Evelyn said everything would be fine, the boy's anxiety lessened, and he started to be less afraid. After these words, the heroine smiled and cheerfully promised that nothing bad would happen, and that everything would definitely be fine. They decided to exchange letters, and at that moment, the young lady felt her heart behaving strangely. Neither of them wanted to say goodbye, but Evelyn gathered her courage and said it was time to go to bed. She accidentally knocked over a cup of chocolate that was on the floor and soaked her slippers. Cassis asked if everything was fine, but the cup was almost finished, and the drink was no longer hot. She took off her slipper and instantly put it on her foot, instead of the wet one onto which the cocoa had spilled. The young man was worried that the little lady would not stay barefoot on the cold floor, and worried about her health. At that moment, he became her support and protection, and he was ready to help in any situation. Cassie smiled sweetly, giving her confidence and calm to the girl, and his eyes shone with determination and nobility. Evelyn felt this and looked at him with admiration and gratitude, knowing that she would always be safe with him. She suddenly felt a strong emotion, as if at that moment Evelyn was paying attention to Cassis as more than just a friend. The little lady was not prepared for the change in relationship, let alone admitting her feelings. She turned around abruptly and said it was urgently time to sleep, and quickly headed to her bedroom. Kasha watched her silently, and he did not expect at all that the little lady would simply run away. His slipper fell off, and the young man was annoyed. Probably did not like the gesture of kindness and care. Evelyn locked herself in her room and stayed by the door for a while, experiencing strong sensations. She couldn't understand at what exact moment Cassis's behavior began to please her so much. The girl did not want to get involved with him and tried hard, but now she was no different from the original Evelyn. She knelt in front of the door on the cold floor and now suddenly realized her sincere feelings for Cassis. The next morning, the carriage was in the courtyard, near which Paul and the young man were discussing whether they had already collected all the things. The parents and Evelyn came out to see off the young man, but the little lady found it difficult to even look him in the eye due to her worries. The boy thought she wasn't looking at him because she had probably realized everything, and now she was furiously resisting. He wanted to know why the lady ran away yesterday. She didn't say goodbye and even left her slipper. Paul approached the boys and told them it was time for the young master to leave and that they should say goodbye. Monster's parents asked him to be careful and return healthy and full of strength like a young man, and they would surely be waiting for him. Evelyn could not find the right words and decided to simply wish her good friend luck. The air filled with emotions, as if a moment hung in the air, frozen before the next farewell. They fell silent, and words became unnecessary in the face of such feelings. Finally, Cassis could not resist and gently hugged Evelyn, as if trying to remember this moment forever. Their hugs were warm and sincere, as if they became one. not subject to time or distance. And in that hug, there was a silent promise to return, to keep this moment in memory. And the heart, the sadness of parting, and a great and sincere hope to meet in the near future. Cassis asked the girl to make sure to open the second drawer in her room after he left. With a happy smile, he waved to the little lady and told her they would definitely see each other. The carriage slowly left the Monstra estate with a small child, whose life is now filled with love, care, and true friends who always await him. A whole year had passed since Cassis first arrived at the Monstra family, and now it seemed very little. Evelyn entered the room where the young master was no longer present. And at that moment, she felt a terrible emptiness. She did not feel Cassis's presence. And for the girl, this feeling was completely different. The little lady immediately went to the boy's room and found the second treasured box in which she found a letter. There was a small lilac twig in the envelope. And Evelyn was surprised when she managed to prepare everything. The letter said that, when the lady reads it, he must have already left for the capital. The boy wrote that the past days in Montez became special for him because she was near. He was able to overcome sleepless nights due to illness because Evelyn was by his side. And thanks to her, he decided that he wanted to live and be happy again. And he thanked little Miss for giving him hope. The boy hoped that someday the day would come when he could give her something special, and he would miss all the moments lived in Monty's. Since the lilac twig was the first gift the boy received from the young lady, this must be why he kept it as a souvenir. And these small, pleasant things made Evelyn's heart beat faster. She suddenly realized that the word she couldn't find last night was that early first love. After Cassis left, the beautiful Alyssa constantly tried to spend time with her friend so as not to be sad. Years passed, and on a warm summer day, Evelyn was in the garden where a friend came and asked her how she was. They still spent time together and shared pain and joy, even after many years of friendship. Alyssa was looking for a friend to tell her about it. Her mother was looking for her to talk about her beautiful adult daughter's upcoming debut. So 8 years flew by. Little Miss Evelyn grew up, and Cassis, who promised to become her partner at the debut, hasn't sent her a single letter since then. The girl was sure that her childhood friend had long forgotten her. And Alyssa perfectly understood her friend's experiences. Alyssa said that her brother was arriving soon, but Evelyn did not react to her words. She was also gradually forgetting that she was in a novel where she wasn't the protagonist. But still, since she was little, she tirelessly sent letters to Cassis and was very worried about his condition. When they were children, they had an agreement to write letters to each other. But maybe there was a possibility that he had circumstances why he couldn't write. Evelyn first heard the news last winter. The story that the Urquio Dukes suddenly died from an accident, and the Monstra family had to urgently go to the capital. But because Cassis did not receive visitors, they were never able to meet then. After that, she comforted herself for several nights by taking her pen. So lonely that the growing feelings of 8 years grew with the news about Cassis early in the year. And she could barely close the newspaper. The story of a young duke whose whereabouts after returning to the capital were unknown was told. The duke who killed the great demonic beast that suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the empire. The story tells that a brave young man defended the empire from danger and received the title of true hero. The inhabitants of Cardamere were delighted with the story of the birth of a new brave hero, so much so that all the worries of the past 8 years became insignificant. And Cassis made great progress everywhere. He became a great hero of the empire. And the girl was upset. He most likely didn't have time to write a letter to some town aristocrat. Her mother came out to meet her and asked if her daughter was really in the forest again, judging by the green leaf in her hair. She looked at her adult daughter with loving eyes and maternal care and said she was waiting for her girl to grow up and that she had already become a wonderful debutante. The girl did not want to focus on the debut. She refused to go to the capital and wanted to hold the ceremony in Monty's. She claimed that the capital held no interest and that the girl did not enjoy the long journey. The mother insisted that the debut happens only once in a lifetime, and the scale of the reception celebration in the capital is very different from the local one. And she would like her daughter to experience many different emotions. She understood her mother's desire to do better for her, but she didn't really feel like going to the capital, and felt very tired. Evelyn was lying on the bed in her room, and Ruby's bunny was sitting next to her. Even years later, Bobby and Ruby did not get along, and the pets continued to fight often. Evelyn's gaze fell on the table, on which lay a large number of letters on a tray. The girl decided not to postpone the matter any longer, and sorting the envelopes, she sat down at the table and picked up the tray. In fact, deep in her soul, she was still hoping that Cassis would remember her and write. One letter was from Elon. As soon as he graduated from the academy, he immediately started working for the Marquis. 5 years had passed since they last saw each other since his last move to the capital for work commitments. And Evelyn wondered if this had influenced the distortion of the original novel. Elon in the letter asked how his friend Lin Lin was doing, and said that this weekend he would come to Monty's, and that they could finally see each other. He wrote that he had many serious tasks, one of which was to change his workplace. But since this is a long story for a letter, he promised to tell all the details at a personal meeting. During the weekend, Evelyn went to the station to meet her childhood friend Elon, whom they had not seen for a long time. Alyssa hugged her friend and was glad that she had agreed to go meet her beloved brother. 2 beautiful girls looked at the approaching train, waiting to see the long-awaited young man. But in an instant, Evelyn's face changed, and instead of a cheerful smile, she looked into the distance with frightened eyes. Elon got off the train and immediately greeted the beautiful ladies and asked them how they were doing without him. But the unexpected thing was that in the boxes Elon brought there was a blue-eyed silver wolf belonging to the Urquio Duke's coat of arms. The girls immediately recognized the coat of arms, and they were both surprised, and not understanding why the Urquio coat of arms ended up in the boxes. The moving company asked if all the cargo had to be moved to the Monstra mansion, and Evelyn did not understand why all this pile of boxes had to go to her house. Alyssa asked if her brother had really met Cassis, and sent all the boxes to Duke Urquio. Elon paused and did not immediately find what to answer so as not to surprise the charming ladies with unexpected news. He said this was not the right place to talk, and suggested that they talk about everything at home. The Monstra family, Elon and Alyssa, were sitting at the table. Evelyn's father asked the young man to tell him what happened, and what the gifts were. Elon wondered what the best way to start was, which he estimated was last autumn. At that time, the situation in Duke Urquio's family was not better. Following the death of the couple in a terrible accident, disagreements arose regarding the issue of inheritance to safely take the place of the heir. The Duke gathered people and then found Elon, who at that moment was thinking about changing jobs, and undoubtedly followed him. Cassis had particular health problems in the past, and this served as an obstacle to succession. For this reason, he did not attend the funeral, since Elon was recognized as a genius by the Academy. Naturally, Cassis looked for him. Mother Evelyn was worried. The boy had experienced a lot of pain losing his parents, and he thanked Elon for being with him in difficult times. Elon said that Cassis sent them gifts in gratitude because they took care of him before, which was very unexpected after his long silence. It turned out that Cassis said he wanted to visit them after a while, and he took out a box. It was a gift that the Duke personally sent to Evelyn. The mother asked her daughter to open it quickly, but it seemed that thoughts about the young man were unpleasant to her. Evelyn opened the box and saw a stunning dress, whose fabric was exquisitely decorated with lace patterns, and every detail of the dress stood out for its unique beauty. On top was an envelope with a letter in which it was written that on the occasion of Rosalie Scene's birthday, Cartmere was giving a reception in the Imperial Crystal Hall, and Cassis asked Evelyn to come and illuminate this place. Since the girl was a debutante, the Duke personally offered to accompany the beautiful lady. But she was not happy. He came 8 years later and asked her to be his partner. And he thought she would jump for joy. Count Monstera said that the Duke cared a lot about the girl when she was a child. And now he decided to take such a serious step. Evelyn closed the box, threateningly said to send it back. And her mother shouted if she should be ashamed of the kindness shown on his part. But the girl did not want to listen to anyone, and said that Cassis is not interested in her opinion, but that he is only forcing her. Elon asked the lady to think again. If she were Duke Urquio's partner, her name would be known in secular society. And this could be of great help to the family. The mother suggested that maybe her daughter was simply afraid to go alone and, in that case, let her go with her friend Alyssa. Obviously, it was impossible for the Countess to refuse the Duke's request due to her high status. Evelyn's father suggested that she meet and talk to Cassis face to face. Maybe he had special circumstances that prevented him from contacting her all this time. The girl could not stand it and, slamming the door, ran to her room. She locked herself in and fell face down on the pillow. She was indignant. She really had to accept the invitation at the first call. If there was a letter explaining the whole situation, then she wouldn't be so angry. At that moment, the dragon Bobby flew up to her, who felt that the owner was sad. She told Bobby that she was angry with someone who hadn't sent a single message in 8 years, and that he was now trying to pay her back with gifts, as if nothing had happened in all those years. She was sure that the young man was very wrong to assume that she would immediately run to him, because he did it out of duty to an old childhood promise. To simply fulfill it, and her will here has no importance. The girl did not want to meet Cassis and go to live in the capital. She just wanted to stay home. Paul stood in front of Duke Urquio with an important message about Antonio's arrival with that priest. Cassis asked to take them to the tower and tell them he would be there soon, and that they should wait a while. He stood in front of the window with only one thought. Soon he would see his incredible Evelyn again. The day of departure arrived. Alyssa saw off her dear friend and promised to look for an invitation to the event for her. But now she couldn't go with her without him. Alyssa ordered her brother to take good care of the girl, since she is completely unfamiliar with the capital. Evelyn entered the carriage as if entering a new chapter of her life, unknown and exciting. And her heart beat faster with excitement for the meeting that awaited her ahead. As Evelyn silently looked out the window, she was still angry with the Duke and his actions. Elon said he heard the girl was waiting for news about the Duke, and he thought she liked him. Evelyn was indignant. He didn't even give her advance notice, and didn't ask if she wanted to go or not. Elon didn't want to tell her that he was working with Duke Urquio, but the girl herself knew everything perfectly. Alyssa's brother asked for forgiveness, and the lady told him that if he feels guilty, he better buy her some sweets. And there are many famous confectionery shops in the capital. Evelyn and Elon got off at Ramita Station. The girl, arriving in the capital for the first time, was surprised how big it was. Elon said it's already late today, and the lady will have to leave immediately for the Urquio Palace. Tomorrow he will pick her up to explore the capital together. The carriage stopped slowly in front of the palace gates. Its wheels creaked silently on the cobbled street, and the shine of the golden details and the grace of the horses emphasized the majesty of the moment. The carriage door opened, and Evelyn stepped out in a dazzling outfit. As the personification of grace and elegance, her silk dress shimmered in the sun, and it was a captivating reflection of her inner beauty. And she was greeted by the butler Paul himself, and he was very happy to see the grown-up girl. He asked Evelyn, who was clearly tired from the journey, to quickly go inside and rest from the trip. He said the Duke was forced to leave his seat due to the Parliament meeting, but that he should arrive soon, and they could see each other a little later. Paul took Evelyn to her guest room, which looked incredibly luxurious. This room was intended for aristocratic guests and was expensively decorated and elegant. They were approached by a maid named Sierra, who would temporarily be the personal maid in charge. Evelyn smelled the wonderful scent of lilacs that Cassis liked so much, and saw a huge fragrant bouquet and a vase. A carriage passed by the window, and this meant that the Duke had returned, and Evelyn had to go out to meet him once. She was worried about how to start a conversation with him when they met again. She was more tense than expected, and she didn't know whether to ask him the reason why he hadn't written during those 8 years, or just get angry with him immediately. She wanted to say so many things, but the girl didn't understand where to start talking when they met face to face. And right now, the adult Cassis is standing right in front of her. Evelyn stood still, fixing her gaze on the beautiful young adult. In front of the mature Cassis, she had no idea what to say. And there was only one thing on her mind. What a relief that he looked healthy. They approached slowly, as if afraid to disturb this magical moment. Their gazes met, and at that moment words became unnecessary. Only their hearts beat in unison, and their breaths merging into one spoke of how much they missed each other. Cassis kissed the hand of the beautiful young lady, and he couldn't take his eyes off the beauty of his old friend. It was clear that the young man missed her a lot, and he experienced strong feelings at the moment of meeting. Evelyn began to get nervous, and told him not to ask her opinion. That for him it hardly mattered. She said that the Duke personally called her, so she had no choice but to accept or refuse. Evelyn thanked him for keeping the promise he made to her in childhood. But she was indignant because 8 years later, he asked her to be his partner. But he never sent her a message in all those years. The girl could not contain herself and decided to ask him directly if he really hadn't thought about how worried she was about him all this time. Evelyn turned around, unable to contain her emotions, and could not continue the conversation. But she didn't think about fighting. A week has passed since Evelyn was here. She sat by the window and thought without realizing it. Yesterday she almost cried when Cassis asked her if she had been bored all this time. Elon, who said he would visit her often, devoted himself to his work and never showed his face since his arrival. And during her unplanned confinement between 4 walls, Evelyn realized one important thing. The Urquio Palace was a very sad place. And lonely, he was completely different from the restless Montes. And the servants seemed to be completely afraid of Cassis. Cassis knocked on her door and asked what the beautiful Lady Evelyn was doing. He said he looked at the guest list. Due to what happened, it shouldn't have been very pleasant for the young people to cross paths. But the Duke, as if nothing had happened, came to Evelyn many times. According to Sarah, the Duke was very busy, and his stay here dates back to counting on fingers. Evelyn said that Madame Abigail warned that to enter secular society, one must understand the interconnection of everyone present at the party. Madame Abigail was an eminent high society aristocrat, known and respected by many people. And for Evelyn's debut, Cassis invited her as a tutor. But the girl admitted that this was not the problem now, and Cassis asked what bothered her. She recently studied dancing with Madame Abigail, and suddenly said, "It's good that the girl's dress has a fluffy hem. Otherwise, all the playful movements of her legs would be visible." Evelyn decided to embellish the story and told him that the lady had yelled at her for her mistake. But the young man claimed that the lady constantly praises her and says she is an excellent dancer, comparing her to a fish. But in the girl's opinion, these words do not seem like praise. Cassis suddenly laughed heartily, and Evelyn looked at him puzzled, because she didn't think there was anything funny about it. The young man smiled sweetly and continued to look at the beautiful lady. And it seemed as if they had recently been running around together when they were small children. After Evelyn's story, the young Duke became curious about her dancing skills, since the teacher compares her dancing to the flapping of a fish squirming on land. She asked the young man not to worry, and promised to become a dance master before her debut. Cassis shook the girl's hand and suddenly offered to dance once to see his partner's skills. Evelyn tried to concentrate, but this made her even more tense and confused. She tried not to make a mistake and put the steps correctly. And the young man asked if the lady felt comfortable living here. Evelyn replied that everyone here is friendly and that she feels very comfortable. But Cassis wanted to hear something more. He didn't care because the lady was openly avoiding him and probably did it on purpose. Evelyn replied that they would not see each other after this party ended and that she didn't want to deal with the matters of the last few days. Cassis considered their relationship quite close. But the girl was offended and did not consider someone who hadn't contacted her for 8 years as a friend. The boy said he had circumstances, but Evelyn couldn't believe that he couldn't write anything. She deliberately stepped on his foot while dancing and stated that she had been waiting for news from him until the last moment, and she thought he would at least reply to one letter she sent him. Cassis asked her if it was true that she had been writing to him for a long time and sending him letters. Evelyn looked at the young man and replied that she constantly thought of him and sent him a bunch of envelopes. But Cassis looked at her with surprised eyes and didn't seem to understand what she was talking about. The next morning, Evelyn had tea and thought about yesterday's conversation with the Duke. As a result, yesterday Cassis never responded properly and rushed away. If you think about it, every time she starts a conversation about what happened in these 8 years, he successfully avoids her under the pretext of being busy. Evelyn worried that he really didn't want to make peace with her. But now she was very angry. Although in reality, they didn't even fight. She wanted to stop trying to talk and restore the relationship. In any case, the girl became friends with Cassis only to avoid destruction. So she was going to seek help with this technique and forget forever everything concerning the Duke. Duke Urquio was sitting in the basement, and a young man was handcuffed in front of him. Cassis asked if he was responsible for all the letters arriving at the Urquio estate. And for Evelyn in particular, the guy was chained to the wall and frankly admitted that it was him. The Duke said he heard something very strange yesterday. So he called the young man to explain what was happening. He leaned closer to the man, whose clothes were covered in blood, and said the name Evelyn Monstra, and in a whisper asked where all the letters from the girl, who had been sending them tirelessly for years, had gone. The chained guy pleaded he was only following orders from the former Duke of Urquio. Cassis asked again where the letters were, and ordered them not to force him to ask again. The young man admitted that all the envelopes were still in his room, where he stayed last night. It turned out that the guy had been hiding letters written for the Duke all this time at the request of his father. Cassis was not going to get away with it and let all the culprits go unpunished. Therefore, he ordered an investigation to be conducted and identify the former Duke's guards to then destroy everyone involved in this case. Cassis also ordered everyone killed after receiving information, and if someone doesn't say it voluntarily, then torture him until he spills the beans. And he warned the culprit he had to think about the consequences beforehand and no longer looks like a child locked in a tower. The boy hoped the Duke would let him go immediately after telling the truth. But Cassis didn't want to hear anything else. He begged for mercy and admitted he had made a fatal mistake. But Duke Urquio left in silence. Cassis found in the indicated place a pile of envelopes that Evelyn had been sending for many years. And she must have been waiting a long time for a reply from him. It was a warm summer day, and Evelyn finally waited for her good friend to appear. Elon, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. He approached the girl and asked how she was here. Evelyn hurried to hug the boy, and Cassis smiled and said he's even a little jealous. But the girl found it difficult to believe that the Duke was really saying what was in his heart. The beautiful lady asked Elon to leave quickly, because Alyssa would probably arrive soon. Evelyn didn't even turn around when she heard Cassis say he would be waiting for her. They arrived at the station, where after a while sweet Alyssa got off the train to greet them with a cheerful smile. the friends began to enthusiastically discuss how the lady got there, while Alyssa didn't notice her brother. She got very angry when she found out that her brother hadn't even shown Evelyn the capital during all this time. Soon the friends were sitting and having a pleasant conversation over a cup of tea, and Alyssa asked if Evelyn had managed to make peace with Cassis. The girl mysteriously lowered her eyes and said she didn't even know what to say about it. Evelyn suggested that perhaps there was no need to reconcile, since they didn't even fight, and she was the only one who showed her character. Alyssa was indignant. You can't just take everything and let it pass. 8 years have passed, and it is definitely worth talking about. Evelyn shared that she would like to hear if she had reasons, but the Duke only avoids talking about this period. Elon and Alyssa looked at each other and were very surprised by Duke Urquio's behavior, who seemed to think that Evelyn didn't need to know much about anything. Alyssa jokingly asked what if her friend forgets about him. Take a closer look at the good man nearby, and take her brother's hand. Elon approached the beautiful lady. He hugged her and told her she is already a great friendly family. The sister smiled and said, "My brother always behaves like this. That's why he still can't find a girlfriend." Suddenly, a child ran past, suddenly tripped, and fell right next to the table where the guys were sitting. A young girl ran up to him and tried to calm the child who was holding his knee and was crying bitterly. Evelyn got up and said, "If the stranger is so restless, then the baby will cry more." She smiled sweetly at the child, blew on the wound, and affectionately told him how strong and patient he was. The child calmed down very quickly, and after a few minutes, he stopped crying completely. The young lady apologized for the trouble and said that, if the girl told her surname, they would compensate the broken dress he tripped over. Evelyn said it was fine because it was a child, but the child insisted that he was wrong and asked her to tell him her last name to thank her. In that case, he asked to contact Duke Urquio, with whom she was currently staying. But suddenly, the attention of passersby who heard Duke's surname was greatly drawn. Elon wrote down an address on a piece of paper where the girl could send her thanks. The lady promised to contact them, and Lady Evelyn politely waved goodbye. Elon warned that if anyone ever asked her where she was staying, she should simply say her name, because rumors seem to be circulating that Duke Urquio's debut partner will be a provincial aristocrat. And indeed, being Duke Urquio's partner means much more than the girls can imagine. Did Evelina think about it? Madame Abigail also spoke about the great importance of a partner at the debut. She said that from the moment Miss debuts as the Duke's partner, her life will change dramatically. Evelyn was destined to become a beautiful flower of high society. Of course, she wouldn't have a reputation good enough to expand her business. But what then? Why didn't people like it now when someone known by high society entered this thorny society? The days of preparation for the debut began, and Evelyn did nothing but work like a squirrel in a wheel. Early in the morning, Madame Abigail entered and asked for forgiveness for bursting into the girl's bedroom. She said she had come very early in the morning to help dress and prepare the young lady for the reception. Finally, the long-awaited day of the debut arrived. The maids and Madame Abigail surrounded Evelyn with her hair and trying on a festive dress. The size of the robe was just right, and the lady was surprised how incredibly the woman looked on her. Madame Abigail was surprised to see the necklace and Corin designer shoes that the Duke sent to accompany the girl's outfit. If you put together all the rare jewels, you could easily buy the entire Romita Palace. She said the Duke seems to value Lady Evelyn a lot, and that this does not look like a normal relationship. The girl said that she and Cassis were childhood friends, but Madame affirmed that such jewels are only given to special people. The jewels looked incredibly attractive and were not a simple common gift. And ordinary, it was a kind of attention from Urquio. And even in the past, when Evelyn saved the child, she received many gifts. She assumed that the Duke considered it important to keep his promise and to take care of her in this way. Cassis entered the room to find out how things were going with the formal attire. and how the preparations were going. Evelyn was surprised that the young man was the first to look at her charming outfit. The Duke himself looked stunning in a formal suit, and Evelyn noticed how devastatingly handsome the adult Duke was. But the young master's expression was somewhat strange, and the lady feared she had done something wrong. She asked if the dress looked like this originally, but Madame Abigail rushed to explain that she specially redid a daring dress for Lady Monstera, which suits her much better than the previous version. Cassis thoughtfully said, "This is a useless exercise," and he didn't seem very satisfied with the result. The Duke took a large handkerchief and threw it over the young lady's shoulders, as if he didn't want anyone else to see her dazzling beauty. Madame Abigail was indignant. It was impossible to cover everything. In this case, it would be easier to dress the girl in a nun's dress from the beginning. And the shawl for that dress seemed simply ruthless. Evelyn didn't want everyone to fight before the journey began, and said she would take the shawl if it got cold. It seems Madame Abigail did not get permission to change the dress to her liking, but simply did her best as the Duke ordered her. The lady did not want to make concessions, and asked in this case to put a Duke's jacket on her instead of a shawl so that she would look more romantic. Cassis argued no more and put his jacket on his partner. And for a while, he couldn't take his eyes off Evelyn's beauty. He asked her to wear it despite it being summer, because it might be cool outside. Evelyn wanted to say that the young man was just taking care of her, and wanted the girl to be warm and comfortable. Tonight, Evelyn and Cassis were traveling by carriage towards the start of the long-awaited debut ceremony. The girl was a little nervous, but the Duke was calm and seemed to have already gotten used to formal events, although he didn't like it at all as a child, and refused. He said he still felt uncomfortable, but if he was the partner of a beautiful lady, regardless of his aversion to these places, he would be by her side. He just liked being her partner, even when it wasn't entirely comfortable. The girl asked not to say that so that people wouldn't misunderstand their relationship. But the young man argued that this would not be difficult for him, and that he didn't care at all who said what in secular society. The carriage stopped slowly. The coachman informed the Duke they had arrived at the designated place. Cassis was in no hurry to leave, and considered that he and Evelyn had not yet finished talking. The young man was worried, so he asked if the girl's high status made it difficult for her to communicate with him. Evelyn began to get very nervous, and said that all this is very difficult for her, and if there is any misunderstanding, it will not be good for everyone. And worse yet, if rumors spread, it would affect him more, Duke Urquio. The young man laughed and said with a smile, "Evelyn is still the same capricious girl." She was about to go out first, but she was warned that her partner could not leave the carriage without company. Duke Cassis offered his hand to the beautiful lady, and asked if she was willing to accompany him in front of all secular society. The guests slowly arrived at the gala event that promised to be a memorable event. People in exquisite suits and outfits entered the hall, radiating elegance and sophistication. They exchanged smiles and greetings, creating an atmosphere of hospitality and celebration. Elissa stood in front of the beautiful girls who were discussing the handsome appearance of her brother Elon. The ladies turned around and said, "The young lady is very lucky to have such a handsome brother." Elon was quite popular, and even in Monty's people sometimes showed an unhealthy interest in him. But Evelyn always kept her distance from him. Elissa understood that no matter how much she wanted, the young people felt nothing for each other. Therefore, she got angry with herself and asked Elon not to smile so much, so as not to attract too much female attention. The ladies asked if it was true that Duke Urquio especially values Elon, since they say the young people have known each other since they were children, and they have a special friendship relationship. Suddenly, a voice was heard announcing the entry of Lady Evelyn Monstera and Mr. Cassis Ren Urquio. Elissa eagerly awaited the debut appearance of her best friend. Cassis and Evelyn looked incredibly solemn. Their images were complemented by sparkling jewelry and sophisticated accessories, emphasizing nobility and sophistication of their style. To the sound of music, they behaved with refined ease, emitting a unique shine and aristocratic grace around them. And he, the guests, respectfully bowed before the distinguished couple, being impressed by their noble elegance and unsurpassed taste. There was something mysterious between them, and their relationship seemed special and sincere. Cassis was a little nervous, and Lady Evelyn took his arm tightly, giving him faith and hope, just as she had done in childhood. The girl looked at the guests present and did not expect to attract so much attention from the honorable guests, so she felt like a burden at that moment. They approached the sofa and Cassis politely asked if he should bring a drink to his beautiful partner. The Duke was quite a famous person, so two ladies immediately approached him, the second daughter of the Marquis, Alice Charrot, and the eldest daughter of the Count, Catherine Marco, and they bowed in greeting. One of them deliberately pretended that Evelyn was not nearby and slightly pushed the girl sitting near the Duke. Katerina asked if Duke Urquio remembered her, since they had already met at the last reception. Cassis said, "Enough talking about him. And the young ladies are not interested in his wonderful partner." Alice Charrot laughed because her companion didn't introduce herself, and Evelyn said that she was the only daughter of Count Monstra. The ladies exchanged glances with the guests, but none of them knew such a count, and the name Monstra was not familiar to everyone. The guests commented on how a relic deposit had been discovered on the Monstra estate, and they murmured about how a provincial aristocrat ended up in secular society. They were probably not happy that a noblewoman from the province associated with the distinguished Duke of Urquio, and the lady joked that in reality he became her partner due to a promise made 8 years ago. Cassis took a plate with a piece of cake and invited the girl to try it, since he remembers that she loved sweets when she was a child. The invited ladies began to whisper. They thought the Duke was an incredibly selfish person, but now they saw that the young man had a warm soul and good manners, as befits a duke who serves as the image of the empire. The guest asked if there were rumors that the Duke and Lady Monstra had known each other since childhood, and Evelyn said that the Duke had stayed with them in the palace for some time. One of the girls smiled and said, "If people know each other since childhood, then it is quite natural for them to call each other by name." And she admitted that she also has a childhood friend with whom they still communicate well. It was the Duke of Martin's daughter, the beautiful blonde Elizabeth Martins, who was said to be a close friend of Princess Rosaline. Alice spoke, "Childhood friends are wonderful, but there is also a rank position in society." Evelyn thought that Cassis should not act carelessly given the high status of Alice Martins. Evelyn did not like all this fuss with estates, and Cassis suddenly said loudly that the girl's words differed from her manners, which caused her great indignation. She asked if the rude words were directed at her, and looked at the Duke, seeking support in his eyes and actions. The Duke laughed and said he really said that out loud because he only wanted to think to himself. Alicia angrily asked if the Duke really considered her an inadequate person, to which he replied that he did not expect the lady to show dignity. The girl was clearly nervous. She quickly turned around and walked towards the exit without saying anything in response. Katerina saw her friend upset and hurried to go after her, who seemed to be on the verge of tears. Isabel thanked the Duke for his help while she was stranded. She greeted Lady Monstra and invited her to get to know her better the next time she visited his castle. Evelyn knew that receiving an invitation from Lady Martins, Princess Rosaline's closest confidant, was a real success, and she still needed connections with the Empress due to the separation. She worried about having to leave the capital soon, and it would be a shame to lose good connections. Cassis said that there was no need to return to Monty's immediately after the date ended, and that she could stay as long as she wanted. Evelyn did not want to lack tact, but agreed to stay a little longer at the Urquio Palace. The girl thanked Cassis for his concern But he replied that he still needed to be grateful for everything Evelyn had done for him. The reception included Princess Rosalind Shinkardamir and Mr. Joseph Wright. The majestic evening at the gala reception became even more magical when the princess and the knight entered the hall. Their entrance was surrounded by an aura of nobility and sophistication. The princess, in her elegant dress, decorated with jewels and drapes, she looked like a true queen in this hall, and her gaze was full of dignity and grace, and a smile is the embodiment of kindness and generosity. The entire atmosphere in the hall seemed to come alive as they approached the main table. The guests made way for them, adoring the majesty and beauty, and their presence illuminated the evening and filled the hearts of all guests with wonder. Evelyn found it surprising that the princess's fiancé was her own guard, because marriage for love was very rare in secular society. Compared to the past, there are many more unions for love, but many still choose marriage of convenience over marriage for love, for the sake of mutual benefit for all families. Probably Evelyn, if she didn't have memories of her past life, would have married for convenience. Cassis asked if the girl really wanted to marry for true love, and Strong and asked her if there was anyone in mind. Evelyn replied, "In the vast world, there will definitely be someone who can love her." Soon, Alyssa, who had been waiting for all the guests to leave them, ran up and started hugging her dear friend. Suddenly, Evelyn clutched her heart, and Alyssa greatly feared for the young lady's health. But she laughed and said it seems her heart broke, because she saw a beautiful girl in front of her, and joyfully hugged her dear friend. Princess Rosalind tapped the rim of her crystal glass with a spoon, and thanked everyone who came here today, because many eagerly awaited this reception. Everyone was preparing hard, and now everyone can enjoy this evening. Live music began to play, and Elon asked if the girls wanted to have a good time and dance. Cassis Bode offered his hand and asked if Evelyn would like to dance with him. The dance evening is truly an incredibly magnificent place, filled with a pleasant atmosphere and smiles, people in luxurious outfits, and sensual romantic music created an incredibly magical magic and made people tremble. Cassis and Evelyn danced a waltz, and the boy noticed that the girl had become a much better dancer. Her movements were like a picturesque painting, full of grace and elegance, that seemed to transport everyone present to a world of exquisite splendor. The waltz music played around them, creating an atmosphere of romance and magic. The gazes of the Duke and the girl were full of mutual admiration and attraction, as if they were becoming the protagonists of their own romance. Their dance was an expression of their feelings and emotions, and in every movement the harmony became visible, and synchronicity of their fusion, as if they were created to dance together. And in that sensual moment, Cassis asked if Evelyn wanted to share that same love with him. The Duke smiled mysteriously, but Evelyn didn't understand what he wanted to offer her, and who he was talking about. She worried if she was bowing correctly, and she really wanted to look decent in the dance. At the end of the dance, the young people were supposed to thank each other, but for some reason Cassis remained still, and the girl couldn't leave because of him until the Duke bowed. He said that Evelyn dreams of a marriage for love, but that no matter where she goes, no one will be a better candidate than him. The girl asked the young man to stop joking and behave with dignity at the event, but suddenly admitted that in the last 8 years, there was not a moment when he didn't miss his dear one. And dear Evelyn. At that moment, Lady Cherith was crying in the room's bed, saying how unfair everything was, and that she was only worried about Duke Urquio. And now he had misunderstood everything. Katerina tried to calm her down. The girl intervened because she was worried about the Duke, and the princess and the young man was unfair to her. A crowd of young people gathered on the balcony. They discussed that the provincial aristocrat did not know how to keep her mouth shut, and did not value her partner at all. Rumors circulated that an ordinary provincial aristocrat had seduced the Duke, And they say he fell in love so much that he even personally ordered expensive clothes for her. The boy saw Evelyn pass by from the balcony and noticed that she was quite beautiful. They laughed. The lady certainly cannot be the Duke's love. And most likely, she is the master's temporary entertainment. Cassis and Evelyn were together. The Duke admitted that he missed her constantly and never forgot her. Until that moment, the girl trusted her unrequited love. And she would have been happy to know it 8 years ago. The noble behavior Cassis showed was born from childhood sympathy. And it is very possible that they experience the same strong feelings and sincere for each other. 8 years passed, this emotion gradually became boring. And dried up, she wrote dozens, even hundreds of letters. And when her love decided to give up, she heard the dear words that the young man had been bored all these years. But he had never sent a single message in all that time. The Duke fell silent. This completely enraged the lady. And she shouted, "The guy is the most furious, selfish person." There was pain and sadness in Cassis's eyes. He was looking for support and understanding in her. But for some reason, he didn't know why he was doing this. He said that if he tried to explain, the lady would leave him immediately and wouldn't even listen to him. But he didn't want to leave the person who, since childhood, had been the closest thing to him in the world. The boy understood that the girl could not believe he had made her wait a whole 8 years. He whispered to the lady that he promised to show her the sincerity and the seriousness of his words. He admitted that the girl was right to call him selfish. But upon meeting again, now the Duke did not want to let her go. Since Cassis would not let her go, she ended up dancing the second dance with him too. And the young lady was very exhausted. Her thoughts were interrupted by a young man who approached and asked if she was Lady Monstera. Evelyn looked at the stranger, who probably wanted to talk to her more closely. The boy in the brown suit was named Lucas Miller and asked her to honor him with just one dance. Another young man approached them and greeted the beautiful Lady Evelyn. Cassis saw a group of young men crowding around his beloved and watched from afar to make sure no one bothered the lady. Night fell. Evelyn, tired, leaned against the balcony railing and did not expect at all to have to dance a lot with different young men. Naturally, there were those who approached her of their own free will, but most would benefit from it. The girl stood on the balcony, lost in her thoughts. Deep thoughts obscured in her heart, like dark water currents. And she tried to understand her feelings and experiences. Evelyn recalled past moments of happiness and sadness replacing each other. Like evening and morning, deep in her soul, there was a desire to seek answers to the questions asked of her since the beginning of time. And she dreamed of something more that would mean true happiness and the fulfillment of her wishes. Her privacy was violated by a young man who came out onto the balcony and started a conversation. He introduced himself as the eldest son of the Marquis of Donigmore, Timothy Donigmore, with a glass of drink in his hands. Evelyn immediately smelled alcohol and asked why the brave young man had approached. Obviously, the boy was drunk and began to behave quite brazenly. He grabbed the girl's hands and furiously began to confess his love to her. Evelyn said she would pretend not to have heard him, and that it would be better if the young man left right now. He asked if the young lady should have come to secular society, hoping to find a marriage partner. She pulled her hand out of the reckless man's clutches and threateningly said that it was completely rude to treat her in that tone. The lady said her marriage is none of his business. Moreover, worrying is useless because she is not interested in him, and said she was leaving. The young man said he thought the lady was not the daughter of the father who worked in the cave. And Evelyn was surprised by the stranger's rudeness. He continued to talk nonsense about how the girl had achieved nothing and tried to anger her in every possible way with drunken antics. Evelyn said that even if the Duke did not exist, she would never have been interested in such a fool. The young man clearly did not like the girl's insolence and immediately began to get angry. He shouted, "The girl has no right to behave like that with him." and called Evelyn a vulgar girl. At that moment, the balcony door opened, and the venerable Duke appeared on his threshold. Evelyn was scared. She could almost hear the whole conversation and misinterpret the words he said. He asked the drunk young man if he had finished his business with his partner, and asked Evelyn to return to the hall. Surprisingly, the Duke remained silent this time. Evelyn thought it would be better if Cassis didn't hear this conversation at all, and it would be awkward if he interfered. The next morning, Evelyn was walking in the garden and thinking about how the debut went. And suddenly, she heard a girl's voice nearby. It was Elizabeth. She regretted that they didn't say goodbye after her debut. Since Evelyn was tense and tired and left early, she recounted the story of the drunk young man who confessed his love on the balcony. And she thought the princess shouldn't be offended. Elizabeth saw a beautiful scarf around Evelyn's neck and asked where she got it. According to her, it was a new product recently released by Chris Clothing Store. And this color was in limited edition, so even Lady Charity couldn't buy it. The wax maid simply said to choose any of the ones presented. Apparently, these scarves were from famous workshops, and she simply used what was in the Urquio Palace. Isabel was surprised. The Duchess had been away for a long time, but there were women's scarves in the Urquio Palace. Evelyn thought, indeed, it was a bit strange that there were women's things in the palace. And most likely Duke Urquio is much more thoughtful than he seems, so he pays attention to every detail. Now Evelyn noticed that in her haste, she only brought a couple of dresses. Everyone took such good care of her that it even seemed strange to her that there were dresses in the Urquio castle and women's accessories, and all this was prepared in advance for her, that she was staying in the capital for a while. Elizabeth asked. The girl and the Duke had been close since childhood, and probably kept in touch all this time. And she was very surprised when Evelyn told the truth, and asked her if she knew the reason why the Duke stopped his activities. Evelyn's head kept repeating Cassis's words about how much he had missed her for 8 years. When Cassis said this, it seemed as if he was about to fall apart. Something was bothering him, and the girl couldn't understand what had happened during the period when Cassis and Alyssa separated in the original novel. Evelyn was immersed in memories of the past again, and felt a terrible headache. Over time, the girl forgot the original plot, and it became harder to remember every year. Isabel said that the Duke had provided great support to the Rumita Temple for 8 years. So for some time, there were rumors that the temple had found a way to cure the young Duke's illness. Evelyn heard that they only found a treatment method, but she didn't know it was related to the temple. It turned out that thanks to this, the Rumita Temple was even rebuilt, making it even bigger. And Evelyn expressed her desire to see the famous temple at least once. She said happily, after a great debut. She didn't want to say goodbye so quickly. Evelyn hasn't received a single invitation yet, but the lady said that the invitations are being considered by Duke Urquio's manager, and the girl is simply not yet accustomed to high society. No matter how much the heroine thinks about staying with someone who rejected recognition, it is very inconvenient. Evelyn left the bathroom and immediately ran into Paul, who wanted to say something. He placed the invitations in front of her and sorted them by importance. The selection was mainly based on time period and important families. He said that one of the letters was from the Monstera mansion. Most likely a letter came from home. One envelope was from Mom and the second from the same witch Blammy, to whom little Evelyn came to the store. She wrote that she had finally finished, and that the results of the clinical studies were successful, and that it was now quite possible to produce the product. She still didn't know exactly what to call the gel she had created, and she was interested in how the girl's debut went. Attached, she found a sample of the finished product, and Evelyn was delighted with the sorceress. It met all her expectations. The girl picked up a bunch of envelopes with letters and wondered which one to open next. Evelyn was thinking about a hair loss ointment since people are reluctant to buy this type of product in public places. She needed to be more strategic about it. Advertising it left and right wouldn't be the best solution. But the option with a famous person suffering from a similar problem was quite beneficial for sales. It would be great to show the changes and the effect of the gel that is noticeable at first glance. And this will be the best advertisement. The Empress would be ideal for this role. But she rarely participates in public activities. And to get close to her, you must target the person closest to you. The princess. But at the reception, Evelyn didn't even get a chance to talk to her. So this time, she had no chance to miss the princess. The girl lay down on the bed and read a letter written by her mother from home. She wrote, glad to have passed away and, however, not in vain spent several months studying books and textbooks. After the written exam, a practical exam followed. And the mother said that she chose the Rumita temple as a temple because the other Rodla temple had already recruited staff. Evelyn decided to take the exam at Rumita and then return, and for some reason, the girl had more and more reasons to stay in the capital. If you count the days since the letter was sent, it seems May should arrive within this week and bring all the documents. She thought about staying a little longer, but she pushed those thoughts away. And she didn't want to think about the Duke anymore. The girl called the maid and asked if she could inquire about nearby hotels. It seemed the girl was planning something big, but she still didn't fully understand her feelings and desires. Evelyn held a suitcase in her hands and was glad not to take too many things. The maid asked if the lady was really going to the hotel, and Evelyn replied that she could not be obliged to be kind forever, even though she and Cassis were childhood friends. The maid stood with sad eyes and did not expect Evelyn to leave the palace so quickly. Mai had just arrived and greeted the lady, but for some reason she was not alone. Evelyn asked why May took out the luggage if they were going to the hotel and stay there. Lady Monstra saw the bags nearby and did not understand what was happening. May reported that Evelyn's mother asked to bring important luggage to her daughter. Her beloved pets were in her luggage. It turned out that Bobby used to cry and worry a lot during her absence. Bobby and Ruby were so happy to see their owner that they almost knocked her over while running to hug. The mother wanted the pets not to get bored without Evelyn and decided to send them with their beloved owner. Evelyn sat on the floor and affectionately petted her animals, whom she missed a lot. It was clear that she would not be allowed into any hotel with such a collection of animals, and the girl would still have to stay here. The lady's company was diluted by the Duke, who had returned from important business and had just entered the palace. He looked at Miss Evelyn and laughed that no hotel in the city would accept her with a dragon. He smiled and said that he knew everything about the imminent arrival of her pets, because the Countess told him. And Evelyn was indignant why the young man hadn't told her anything in advance. And Bobby started getting a little angry. He instantly increased in size. And now the great black dragon was preparing to attack. His eyes, like two bright coals, stared forward with a thirst for destruction and consumption of everything in his path. And the air filled with an atmosphere of fear and anxiety, foreboding the proximity of a threat. A couple of minutes later, the maids and Evelyn were in shock, with wide eyes from surprise. In just a moment, Bobby destroyed the gates of the Urquio Palace, of which now there were ruins. Evelyn rushed to Cassis's aid, who was nowhere in sight, and the girl feared a terrible catastrophe. Bobby was furious, the dragon's dark wings beating in the air, creating strong gusts of wind that whistled like an omen of trouble. And his roar was like thunder, penetrating the darkness of the night, making even the bravest hearts tremble. Cassis stood in front of the dragon, while all the soldiers shouted at him to take cover quickly. Suddenly, everything around him lit up with a magical light, and the Duke stood confidently in front of the huge dragon. Suddenly, a huge ball formed around Bobby, in which the dragon was imprisoned, and he could no longer move. A strong energy shone in Cassis's hands, with which he could control the beast's behavior. And in an instant, the huge Bobby began to shrink inside the glowing magical ball. Evelyn asked out loud if everything would be all right with Bobby. And she was very worried about her pet. Cassis handed over the ball containing little Bobby and said that the troublemaker was not injured. Evelyn held the pet, locked in a ball in her hands, and thanked the Duke for his help. The girl looked threateningly at the pet and told him not to dare make her blush more in front of other people. Cassie smiled and assumed that Bobby was simply happy to see him, so he couldn't help himself and got bigger. But in fact, the Duke knew this could happen. So he trained in the magic of seals for a long time before meeting his old friend. The girl thought he simply defeated him easily and did not want to say that the boy had trained in advance. However, the ancient family buildings have been destroyed, and they are priceless due to the long history of the palace. Evelyn apologized for not being able to handle Bobby and promised to compensate for the damage and do her best. But the Duke did not want the lady to worry. Cassie smiled and said that, as compensation, he was willing to accept something else from the girl. He looked at Evelyn and after a few minutes asked her to stay here, at least during the time she is in the capital. She can stay in his house and not worry about anything. He promised they would see each other more often, and then he could prove his sincerity towards her. Evelyn decided there was no point in refusing such a request and agreed to stay for a while. Maybe everything was for the best. But the girl was tormented by a strange feeling of discomfort in front of the young man, because she had a feeling that her mother had fallen under Cassis's spell and was only happy about their reunion. As for my old friend Eiffel, he has grown up and now plays the lyre wonderfully. Eiffel was sitting in front of the instrument when a priest approached him and asked him a question. His Eminence Antonio is looking for you. And a young man with blue hair said he would arrive soon. Elissa was talking to a friend and was surprised when she told her that she was going to stay in Rumita for a while. Evelyn said that is how it happened, and that she needed to complete important matters here in the temple. Elissa lived in an academy dormitory, so she stayed in the capital. But since Evelyn was receiving succession lessons at home, she had to be separated from her for some time. A year ago around this time, Evelyn was receiving successive lessons at home. And this year, they will be able to spend time together. Since Elissa lived in a dormitory and was not in Montes, a friend suggested the girl take a walk around the capital on the weekend. But Evelyn replied that she would find it difficult to find free time this week, because this weekend she will go to the temple to deal with important matters. The gentle glide of the white carriage was interrupted when the door opened softly, and a girl in a white dress came out of it, whose image seemed straight out of a fairy tale. The white dress, like dew petals, it hugged her figure, emphasizing her elegance and grace, and her long hair waving in the wind. Like a golden cascade, it swayed easily with every step she took. Evelyn had heard from Lady Martins that the temple was really huge, but she was still surprised by the scale and grandeur. She wanted to visit the temple before having to take the exam, and this place was described as beautiful and memorable, so the girl wanted to see everything with her own eyes. The priest immediately approached her and asked if she was Lady Monstera. The young man was named Nilda. He was the 11th student of His Eminence Antonio. Antonio ordered the student to meet the girl, while he himself was in the temple awaiting her visit. He accompanied the girl to the cardinal and informed him of the arrival of young Evelyn. She asked how Antonio was, whom she last saw as a child. She asked the lady not to be angry about his sudden departure to the capital, and she, though belatedly, congratulated the man. Antonio said he heard the girl was going to stay in the capital for a while, and asked her where she was staying. Evelyn spoke of her temporary stay at the Urquio Palace, and Antonio kept a strange silence. But then he laughed that Duke Urquio stayed at the Monstra Palace when he was a child, and it is natural for their relationship to continue. The cardinal knew that the girl had chosen his temple as the location for the practical exam, and said that with such divine skills she could easily cope. He asked Nild to accompany the lady to the prayer hall, and Evelyn followed the student. She heard the beautiful sound of the lyre on her face, which could be heard throughout the courtyard. The young man admired the sound of the musical instrument and stopped to listen for a while. He said that Antonio's first student was a musician and now performs the same functions as his mentor. And he was with His Eminence in Cis. Before this, the young man was a candidate for cardinal. But only last year did he become his successor. A cardinal is an honorary position that can only be obtained with the support of divine power. And this is not something that can be achieved by working as a priest for a long time and obtaining such a position at the age of 20. Maybe the guy was an incredible genius and aspired to the highest position. And venerable of the Pope, he shouted at the musician to turn around and wanted to introduce the beautiful Evelyn to him. It was a young man with an uncommon hair color, which the heroine would remember for the rest of her life. Even after some time, she would never forget that navy blue hair. She was worried he had disappeared without a trace. And now he was standing in front of her. Her old friend with the beautiful name Aphelios. Phelias. She recognized him immediately and smiled affectionately, saying she didn't expect to see a good friend in the temple after so many years. Eiffel looked at the girl and couldn't believe what he saw when he saw the beautiful one. And sweet Evelyn. Tears appeared in the young man's eyes, and joyfully asked if Evelyn Monstra was really standing in front of him. The girl smiled sweetly and thought, "It's been a long time, and the boy is still a crybaby." And she gave him a handkerchief. Eiffel was very surprised, and for a while could not recover from the joy of seeing his childhood friend. The boy tried to calm down and contain the flow of strong emotions, and pleasant ones. Evelyn understood the young man's feelings and obediently waited until he recovered and was ready to talk. He admitted that all this time he had been wondering if Lady Evelyn had died, or if something had happened to her. She admitted she thought the same, because 8 years ago the boy simply disappeared without a trace. Evelyn recalled that they decided to play on the last day of the Snow Flower Festival. Then she waited for him for a while, but he left because the boy never showed up. So she didn't expect him to worry about her too. He said he was in Monty's the whole time, and that it was surely possible to contact her. Fell's face became very strange after the girl's words, and he muttered something about the boy he had seen, but suddenly lost consciousness and fell onto the stone floor as Evelyn screamed and asked for help. Nilda arrived in time and said she had never seen anything like it, and that she was very scared. The priest said he would accompany Lady Evelyn as she was not allowed to be here. He asked Eiffel to take care of himself, to pay attention to his health, and told him he was leaving. He asked for forgiveness for making her wait when she was a child, and being very worried about the situation she had gone through. Evelyn supported the young man and told him that nothing terrible had happened, and that they were only things of the past. Nilda was worried. His Eminence Antonio is very strict, so during training, contact with the outside world must be avoided, which the girl did not know. For a student in the temple, the master's words are law. And if Antonio has this approach, then Eiffel could only follow him. Evelyn told her friend that she was truly fine. The main thing was that they had already met and resolved the misunderstanding. She said she wanted to see him more often and asked if she could visit him from time to time. Eiffel suddenly raised his head and asked if the girl would really come back specifically to see him. She said she would have an exam here, and that even if he didn't want to, they would meet often in the temple. Evelyn said she would stay at the Urquio Palace, and that he would probably be delighted to meet her childhood friend. Eiffel reacted strangely to the girl's words, and after she left, he immediately began to recite a prayer. Stormy waves of thoughts roared in his mind, giving no rest even for a moment. From time to time, various images appeared in Evelyn's head, like paintings against the background of an endless canvas. She was tormented by doubts and fears like ruthless animals rolling over her soul, and she ran between different possibilities and options, not knowing where to go or what to do. In all these 8 years, she had maintained no contact with either Cassis or Eiffel. But now both had reappeared in her life. She only wanted to receive news from them about their lives and find out the reasons. But now she only felt sad. Evelyn discovered that Eiffel had circumstances for which he could not contact her. But Cassis also found himself in a situation about which he could not tell her the whole truth. The idea occurred to her that maybe she should talk to Cassis after her return. The carriage stopped near the palace, and Paul was already waiting for the girls' arrival, and asked how the trip to the temple went. Workers were busy with the important task of rebuilding the gate that Bobby had destroyed. Now, every time she looked at that gate, the girl's heart broke over what had happened. After Bobby destroyed the entrance to the main building, Cassis and they temporarily moved to an additional room, where the noise of construction could not be heard, and it was safer. She accepted the Duke's request to stay, but it would be strange to stay in the main building during the entire construction. The girl seemed to have moved into an additional building, but as if after walking around the territory, she visited the resort. Paul said that, as the family continued, construction expanded, and at some point the place became a huge mansion. And Evelyn realized that Bobby had destroyed the precious building built by the first generation of Urquio. She pointed to another large building and asked Paul which generation it belonged to. Paul simply replied that it was just an observation tower, and that it didn't have much meaning. But Evelyn was delighted with the size of the building, and said, "You can live in this magnificent place." Paul warned not to walk around the tower because there was a magic trap in it from which one could easily get hurt. However, this was not surprising, since for the Urquio family, it was nothing strange. Then Paul took the girl to a study with huge stained glass windows covering the entire wall. The office was mainly used by the past Duke, and after the couple's death, there was no one else there. Cassis was similar to the previous Duke, and he also loves to read books. When they were children, they constantly spent time reading books together here. And if you think about it, the Urquio family was very friendly back then. Paul apologized for getting lost in memories and getting a little distracted from the story. Evelyn felt that this place was memorable for the Duke, and she asked permission to stay here and look at the books. For the girl, reading had a soporific effect, and as soon as she opened the book, she immediately fell asleep. She was going to talk to Cassis immediately when he arrived, and now she was eagerly awaiting the conversation. But the girl's eyes were terribly glued. It had been dark outside for a long time. The Duke, seeing the sleeping lady in the office, he covered her with a jacket so the girl wouldn't get cold. She opened her sleepy eyes and saw the beautiful Cassis in front of her, majestically illuminated by the moonlight. But for a moment, instead of an adult Duke, she saw the eyes of that sweet child she was friends with in childhood. Evelyn didn't understand if it was a dream or a reality, but in that moment she felt like a little girl and asked if the boy was often here with his father. Books had become an integral part of the child and conveyed a connection with his father. And from Paul's facial expression, it was obvious that this was the happiest period of childhood for little Cassis. Evelyn continued murmuring something with her eyes closed and did not seem to be about to wake up. Cassis remained silent, and he felt happy and protected being in the presence of this beautiful sleeping girl, who had become the most precious person in the world to him. He couldn't take his eyes off her face, which reflected the peaceful calm and the innocence of sleep, and he gently stroked the girl's hair. Tenderness and admiration shone in his eyes, and he promised her that the Urquio Palace would become the most beautiful place in the world for her, and would leave her only warm and kind memories. Memories. That night, Cassis's heart filled with warmth and gratitude for the opportunity to be with her. And this moment was filled with tenderness and inexpressible understanding, as if the whole world had stopped just to enjoy the true and pure beauty of the sleeping girl who had become his joy and the love of his life.